Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Hopefully we will meet again in the future. Following this, 4 rings of rainbow light appeared in the sky. The insides of the rings were filled with rainbow light as well, and no one knew what was inside. The 4 guardian beasts entered the rainbow rings and their bodies gradually disappeared. The ripples and abnormal signs gradually disappeared, after which Zhaofu received a chain of system announcements. System announcement. The human world has been initially unified. The Great Ken Empire has become the only kingdom in the human world. After Great Ken clears out all of the regions, the human world will be fully unified, and the human world's fate and Great Ken's fate will be truly fused. Warning. The 4 guardian beasts have departed. Humans, please protect your world. System announcement. Because the Great Ken Empire has unified the world, the Heaven Domain boundary will disappear ahead of time in 3 months. Warning. Once the Heaven Domain boundary disappears, the human world will lose all protection. All people and creatures will be able to enter the human world, which will bring much danger. Please prepare ahead of time. System announcement. The human world's consciousness has started to fuse into the Heaven Awakened world. The human world will become part of the Heaven Awakened world. System announcement. The Heaven Awakened world's fate is slowly entering the human world. After going through the system announcements and warnings, Zhaofu fell into his thoughts. There were still 3 months until the Heaven Domain boundary disappeared. When that time came, Great Ken would be revealed to countless people, which was quite dangerous. Before, Zhaofu had wanted to head to the Darkwater continent, but now that the human world was facing this massive threat, Zhaofu could only give up on his original plans. Right now, the human world was his priority. Following this, Zhaofu gathered his subordinates to discuss this matter. Now, the most important matter to Great Ken was to clear out regions. There was still a bit on the original 2 continents that Great Ken still had not finished clearing, and now that there were 2 new continents, the task had become much larger. They had to clear out all of these regions within 3 months, build a great wall, and raise Great Ken to a level 1 dukedom kingdom. Only then would Great Ken have some security. 1,115 gongs on your majesty. This minister has expanded the army to 6 billion soldiers. These 6 billion soldiers are all part of the official army, and I have also gathered a force of 3 billion people's militia to speed up the clearing of regions. At the same time, this minister has gathered 10 billion civilians to help construct the Great Wall. Now that the human world has been unified, there should not be any danger, so the construction of the Great Wall can progress while clearing out regions. Great Ken's various departments are also operating at their full capacity, providing resources and support. At this speed, it is possible for Great Ken to finish clearing the regions and level up into a level 1 dukedom kingdom in time. Li Si stood before Zhaofu and reported these things in detail. Hearing that it was possible to finish clearing the regions in 3 months, Zhaofu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Without the strength of a dukedom kingdom, Zhaofu did not feel too confident in facing other worlds. How is the situation in the Dark Daemon world and Fish Scale world? Have they received any system announcements? Will their Heaven Domain boundary be affected? Also, does the Grassy world know of our Heaven Domain boundary disappearing? Zhaofu asked. Li Si continued to reply in detail. The Dark Daemon world and Fish Scale world are unaffected, and their Heaven Domain boundaries are still in the same state. Only our world's Heaven Domain boundary will disappear soon. As for the Grassy people, they don't seem to have noticed anything yet. The human world is slowly integrating into the Heaven Awakened world already, so the Heaven Awakened world's fate has been gradually entering the human world. However, it is too slow, so they will not notice anything. During the final month, the speed will increase, and the various changes in the human world as well as the Heaven Domain boundary will most likely result in the Grassy people sensing that the Heaven Domain boundary is about to disappear. Zhaofu frowned and said, "We need to build more defenses on the eastern archipelagos. The situation has changed and the Grassy people have been waiting to invade this entire time. It's possible the 2 other worlds will also think that they can bully Great Ken and will try to invade as well." Li Si nodded and said, This minister will immediately give out orders to carry this out. After watching Li Si leave, Zhao Fu turned his mind to the documents in front of him. Great Qin was quickly clearing out regions and constructing the Great Wall, and many other matters had cropped up. Zhao Fu currently felt quite rushed. Now, his original plan had been ruined. He had wanted to wait to unify the Dark Demon World and Fish Scale World before bursting out of their protection to attack the Grassy, Elf, and Half-Beast worlds and take them down before anyone could react. If they could do that, Great Qin would have 6 worlds and would be 4 worlds away from rising from a dukedom kingdom into a royal kingdom. After that, Great Qin would be the ancient stem domain's 21st royal kingdom. With such strength, the would not be in any danger within the ancient stem domain, and it would have a firm footing in the Heaven Awakened world. However, now that the Heaven Domain boundary was going to disappear and Zhao Fu did not have the time or strength to unify the Dark Demon World and Fish Scale World, they had to focus on defense rather than offense. Just like that, a month passed for Great Qin in nervousness, but they had developed quite well. Whether it was in terms of clearing out regions or constructing the Great Wall, their progress was quite smooth. They had hope of finishing everything in the remaining 2 months, allowing Zhao Fu to let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu stretched and moved about. In the past month, he had been busy with internal affairs, and his body had become quite stiff and sore. Now that he knew that they could complete their goal, Zhao Fu did not feel as worried and decided to relax. Now that he thought about it, he had not found a boss monster of the region in quite a while. Long ago, all of the region boss monsters seemed to have disappeared. Back then, Zhao Fu had thought that they had all gathered together somewhere, but after unifying the world, he found that they had indeed all disappeared. Because Great Qin had unified the world, the chaotic world and natural disasters had ended. By now, Great Qin had raised its chaotic world stone steel to level 12, which was the highest level. Because it had absorbed so much ore of war, it had even turned into a treasure. Great Qin had obtained a large number of points and exchanged for many treasures. However, after the human world was unified, the chaotic world had ended and no more items could be exchanged for. Now, Great Qin did not have any more benefits from being a beginner, and it could only advance step by step. Zhao Fu still felt quite curious as to why all of the region boss monsters had disappeared, and he had no idea what had happened to them. There should have been tens of thousands of them. This matter was most likely related to the 4 guardian beasts, but it was a pity that he had not thought to ask them about it. Your Majesty, this subordinate has a matter to report, a guard said while kneeling, cutting off Zhao Fu's thoughts. Zhao Fu looked at the guard and said, "Speak, what is it?" Following this, the guard reported to Zhao Fu, causing him to lightly laugh. He nodded and said, "We understand, bring her to the forging pavilion." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard replied before leaving. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the forging pavilion and looked at a young woman who had some charcoal on her face and was bound with ropes. She was currently yelling, "Let me go, you Great Qin bastards. I want to see my big sis and my dad." She was Gong Sunlin, someone Zhao Fu had met very early on during the auction in the Holy Light City. She had helped Zhao Fu forge a dark gold rank equipment back then, which was enough to show that her abilities were quite extraordinary. Zhao Fu had wanted to keep her and have her work for Great Qin, but it was a pity that she had chosen to leave. Back then, he had been worried about her safety and gifted her a black forest horse. After all these years, her temperament had become more mature, and her escape abilities were quite shocking. She had almost escaped from the guards quite a few times, so they could only tie her up. When they had caught her, she had been forging equipment in a small gnome village. Her thoughts were quite pure. Apart from forging, she did not know much. She did not even know that Great Qin had unified the world. After staying at such a small place, she had no idea what was going on. The people who had caught her could tell that she was quite exceptional, and only afterwards did they find out that she was Gong Sunlin. Only after telling her that Great Qin had the Gong Sun family did she become more cooperative and did not continue to run. "We greet Your Majesty." The surrounding guards knelt and called out seeing Zhao Fu arrive. Gong Sunlin looked at the handsome young man walking over and immediately became more docile. Even though she only cared about forging, she had heard about how terrifying Great Qin's legatee was and how Great Qin had unified the world. After hearing about this, she had been scared stiff. She had never thought that things would change so quickly. She felt that in just an instant, Great Qin had unified the human world without giving anyone any time to react. However, why did she feel that this young man was somewhat familiar? 1116 Sisters Reunion. Long time no see. Zhao Fu laughed as he looked at Gong Sunlin. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Gong Sunlin felt even more confused. She thought about it but could not remember where she had heard this voice. Back then, Zhao Fu had always worn a black cloak, so he could understand why she did not recognize him. Zhao Fu reminded her, "I'm Zhao Xin, the Zhao Xin you met at the auction back then." However, Gong Sunlin still looked quite confused and still did not remember who Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu felt quite hurt. He had remembered her all this time, but she had most likely forgotten about him already. Only after much hard thinking did Gong Sunlin remember the person she had met in the Forest of Terror. Instantly, her eyes widened as her jaw dropped. She had never thought that she had met Great Ken's legatee so early on. Now, he was the only emperor in the human world back then. She had thought that Zhao Fu was just the leader of a small faction. Who would have thought that the leader of a small faction would have become such a major figure step by step? Sorry, I'm so sorry, it's been 6 years already. If you didn't remind me, I nearly would have forgotten. Thank you for the horse you gave me back then, I still have it with me even now, Gong Sunlin said, feeling quite embarrassed. Zhao Fu nodded and did not feel very angry, and he ordered the soldiers to release her. How many pieces of equipment do you have on your godly armament list now? Zhao Fu remembered the Gongsun family's tradition and asked, curious. Gong Sunlin grinned and looked quite pleased as she took out a thick book and handed it to Zhao Fu, saying, look, these are my achievements over the past 6 years. There are 7,000 or so pieces of equipment now, and I can even forge saint armaments now. Zhao Fu took the thick book and flipped through it. Hearing what Gong Sunlin had said, he felt quite shocked. Saint armaments were almost the peak of what could exist in worlds like theirs, and people who could forge them were incredibly rare. I can't let her get away this time. Zhao Fu thought to himself as he said, stay in Great Kin, we will give you countless precious materials to forge whatever you want. Gong Sunlin hesitated and wanted to refuse at first. After all, if she received her materials like that, her work would lose much of its meaning. However, she could not just directly refuse. The current Zhao Fu was completely different than the Zhao Fu of the past. For Great Ken's emperor to treat her with such courtesy, if she refused, not only would she be executed, but the Gongsun family might also be dragged in as well. Linner. A clear voice filled with joy sounded out as a beautiful woman appeared. She was Gong Sunlin's older sister, Gong Su. Big sis. Gong Sunlin looked extremely happy as she ran over and leapt into Gong Su's embrace. Gong Su lovingly hugged Gong Sunlin. Oh, you. Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you send any messages back home? Don't you know how worried Dad and Mum were? Gong Sunlin felt quite guilty. She had devoted all of her thoughts to forging equipment, or she would not have the prowess she did today. Big sis, after such a long time, you've become even prettier and more alluring. I just want to take a bite out of you. Gong Sunlin giggled as she rubbed her face against Gong Su's chest. Gong Su's face went red, and she glanced at Zhao Fu standing at the side as she said, alright, stop playing around, His Majesty is here. Also, why were you brought here? Gong Sunlin told her everything that had happened, and Gong Sun let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Great Kin had just been clearing out regions. If Gong Sunlin had been caught up in the war, she might have been killed indiscriminately. Big sis, do you think I should agree to him? Gong Sunlin also told Gong Su about Zhao Fu asking her to stay in Great Kin. Gong Su lightly smiled as she said, the entire world already belongs to him, so where can you go? Also, only you would dare to think in such a way and even consider refusing. He only asked you because of your friendship in the past. No one would dare refuse him, as the consequences are too grave. Now that the situation is like this, if you stay in Great Kin, you'll have whatever rare materials you want. You won't have to wander about, and you can focus on forging and work on your godly armament list even more. Gong Sunlin thought about it and nodded. However, after hearing her big sister mention the godly armament list, she became excited again and started to go through it. The godly armament list was the tradition of the Gongsun family and represented their glory. Every member of the Gongsun family viewed the godly armament list with great importance. Gong Su also briefly went through her own godly armament list. The materials she had completely exceeded anything that Gong Sunlin had obtained. After all, materials from an empire were definitely more precious than what a single person could obtain. This made Gong Sunlin much more interested in staying in Great Kin. Zhao Fu listened to the two women talk, and he smiled after hearing that Gong Sunlin was willing to stay in Great Kin. In the end, he did not want to force her. You two keep talking, we still have some matters to take care of. Len, we will properly show you around sometime. Because there were still many things for Zhao Fu to do, he did not stick around. Seeing Zhao Fu leave, Gong Su felt a bit disappointed. She was also quite surprised that he would address her little sister as such because they sounded quite close. However, she felt quite happy that her little sister had the luck to befriend Zhao Fu so long ago. Otherwise, it was possible that the Gongsun family would have been destroyed for delivering the clear sable sword to Zhao Fu. Gong Sunlin smiled as she happily talked about the things that had happened in the past few years. She then asked Gong Su about anything interesting that had happened in recent years. Gong Su bitterly laughed and told her about how she was Zhao Fu's concubine. This made Gong Sunlin quite angry. She had had a good impression of Zhao Fu and had never thought that he would treat her big sister like this. Alright, you don't have to be angry. Back then, he didn't know I was your big sister or that I was from the Gong Sun family. I don't regret it, and I've been living quite well, Gong Su said as she smiled. Gong Sunlin asked curiously, why don't you regret it? That fellow has countless women, and he doesn't treat you that well. Thinking about the reason why, Gong Su's face went red and could not help but think of the few times they had done it next to the furnace. She was actually somewhat disappointed that Zhao Fu had left without doing anything. Seeing this, Gong Sunlin could not understand why her big sister's face had become so red. After returning to the palace, Zhao Fu ordered people to gather information on the grassy, half-beast, and elf worlds. Now that the heaven domain boundary was about to disappear, they were Great Kin's main opponents, so Zhao Fu had to start making preparations. There was also a shocking matter that covered not only the entire Heaven Awakened world but even the godly spirit world and underworld as well. All races were dragged into it, and the human world was no exception either. 1,117 changes in the three worlds. Zhao Fu had never thought that such a thing would happen, nor did anyone else. This matter didn't just affect Great Kin heavily, it was as if the entire Heaven Awakened world had taken a fatal blow. This matter once again changed Great Kin's plans and even changed its overall direction. Everything had to be considered in light of these new circumstances. Zhao Fu had been planning to leave the human world, and at that moment, within the boundless ruins at the center of the heaven domain, 8 massive crystals giving off immense aura floated there, giving off a faint light. Suddenly, a crystal pearl appeared at the center of the 8 crystals, giving off formless ripples. The 8 crystals slightly trembled, giving off a faint light. Even though they only gave off a faint light, they were core items of the Heaven Awakened world. Any slight disturbance could cause terrifying abnormal signs. Due to the disturbance of the 8 crystals, a terrifying shockwave instantly blasted out. Countless higher beings in closed-door cultivation were roused and revealed expressions of shock. Following this, countless ordinary people also sensed those world-destroying ripples and felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. They became filled with despair, and both their bodies and souls trembled. The terrifying ripples swept out from the heaven domain, the inner regions were completely blasted while the outer regions were affected by the ripples as well. Instantly, Zhao Fu felt as if he had been hit by an enormous wave. His body froze, and his soul seemed to be like a flame within a berserk gale, it continuously flickered as if it was going to be blown out in the next moment. In that moment, Zhao Fu felt a terror from deep within his soul. This power exceeded anything Zhao Fu could imagine, even if he released all of his power, including the Great Kin Seal, nation armaments, clan armaments, and the human world's power, it was useless. In front of that power, he seemed as small as a grain of sand that could be easily destroyed, and he could not resist at all. What's going on? Why are there such terrifying ripples? Countless people could not understand what was happening and looked completely shocked. These ripples were simply too terrifying and exceeded what they could endure. The Heaven Awakened world became completely silent, without even a bit of sound as the terrifying ripples covered the entire Heaven Awakened world. However, the ripples still did not stop. Above, the godly spirit world could sense the terrifying power from below. That power caused everyone's bodies to freeze and feel an innate fear, and their expressions fell. The godly spirit world could not resist at all, and it was also covered by the ripples, also falling into silence. Below, in the underworld, countless ghosts felt a heaven-shaking power from above, causing their bodies to seem to sink. They could not resist at all, and their faces were filled with terror, unable to move their bodies at all. The underworld was instantly covered by that monstrous power and sank into silence. Countless ghosts were incredibly terrified. The godly spirits above and the ghosts below looked towards the Heaven Awakened world in the middle at the same time, wondering, what happened in the Heaven Awakened world? What could release such terrifying power? The abnormal signs continued, and that power became stronger and stronger, making people feel more and more fear. Boom! A massive sound rang throughout the entire world as if the heavens and earth were going to split. In that instant, the crystal pearl gave off an intense light. At that moment, the source energy of countless worlds madly gathered, and the godly spirit world and underworld were unable to escape either. Waves of energy were forcefully drawn out and gathered towards the crystal pearl. What's happening now? Countless people could sense the immense amount of source energy being drawn away, causing them to look shocked. They had no idea what was going on. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Countless people, sects, kingdoms, godly spirits, and underworld officials felt the power from their bodies being taken as well. Roar! A furious, heaven-shaking roar sounded out from within the demon domain. It was from the most powerful demon beast within the demon domain, and a sky-toppling demonic might spread out. It was enough to shake tens of thousands of world, and facing that terrifying power, it started to resist. The most powerful demon beast in the demon domain was naturally incredibly powerful, and it could resist even a few higher beings. What's more, it was not just this demon beast that resisted. Roar! An ancient dragon's roar tore through the sky as an enormous dragon's might exploded out, causing worlds to fall into despair. The most powerful existence in the devil domain started to resist as well, and it was also incredibly powerful. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the most powerful expert from the god domain exploded out with his power, making him seem like a golden sun. Fathomless light shined out with immense power, and he too started to resist. Boom! Another massive explosion rang out, causing the world to tremble as the most powerful human empire in the human domain also unleashed immense power, forming a giant that gave off destructive power as it resisted. Boom! A massive sound came from the spirit domain as the sky became five-colored and monstrous ripples spread out, enough to destroy everything. The spirit realm also started to resist. Power was the source of people, sex, and kingdoms, and since that existence wanted to steal their power, naturally countless people started to resist. Boom! 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 Booms continuously sounded out, seeming as if the world was going to fall apart as pillars of light bringing with them terrifying power shot into the sky. Power that could shake worlds continuously blasted out, making it seem as if it was the end of the world. Everyone used their own methods to resist that terrifying power. The countless godly spirits in the godly spirit world unleashed their own godly might as they resisted, wanting to stop that power. This was the same in the underworld. Terrifying auras continuously exploded out and spread out, desperately fighting back against that power. This sent the godly spirit world and underworld into chaos, and the terrifying auras caused countless people to feel horrified. Countless creatures felt as if they were swept up in a flood of chaos, and they felt incredibly terrified and helpless. The three worlds sank into chaos and panic, and terrifying auras continuously swept out. Some places and space started to twist and collapse as if the world was going to end. Higher beings exploded out with powerful auras and rushed out of their closed-door cultivation, turning into rays of light as they flew towards the boundless ruins at the center of the heaven domain, wanting to know just what was happening. 1118 Crystal Pearl. Currently, only higher beings could move. Under those terrifying ripples, everyone else's bodies froze and could not move at all. The human world was not spared from these abnormal signs either. Countless people stood transfixed in terror, and Zhaofu could only struggle a tiny bit. His body instinctively trembled. It could be seen just how terrifying this power was. Heaven-shaking powers resisted, causing those ripples to gradually weaken, and the pressure on the people's bodies grew lighter. Now, everyone was able to let out a sigh of relief. It was almost over. The higher beings' expressions slightly relaxed, and they continued towards the center of the ripples. Within the boundless void, the crystal pearl was floating in the air, and the ripples from the 8 massive crystals grew weaker. It seemed that things were about to settle down. However, at that moment, the crystal pearl gradually formed a person's image. This person looked illusory, and their body and face looked quite hazy. The only sensation it gave off was that it was incredibly powerful, beyond anything that anyone could imagine. In front of that power, the heavens and earth seemed incredibly small, and the countless higher beings seemed like ants. This figure looked at the world in front of it, and a shocking power burst forth. That power was unimaginably monstrous, and shockwaves that could cause the heavens and earth to explode swept throughout the 3 worlds. The countless resisting forces were instantly suppressed and were unable to resist at all. The expressions of countless godly spirits, emperors, and underworld officials all fell. This power greatly exceeded anything they could withstand. They all felt incredibly tiny and powerless, and they could not help but feel defeated. The higher beings who had headed over to see what was happening felt as if they had been pressed against the ground by a massive, formless hand. They all crashed from the air and smashed out large craters. The power that covered them made it so they could not budge at all. Luckily, this power did not harm anyone, only forcefully suppressing them, or else it would have been enough to wipe out everyone. Zhaofu was in the boundary of the outer regions, and he had not been able to resist at all from the start. After this new wave of power spread out, Zhaofu's legs started to go weak, while ordinary people had already collapsed onto the ground. The figure in the boundless void started to gradually disappear and turned back into the crystal pearl. Countless world source energy, and the power of countless people, kingdoms, sects, godly spirits, and underworld officials were gradually absorbed. By now, no one was able to resist at all and allowed their power to be absorbed. The heavens and earth continued to go through changes, and the sun, moon, and stars became dim. Boom! The 8 massive crystals exploded out with power that could annihilate countless worlds. Fathomless light pierced through countless worlds, and the heaven-awakened world, the godly spirit world above, and the underworld below were all covered by those 8 lights. The 8 crystals sent power into the crystal pearl in the middle, and the boundless source energy fused into the crystal pearl. After receiving an immense amount of source energy, the ripples that the crystal pearl gave off became more and more terrifying, and it gradually became larger and larger. In the end, the crystal pearl became massive, about an eighth of how big each of the 8 crystals were. It was now 8-colored and gave off an even greater might, as well as a suffocation that seemed to be able to kill. The attractive force also disappeared, and the horrifying ripples also ceased. The scenes of the world chaotically collapsing gradually stopped as well. Beautiful clouds covered the skies of the 3 worlds, and countless multicolored lights descended, creating a beautiful scene. At that moment, massive orbs of colored light giving off immense power gradually descended from the sky and fused into the ground before disappearing. Rays of light then exploded out of the ground, and an enormous crystal hung in the air. This crystal was spherical and was about 2 meters wide. It floated 6 meters high in the air, giving off a faint light. Finally, all abnormal signs ceased and everything returned to normal. Everyone regained control over their bodies and let out sighs of relief. Their bodies were all covered with cold sweat, and everything was finally over. The major figures' expressions became quite grave. Even now, they had no idea what was going on, just what had caused all of this. The higher beings who had wanted to head to the center of the ripples could not help but retreat. Before, they had not even been able to get close and could only observe from a distance. Now, that place was covered with a barrier, and even if they went, they would not be able to find anything. Moreover, they were quite afraid of that power from just then. Back at the human world, everyone regained their ability to move. Li Si brought people to the palace and looked at Zhao Fu as he asked caringly, "Your Majesty, are you alright?" Zhao Fu had been looking at the sky, in the direction that the terrifying ripples had come from, trying to guess just what had happened. Hearing Li Si's words, Zhao Fu examined himself and found that he was fine. Just as he was about to say that he was alright, his expression changed and was shocked to find that he could not use the Great Ken Seal. What was going on? Zhao Fu felt a bit panicked. The Great Ken Seal was the core item of Great Ken, and it had great influence on Great Ken. Zhao Fu tried again and found that it was indeed impossible to use the Great Ken Seal as if it did not have any power at all. Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious as he asked the others, "Try to see if you can use your official seals or City Lord seals." The others obeyed and tried, and their expressions also fell as they reported, "Your Majesty, we're unable to use our official seals and City Lord seals." Others quickly ran over to Zhao Fu to report that countless City Lord seals and official seals had been rendered unusable. This caused Zhao Fu's heart to sink, and his expression became quite unsightly. Why did all of the seals' powers disappear? Zhao Fu immediately ordered people to go to other worlds to have a look. Hopefully it was not just the human world that was like this. Before the people he sent out had returned, Zhao Fu received a series of system announcements, as did countless other people in the Heaven Awakened world. System announcement. The Heaven Awakened world's new age has begun, and the laws have been changed. System announcement. All City Lord seals and official seals have been rendered ineffective and have become treasures. Please look at their descriptions. System announcement. The region creatures have been weakened, and the region power has been reduced. System announcement. The Heaven Domain Spirit Crystal has been unlocked. Each world will obtain a Heaven Domain Spirit Crystal. Please check its description. System announcement. Some armaments attributes have changed, including nation armaments, sect armaments, and clan armaments. All similar armaments are included. 1119 Heaven Awakened World's New Age System Announcement. The laws of the heavens and earth have been changed, and the method of cultivation has changed. System announcement. The amount of celestial chi has increased, increasing the chance of becoming a celestial. System announcement. Countless world source energy has been limited, which may affected people and kingdoms. Please look into this. System announcement. The power of the laws has received the power of the heavens and earth, and their binding power on all creatures has increased. Zhao Fu was quite shocked as he went through the various system announcements in his mind. He had never thought such a thing would happen. He did not know if this was a blessing or curse, to have run into the Heaven Awakened world's new age. Has something like this happened in the past before? Zhao Fu asked the Golden Dragon. It knew much more than Zhao Fu, so it most likely had some kind of experience with this. The Golden Dragon thought about it and replied, "I've read about it in some ancient texts before, but I've never experienced it myself. There is a great period of time between each one, and the laws of heaven and earth will indeed change, as will many other things. From how you see it, is this good, or bad, for Great Kin?" Zhao Fu asked. The Golden Dragon shook its head, saying, "I don't know yet because we don't know how greatly the laws of heaven and earth will change. There are too many unknowns right now." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt slightly disappointed. By now, the people he had sent out to the other worlds returned and reported that the situation was the same over there, All city lord seals and official seals had been rendered useless. Because of the system announcements that Zhao Fu had received, he was not too surprised. He cast his mind back to the system announcements and started to look through them in detail. The first one that caught Zhao Fu's attention was the one that stated that the city lord seals and official seals had lost their power and become treasures. The functions of the seals had not been reduced, and they had instead been increased. They could still control cities, there was not much difference in this regard. The biggest change was that they were unable to provide any power, people could no longer use them to control the city's power and obtain a massive amount of power. Whether they were city lord seals, official seals, or king seals, they could not gather power anymore, that was why they seemed to have become useless. Instead, they had all become treasures with even more functions. The first function was that they had become many times tougher than before and could be used as weapons or fused into weapons. In other words, one could turn their city lord seal into different shapes or fuse it into their weapon. If one fused their city lord seal into one sword, the sword would become a special equipment, a city lord sword. City lord swords were naturally quite powerful, and whoever obtained the city lord sword would be able to control the city as well. The second function was a defensive function. City lord seals could release a barrier that would automatically be unleashed when a city lord was met with danger. It would not use up the city lord's power, only the city's power, and the barrier was quite firm as well. The firmness could rival some special defensive items on the markets, and what was especially attractive was that the barrier did not use up one's own power. The third function was a support function that contained two abilities. The first ability was flight, which city lord seals already had, but it was now strengthened so that it allowed faster flight. The second ability was recovery, which could boost one's recovery in terms of both energy and healing. The fourth function was an appointing function. The appointing function was one that could give professions. Any type of seal could give others professions, and they were not ordinary professions but special professions. They were unique to each city and could contain the power of the city. The fifth function was relatively weaker, which was a might function. Anyone who had a city lord seal would be able to give off a might that would make others feel afraid. The sixth function was quite special, which was having a certain chance to spawn a city spirit. These were spirit creatures that were birthed by cities, and they were quite useful. Not only could they control the entire city, but they could also use a portion of the city's power. These were the 6 functions of the new city lord seals, and they were quite good. However, it was a pity that people could no longer use their city's power and obtain a massive amount of power. If Zhao Fu could choose, he would still choose the power, as it was more useful. The third system announcement was that region creatures had been weakened, which referred to the region boss monsters. They had become weaker, but no one knew by how much. However, it was most likely by a lot, given that city lord seals had lost the ability to gather power. Zhao Fu could not help but worry. The wyverns, corpse soul commanders, and 8 aquatic beast kings had all fused with city lord seals, and they most likely counted as region creatures. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and immediately sent people to check on them. After hearing back, Zhao Fu's expression became quite grim. The wyverns and corpse soul commanders had all lost around 40% of their power. This meant that they only had 60% of the power that they normally wielded, while the 8 aquatic beast kings lost half of their power. Zhao Fu could not help but feel enraged. At the same time, Zhao Fu discovered why the wyverns had lost 40% of their power while the aquatic beast kings had lost 50% of their power. It was because the aquatic beast kings were true region creatures, while the wyverns and corpse soul commanders had only obtained their region power from fusing with city lord seals and were not true region creatures. As such, they were not affected as much. The region power being reduced meant that the power that each region supplied had decreased as well. Whenever Zhao Fu cleared out a region, he would obtain region power, but now that was going to decrease as well. The fourth system announcement was about the spherical crystal, the heaven domain spirit crystal. Each world had one, and because Great Kin had unified the human world, it had appeared quite close to Great Kin. Zhao Fu looked through the information in detail and found out about the use of the heaven domain spirit crystals. They were, in fact, massive teleportation channels that could send one to another world. They could also be upgraded and travel across multiple worlds. If they were upgraded to the peak, Zhao Fu could even use it to travel to the heaven domain. With this item, things would be much more convenient in the future. Zhao Fu found the human world's heaven domain spirit crystal and found that he could not use it yet. This was because the human world was still within the heaven domain boundary. He also found that it was like a teleportation channel and could hide its teleportation point and reject incoming teleportation requests. 1120 new plans. The fifth system announcement was about the changes to armaments, which Zhao Fu was quite concerned about. However, after looking through the information, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. There was finally something good. All of the armaments had gone through changes, and the biggest change was that nation armaments could now gather the power of a kingdom. One first needed a kingdom to use kingdom power. Without a kingdom, this ability was useless. It could be said that all nation armaments had become much more powerful. Moreover, the amount of fate that they consumed was reduced as well. Nation armaments could now also speed up the recovery of fate for a kingdom. Because of this, Zhaofu would not have to worry too much about the consumption of fate when using armaments in the future. Moreover, if he used up a lot of fate, it would recover much faster. This was a great benefit. The sixth system announcement pertained to cultivation. Zhaofu had a look and found that cultivation in the lower stages had not changed much, only the higher stages were affected. Zhaofu did not have to worry about this just yet because he was still quite far away from reaching such levels. The seventh system announcement about the increase of celestial chi and increasing the chance of becoming a celestial was definitely quite attractive to the higher beings. However, to those with lower cultivation, it was a disaster. The eighth system announcement was about the source energy of worlds being limited, so some experts and kingdoms would not be able to use it to the same extent. This was good because the powerful experts and empires would not be as terrifying as before. The gap between those with lower cultivations and those with powerful cultivations had been reduced, and it was not as great as before. The ninth system announcement was about how the power of the laws had become stronger, meaning that it would be more difficult to destroy the heavens and earth. Before, a fireball from Zhaofu could blast open a 3-meter-wide crater, but now it would only blast open a 2-meter-wide crater. The power was still the same, but its destructiveness had been reduced. This was the effect of the laws of heaven and earth becoming stronger. The various changes reduced the strength of the three worlds, and the disadvantages were much greater than the advantages. The effects on Great Kin were quite great, and the biggest issue was the seals. Now, the city lord seals and official seals could no longer gather power. Even though they had become treasures with various functions, that could not make up for the loss of power. Now, everything depended on cultivation. Before, Great Kin had wanted to attack the world above theirs, but now it was simply a joke. If both sides could use the power of their cities, the difference in strength would not be too great. However, now that cultivation was the focus, the gap between them was simply too great. This was a matter of foundation, and if others had developed for dozens of years while you had only developed for a few years, how could you compare? To Great Kin, this was extremely disadvantageous. If the other side attacked, it would be a disaster for Great Kin. Because most of Great Kin's soldiers were at least at stage 1, the difference in terms of soldiers was not too great. However, the difference in cultivations for city lords was quite great. Most of Great Kin's city lords' cultivations were weaker than those outside, and the only advantage that they had was their talisman equipment. If they fought, Great Kin would be at a great disadvantage. Thinking about that, Zhaofu felt a slight headache. This was because the heaven domain boundary was about to disappear, and Great Kin was about to face a crisis. However, now that city lords were not as powerful, soldiers did not have to fear them as much. They could use many soldiers to deal with city lords, as they were not as terrifying. Before, a city lord could easily wipe out 100,000 stage 1 soldiers single-handedly, but now 100,000 soldiers would be able to turn the tables against a city lord and no longer had to fear them as much. The countless changes destroyed all of Great Kin's plans, and Zhaofu immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this new situation. It was not just Great Kin, everyone else did the same. This new age had a great impact on every faction, so they had to quickly adjust, or they would be left behind in the new age. Your Majesty. This minister believes that with Great Kin's current strength, we should focus on defense and not carry out any attacks. Great Kin's greatest threat is the world above. Now, there are still 2 months, so we should make preparations to defend against that world. It will be quite hard to defend. I'm sure everyone remembers the Devil Horn Empire. Just because it was a dukedom kingdom, it was suppressed by the surrounding 4 worlds. They had a strong foundation so they could defend without any problems. However, Great Kin has only been developing for 6 years and does not have enough of a foundation. Once the heaven domain boundary disappears, the surrounding world's gazes will be drawn over to us. If they attack, it will be difficult to defend. That's right. Their cultivations are generally higher than Great Kin's, and defending against the grassy world will be difficult enough. How can we defend against a few worlds? Your Majesty, this minister believes that we should develop the Evil world. With their savage and strange powers, even if they do not have stage 1 strength, they'll be able to easily slaughter those at stage 1 or above. Absolutely not, Your Majesty. That devil world will make the heavens grieve and is simply too bloody and cruel. Please consider wisely, Your Majesty. Humphrey. Such adherence to old ideas. Now that Great Kin is facing such danger, we should be considering all the ways we have to defend against the other worlds. We should be using all methods available to us. Is His Majesty willing to send in millions of residents who trust, love, and are loyal to him in there? If His Majesty does this, popular sentiment will take a great blow. But what other methods do we have for helping Great Kin defend against the invasions of other worlds? I wonder if we're able to construct similar doors to what the Western continent used. Great Kin has many people from the Western continent, and if we can summon a large number of creatures using the doors, they can reduce some of the pressure for Great Kin. Apologies, only Suyan and Akhenaton control information for that, no one else knows how to create those doors. Your Majesty, this ministers believes we should put everything on hold and use the remaining 2 months to take over another world. If we have the strength of 2 worlds, it will be easier to defend against the previous world. What a joke. Do you think it's that easy to unify a world? Back when we launched that unification battle, it took at least 2 months. We only have 2 months left, and before we can take over another world, we'll be invaded. How about we increase our diplomatic activities and express our goodwill towards the others? That way, they will not attack Great Kin and Great Kin can continue to develop. That's not feasible and will instead expose Great Kin early on. Moreover, with such a big piece of meat sitting there, many people will feel tempted. It's a pity that the blood god pills of each stage can only be consumed once. Great Kin has so many blood god pills that can greatly increase soldiers' cultivations. This would decrease the gap and make us not as passive. What should we do now? Everyone, please give some practical solutions. His Majesty is waiting for us to propose some concrete plans. 1121 Devil Xiaofu felt a headache coming on as he looked at the ministers arguing amongst themselves. He was also considering what to do. They had 2 months left, and they had to defend against the incoming forces. Great Kin could not fall here. Masan Ori Hano looked at the scene around her and said with slight hesitation, Your Majesty, in actuality, developing the Devil World doesn't require Great Kin to send its residents into it. Recently, the 100 Devils have created a Devil Soul technique. This Devil Soul technique can be fused into the Devil World. Anyone who is sent into the Devil World will be affected, and their memories will gradually disappear. By the time they turn into devils, they will have lost all of their memories and will become new creatures. As long as you have something to control them with, they will obey Great Kin. No matter how great their hatred towards Great Kin was, after becoming devils, they will have new lives and will no longer feel enmity towards Great Kin. This resolved something that Xiaofu had been worrying about this whole time, which was that the devils he nurtured could turn against him. At first, Masan Ori Hano had been quite hesitant to tell Xiaofu about this as it would harm countless living creatures. However, now that Great Kin was facing such immense pressure, she had no other choice and had to help think of ways to resist the incoming invasion. Really? Xiaofu looked at Masan Ori Hano in pleasant surprise. Xiaofu knew how powerful the devils were, but because of this problem, he had been hesitant to nurture them. If they could get rid of this problem, there would be nothing to worry about. Moreover, devils developed much faster than ordinary cultivators, and they could quickly provide Great Kin with a large fighting force. Masan Ori Hano nodded and confirmed what she had said. Xiaofu grinned and took Masan Ori Hano, leaving for the Devil City. He decided to start developing the Devil World, and he ordered the ministers to continue discussing Great Kin's future plans. After arriving at the Devil City, Tamamo no Mae leapt into Xiaofu's embrace and wrapped her arms around his waist. Her enchanting figure twisted about as she said flirtatiously, Your Majesty, you finally came again. It's been such a long time since we last met. I've been hearing about all sorts of lewd things that Your Majesty has been doing, and I want to do it with Your Majesty too. Hearing Tamamo no Mae's shameless words, Masan Ori Hano's face became slightly red. Xiaofu hugged Tamamo no Mae's seductive body and smiled as he said, Maybe in the future. We have decided to build the Devil World, and we will make you 100 devils all Devil Lords. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. Tamamo no Mae said, feeling quite surprised. This was something they had been waiting for this entire time. If the Devil World was built, their statuses would skyrocket, and they would not have to stay in such a small place. Xiaofu lightly nodded, while Tamamo no Mae panted and said, Your Majesty, can I use my body to thank you then? Following this, Tamamo no Mae undid her kimono, revealing her snow-white figure. She flirtatiously smiled as she stretched out her hand towards a certain part of Xiaofu's body. Masan Ori Hano could not stand this anymore, and her face was bright red as she cried out, Tamamo. Stop, don't do this. Because he had matters at hand, Xiaofu also stopped Tamamo no Mae. Tamamo no Mae felt quite disappointed but grabbed Xiaofu's hand and pressed it against her large chest, pleading, Then at least give me a small reward first, Your Majesty. Don't forget after you're done with all this. Xiaofu felt quite helpless, and after much moaning from Tamamo no Mae, she grinned and gave off an intoxicating aura as she hugged Xiaofu, and Masan Ori Hano walked beside them with a red face. Following this, Xiaofu gathered the 100 devils. In actuality, there were not just 100 of them but 362. Each of them had their own stories and abilities, and they were quite powerful. These devils were mainly split into two factions, one followed the Greater Tengu, Shunji, and Tamamo no Mei, while the other followed Momojigari. Out of all of the devils, the strongest was most likely Momojigari. She could fight with the three other devil leaders single-handedly and was shockingly powerful. Zhao Fu gathered them and let them know of Great Qin's plan to build the devil world and give them 100 regions. Seeing that Zhao Fu valued them so much, they profusely thanked him. Zhao Fu's line of thinking was that since he was going to build the devil world, he would nurture it greatly. Zhao Fu was quite interested in a devil army because their abilities were quite strange and would be of great help to Great Qin. Following this, Zhao Fu asked them how to build the devil world. Of course, things were not as simple as Zhao Fu had thought. The devil world was not something that could be built at one swim and required a massive number of items. No wonder they had not built the devil world back when Great Qin had conquered Japan, they simply did not have the ability to build it. First, they needed materials for a great devil formation, which turned heaven and earth essence chi into devil chi. They also needed various items for all sorts of barriers. The devil world was naturally a world, and they could not make this entire world into the devil world. However, they could use barriers to close it off and make it similar to a world. Devil chi had strong mutation effects, and the barrier could make it so that it did not leak out and harm others. At the same time, it would prevent others from entering the devil world and prevent devils from escaping. They also needed countless devil chi stones. These devil chi stones provided devil chi and could cause the devil chi in the devil world to become denser and increase the speed at which people became devils. There were also many other things that cannot all be listed. Zhao Fu ordered people to immediately prepare those items and chose a place to set up the devil world. It was an island in the eastern archipelagos that had about 100 or so regions. Because the devil world was too dangerous, in order to avoid any heavy losses if things went out of control, Zhao Fu chose a fairly remote place. The devils started to make preparations. They were going to use their blood and devil power to create 100 devil bloodstone, which would become the core item of the devil world. It took the devils a bit more than 3 days to condense the 100 devil bloodstone. Their faces were all quite pale afterwards, and their bodies became quite weak, looking quite drained. To them, creating this 100 devil bloodstone was not easy at all. Following this, they gave the 100 devil bloodstone to Zhao Fu. It was similar to jade and was rectangular. It was 1 finger length long and had a bloody smell, and it contained a massive amount of a strange power. Zhao Fu now had to refine the 100 devil bloodstone, only then would the devils obey his commands. Of course, for the first 300 devils, he had given them each a drop of his blood. With his sovereign bloodline, the power that his blood contained was enormous and was of great help to devils, even causing their bloodlines to slightly change. At the same time, Zhao Fu set down restrictions within their bodies. Only then could he use them and the devil world with peace of mind. 1122 Black Bull Demon. Now that everything had been prepared, it was time to create the devil world. Zhao Fu went to the center of the island, and the great devil formation had already been prepared. Zhao Fu stood at the center and placed the 100 devil bloodstone into the magic formation, bringing it to life immediately. It gave off boundless blood red light and gave off a strange, sharp, pained, and twisted sound, making people's hairs stand on end. Sensing this power, Zhao Fu could sense that the devil world was most likely quite an evil and twisted place. However, no matter what, Great Qin needed this power. Seeing that the great devil formation was activated, the surrounding devils all smiled and squatted down, pressing their palms against the magic formation. A massive amount of devil chi flowed into it, causing a massive aura to spread out, and the great devil formation started to operate. The many devils continued to send devil chi into the formation, causing the formation's aura to become stronger and stronger. The devil chi stones in the surroundings all disintegrated, and their devil chi was also absorbed. The ground suddenly started to tremble, and the weather started to change as clouds swirled. The light dimmed and the dangerous aura swept out like a flood. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the great devil formation gave off a piercing blood-red light and started to spin. A pillar of light containing immense power shot into the sky and smashed into it, causing the sky to tremble. The blood-red pillar of light gave off a large amount of blood-red light, gradually dyeing the sky blood-red. A bloody, evil, crazed, and twisted aura spread out throughout the sky, causing those who saw it to feel fear. Standing within the center of the blood-red pillar of light, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards the sky and started the final step of the process. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the 100 devil bloodstone at the center of the formation gave off a wave of terrifying devil power and sent out a massive shockwave, making it difficult for the surrounding devils to even stand. The 100 devil bloodstone turned into a ray of blood-red light as it traveled within the blood-red pillar of light and shot into the sky. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded out as 2 terrifying waves of might, bringing with them unstoppable power, descended, causing the surrounding devils to feel their bodies sink. A sun giving off intense, blood-red light appeared in the sky, and a moon giving off blood-red light had also appeared. Within the devil world, the blood moon and blood sun existed together. There was no night and no day, no yin and no yang, only chaos. The appearance of the blood sun and blood moon signified the formation of the devil world. The blood sun and blood moon could be seen from a distance, and a blood-red color and an evil and twisted aura flooded over. At that moment, Zhao Fu activated all of the barrier items, causing them to turn into rays of light and fly into the sky. They gathered into position and formed a powerful barrier that covered all of the blood-red light. Zhao Fu thought that things were over, but at that moment, the blood sun and blood moon gave of intense blood-red light and two hazy figures flew out. One was human-shaped but looked somewhat like a crow. It had 2 hands and 2 claws instead of feet. It also had a pair of wings with blood-red feathers. The other looked like a rabbit and had blood-red fur. It had 4 eyes, as well as a blood-red crescent moon mark on its forehead. Both figures gave off terrifying auras as they flew down from the sky and entered Zhao Fu's body before he could even react. Zhao Fu immediately checked his body and found that there was nothing too strange. However, he now had 2 marks on his chest, one looked like a crow and one looked like a rabbit, and they seemed to connect to each other. Following this, the silver dragon seal that Zhao Fu had obtained from the 10,000 dragon stage also fused with the 2 marks and formed a new mark. This mark was blood red and the shape of a crow and rabbit on one side, while the other side was silver and in the shape of a dragon, looking quite beautiful. After the marks fused, they once again disappeared into Zhao Fu's body, and the surrounding ripples calmed down. However, the sky was still blood-red colored as was their surroundings. The blood sun and blood moon were still in the sky and had not disappeared. Zhao Fu turned and asked the devils around him, what were those 2 figures? Even though he did not feel like there were any changes, it was still better to have a better understanding of them in order to prevent any mishaps in the future. Mama Jagari lightly smiled as she replied, Your Majesty, they are the 2 most powerful devils out of all of the US. One of them is the Yataga Arasu, the crow of the sun, and the other is the Jiaku-Ut, the rabbit of the moon. In actuality, summoning the blood sun and blood moon were summoning them. Them appearing and entering Your Majesty's body is a sign of them acknowledging Your Majesty. Now, Your Majesty can also use devil power, and it will increase Your Majesty's power. It will not bring any harm to Your Majesty. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite relieved and did not pay it much mind. Now that the devil world had been formed, the next thing to do was to check its effects. Zhao Fu had been looking forward to this and ordered people to bring in some wild beasts, rebels, and traitors. After entering the devil world, these people and beasts did not react much, only looking around in fear. However, what they did not notice was that there were traces of blood-red chi entering their bodies. The first to react was a black bull. Its gentle gaze was now replaced with a look of savageness and violence. It gave a loud roar and started to attack the other wild beasts. It first attacked a panther, and as a carnivore, the panther used its fangs and claws to fight back against the black bull. However, the black bull allowed it to attack as much as it wanted, and in the end, the black bull was able to kill the panther. It was covered with wounds as it started to devour the panther's corpse. This made the people watching feel quite surprised. After all, bulls were herbivores, yet now it was devouring a panther. As the black bull devoured the panther, more and more blood-red chi entered the panther's body and was absorbed by the black bull. The aura that the black bull gave off became more and more powerful. After devouring the panther, the black bull lay on the ground as if it was recovering from its wounds. The black bull's wounds quickly recovered as if there was a power helping it recover. Half a day later, the black bull once again stood up and attacked a sika deer. Now, the black bull was much stronger in terms of both speed and power, and it killed the sika deer in just a few charges before eating its corpse. Oh no, the third day, the black bull killed 2 people and devoured their corpses. One person's head was directly crushed by the bull's teeth, causing blood and brains to splatter everywhere, creating a terrifying and evil scene. The black bull happily ate, and after devouring the 2 people's corpses, it suddenly gave a massive roar as a powerful aura exploded out from it. It suddenly stood up and its body gradually took human form. It was 3 meters tall, and its front hooves became sharp claws. Even though the look in its eyes was still quite violent and twisted, there was now a trace of intelligence within them. A black bull devil had appeared. 1,123 devil lord devils developed shockingly quickly and had decent intelligence as well. Moreover, this black bull devil's power was extremely shocking. Originally, the black bull had strength comparable to a human with Tier 0 Level 2 or Tier 0 Level 3 cultivation. Now, its strength was comparable to a human with Tier 0 Level 5 or Tier 0 Level 6 cultivation. In other words, it had risen 3 steps in just 3 days. Zhao Fu realized how great the devil world's potential was. Apart from the blood god pills, Zhao Fu had never seen any method of increasing cultivation so quickly. If he gave this Black Bull Devil a blood god pill, at the very least its strength would be comparable to Tier 0 Level 9 or even Stage 1. Thinking about that, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and because he was the master of the devil world, he did not have to worry about being corroded by the blood-red chi. In actuality, just with his sovereign bloodline alone, Zhao Fu was able to neutralize the blood-red chi. The 300 or so devils around him felt quite comfortable here as they themselves were devils. It did not have much of an effect on them, as the aura and atmosphere here quite suited them. Zhao Fu descended and appeared above the Black Bull Devil. The Black Bull Devil discovered Zhao Fu and savagely looked at him, roaring as dense devil chi flooded out of it. It was about to attack Zhao Fu. Bang! At that moment, a blood-red rune floated out of the Black Bull Devil's head, and a powerful force caused its knees to vigorously kneel down on the ground, causing the ground around it to cave in. At that moment, the Black Bull Devil half knelt, half lay on the ground, a look of terror on its face, while Zhao Fu gazed at it expressionlessly. Zhao Fu did not do anything, it was just the restrictions within the Black Bull Devil activating. All of the devils within the devil world were under Zhao Fu's control. None of them could resist, only this way could Zhao Fu use them with ease of mind. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at a human. At the start, he had kept his rationality, he knew that he was not as strong as the beasts, so he had made some simple weapons and killed a few beasts. However, after a few days, he had lost control and started to kill others. Finally, in the end, he became like a beast and hunched over a corpse as he madly ate. Zhao Fu watched as he excitedly ripped open someone's chest and took out his fresh heart and ate it in big mouthfuls. It was an extremely bloody and gory scene. This person could no longer be called a human. After eating the heart, that person still was not satisfied and tore open a sheep and started devouring it too. Boom! A massive amount of devil chi spread out as he started to be transformed into a devil. He lay on the ground, roaring as his skin gradually became black. His hands became sharp claws, and his face twisted as fangs grew in his mouth. This person had become a man-eating devil and had Tier 0 Level 6 strength, a bit weaker than the Black Bull Devil. After all, the Black Bull Devil had its massive body and strength. Zhao Fu walked towards the man-eating devil, which tried to attack him as well. However, a blood-red rune appeared on its head and caused it to kneel and lie down on the ground. The terrifying power within its body caused its eyes to become filled with terror, and it understood just how monstrous this person in front of it was. I was wrong, Devil Lord. Zhao Fu did not expect that this man-eating devil still retained his ability to think and speak. However, that was all. It seemed to have become a different person and all of its memories had vanished. It was now closer to a beast that was capable of some human thought and speech. In actuality, this person still had some impressions of Zhao Fu, because when Zhao Fu had thrown them in, he had been cursing Zhao Fu to die a horrible death and that he wanted to eat Zhao Fu's flesh. This person was one of the people who did not surrender as Great Kin cleared regions. Because Great Kin's people had killed his relatives, he hated Zhao Fu greatly. However, now, he was like an obedient dog that knelt and lay before Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu smiled. It seemed that this devil soul technique was quite useful. Following this, Zhao Fu took a look at a few other devils and found the situation quite similar. Now that Zhao Fu knew how useful the devil world was, he decided to greatly develop it and send a large number of people and beasts in. In actuality, all living things had spirits and could become devils, although it was easier for animals than for plants to become devils. Among animals, it was the easiest for humans to become devils, as they already had some spirituality. Even if the people here did not become devils, they would become stimulants for other beasts to become devils. After all, the flesh of people could make it easier for other creatures to become devils, which was why devils liked to eat people. People did not refer to just humans but all sentient races, and it was easier for them to become devils too. In the future, when Great Kin cleared out regions, they would no longer have to kill those who did not surrender. Such people, along with rebellious criminals in Great Kin, would all be thrown in here to provide more fighting forces for Great Kin. The devils that were nurtured were far stronger than soldiers of the same level. For example, even though the Black Bull Devil was only at Tier 0 Level 6, it could fight 2 or 3 Tier 0 Level 6 soldiers by itself. If Zhao Fu gave them blood god pills, they could be immediately sent to the battlefield, where they could devour even more flesh. Thinking about the massive benefits brought by the devil world, Zhao Fu could not help but grin. After returning to the Great Kin Palace, Zhao Fu brought the devils with him. It was the first time they had entered the Great Kin Palace, and they felt quite startled at how grand and luxurious it was. They could not feel quite excited because this was the first time they had come to the center of the Great Kin's power. Zhao Fu personally wrote imperial edicts, involving the devils as devil lords, who would control everything in the devil world. The devils knelt on the ground and thanked Zhao Fu, and golden lights covered their bodies. They had received Great Kin's kingdom power and corresponding authority, making them all feel quite happy. However, there were many ministers who had worried expressions, seeing these savage devils in the imperial court. After making the infoffments, Zhao Fu gave an order to calculate how many people and beasts could be sent into the devil world. They found that they could send in around 40 million people, and because they were still clearing out regions, there were more people who could be sent in every day. They could send in around 50 million beasts, and this was around 100 million in total. Zhao Fu wondered how many devils would be produced from this number. Zhao Fu decided to take them out of the devil world when they became devils and not let them continue to fight and kill among themselves. Even though more powerful devils would be produced by doing that, he did not want them to kill each other once they had become devils. Now that Great Ken had unified the world, they would be facing wars with other worlds in the future, so they could not lack numbers. 1124 9 Nether Royal Seal. Zhao Fu did not expect all 100 million creatures to become devils, just 30 million would be enough to make him feel satisfied. If he fed these 30 million devils blood god pills, they would be able to withstand around 100 million stage 1 soldiers. Great Ken would continue to nurture these devils and create a devil army, which would become one of Great Ken's main forces. By the time Zhao Fu returned, the various ministers had finished discussing a set of defensive systems and were currently setting them up. Zhao Fu asked them about the details, after which he allowed them to go about it with peace of mind. Right now, Zhao Fu was thinking of ways to increase Great Ken's strength. Only with enough strength could Zhao Fu feel at ease. Zhao Fu's second focus was the ghost soldiers. They were converted within the valley that had fused with many magic formations and items, forming a special land that could connect to the underworld and absorb yin chi from the underworld. Great Ken's ghost soldiers had been through many battles and many of them had fallen, but their numbers had been replenished and remained at around 30 million. What Zhao Fu valued was the fact that they could turn the corpses of deceased soldiers into ghost soldiers. Zhao Fu had preserved all of the corpses of Great Ken's soldiers who had died during the unification battle. If he could make them all ghost soldiers, it would be a great boost to Great Ken's forces, and would provide Great Ken with a bit more safety. Zhao Fu could convert them into ghost soldiers at any time, but the key thing was that he lacked things to control them with. The current ghost soldiers were all controlled through the Ghost King seal and other ghost seals. Without them, the ghost soldiers would immediately go out of control. Zhao Fu wanted to see if there was anything that could substitute for the Ghost King seal, and Zhao Fu could not help but think of the royal seals from the nations that Great Ken had destroyed. The Ghost King seal had king's power, which was why it had such a powerful commanding effect. Ordinary royal seals also had king's power and just had different attributes. Ghost King seals had an underworld attribute that allowed them to command ghost soldiers, while ordinary royal seals could not. If Zhao Fu could turn these royal seals into Ghost King seals, he would be able to use them to control ghost soldiers. As such, Zhao Fu asked the Golden Dragon and found that this was actually possible. However, the price would be quite high, only Barony Royal City's royal seals could be used. First, they had to break the connection between the royal seal and royal city. In other words, they would have to destroy a Barony Royal City and have it become a capital city again. Leveling up a capital city into a royal city required an ocean of experience, so the cost was quite great. Moreover, there would also be a great impact on the legacy. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to destroy some Barony Royal cities and turn their royal seals into Ghost King seals. After all, things were not like before when royal seals could gather the power of the royal city and the nation, allowing one to single-handedly fight dozens, if not 100 ordinary city lords. The city lord seals, official seals, and royal seals had all become treasures that could no longer gather power. As such, Zhao Fu did not feel that it was a pity to destroy them and obtain more useful power. As for the legacies, Zhao Fu did not care much for their legacies. Great Ken had 7 royal seals in total, 5 were from the outside world while 1 was from Rami's kingdom and the other was from Tina Pendragon's kingdom. Zhao Fu thought about it. Tina Pendragon was only weaker than him and the royal seal was quite important to her, so he decided to preserve hers. The remaining 6 would be enough. A while later, Zhao Fu destroyed the 6 royal cities and made them capital cities again, and he took the 6 royal seals to the valley. Just like before, this place was filled with yin chi and was quite gloomy. There seemed to be ghosts floating about, creating a terrifying scene. Ordinary people would not dare to get close at all. Zhao Fu came to the center of this place, which connected to the underworld and was quite suitable for cultivating ghost soldiers. Zhao Fu placed the 6 royal cities at the center of the formation and activated it, causing a massive amount of power to spread out. Boom! A massive wave of yin chi exploded out like a volcano erupting, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. That freezing yin chi flooded out, causing people's hairs to stand on end as they uncontrollably trembled. Under Zhao Fu's control, the yin chi formed an orb that encapsulated the 6 royal seals. The formation continuously drew yin chi from the underworld, causing the orb to become larger and larger. Finally, the orb expanded out to 1,000 meters wide and gave off an immense aura as it hung in the sky. The 6 royal seals within it quickly absorbed the yin qi and gradually transformed. Their various powers became a ghostly power, and their auras became gloomy and eerie. The 1,000-meter wide orb of yin qi was continuously absorbed by the 6 royal seals and continuously shrank. Boom. At that moment, Zhaofu fully activated the formation with all his power, causing the region to shake. An even stronger attractive force exploded out, causing a gloomy and ancient hellish intent to rush out from underground and enter the 6 royal seals. Boom. 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 6 massive explosions sounded out as the 6 royal seals instantly absorbed the yin qi around them and gave off boundless grey light. A terrifying king's aura exploded out. The royal seals had successfully been converted. Zhaofu deactivated the formation and grabbed the 6 royal seals. They had all gone through big changes. First, they had all become grey-colored and the dragons engraved on them were now ghost dragons. There were also 3 words engraved on them: Underworld Royal Seal. They felt extremely cold and contained immense power. Underworld Royal Seal, a royal seal that has absorbed a large amount of the underworld's yin qi and hellish intent. It is a high-quality royal seal that has many effects, and can command 10 million ghost soldiers. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhaofu's face. A single underworld royal seal could command 10 million ghost soldiers, so 6 of them would allow him to control 60 million ghost soldiers. Great Ken could add another 60 million ghost soldiers, and with their current 30 million, they would have 90 million ghost soldiers, which would be a big help to Great Ken. In the future, if they obtain more royal seals, they could turn them into underworld royal seals and revive more of Great Ken's soldiers, allowing them to continue to help Great Ken conquer worlds. If they could obtain 100 royal seals, Great Ken would be able to control 1 billion ghost soldiers. Anyone would be excited at such a thought. After all, these were all converted from soldiers who had perished, which would greatly cut down on Great Ken's losses. In the future, Zhaofu would not have to worry as much about soldiers dying. 1125 Illusion Flower Devil. Moreover, these ghost soldiers counter the death race and other ghost creatures to some extent, which would be of use in future battles. Zhaofu already predicted that the ghost soldiers would be one of Great Ken's main forces in the future. However, they had to conquer more kingdoms and obtain more royal seals. It was a pity that the Great Ken seal could not gather power anymore. If Zhaofu did not use his other powers and just relied on his stage 8 cultivation, he would definitely die if he tried to assassinate the kings of other kingdoms. After all, they had much higher cultivation and had countless soldiers and experts guarding them. After losing the Great Ken seal's power, it would be much more difficult for Zhaofu to deal with them. Before, Zhaofu had been using the power of the Great Ken seal, which was the royal seal of a level 11 Marquisate kingdom, to deal with them. Now, he had no hope at all and could only focus on becoming more powerful himself instead of relying on external forces. These 6 underworld royal seals also had many other uses, but Zhaofu was not sure what they were yet. Zhaofu did not have the power to go to the underworld, and even if he did, he would not have any other purpose in going, so he decided to put this matter aside for now. Moreover, Zhaofu was unable to use these 6 underworld royal seals as a Ghost King seal had already turned into a fate dragon and fused into his body. A person could only have one of these seals, so Zhaofu had to appoint 6 underworld lords to have them control the ghost soldiers. The process was the same as infaffing the devil lords. Zhaofu would never infaff another king, as he could not accept another king. As such, the highest rank in Great Ken below him was lord. Zhaofu had infaffed devils and ghost generals into lords so that they would have greater potential and become one of Great Ken's main forces in the future. There was still 2 more months, and Zhaofu wondered if he would be able to obtain more royal seals. If he could increase the number of ghost soldiers, that would be for the best, as Great Ken would become a bit more powerful and have more confidence. That way, Great Ken would have more safety. The development of devils and ghost soldiers was now in the preliminary stages. In 2 months, the heaven domain boundary would disappear, so Great Ken still needed more powerful methods. Zhaofu mulled this over, wondering how else he could develop Great Ken and what other powers he could use. The Golden Dragon suddenly said, "How about you destroy all of Great Ken's city lord seals and fuse them into various beasts? Even though the power of region creatures have been reduced, they can still be of great help to Great Ken." After hearing the suggestion to destroy all of the city lord seals, Zhaofu instinctively wanted to refuse. Even though city lord seals were not as powerful anymore, they were still quite useful. Moreover, city lord seals were the core items of cities, and destroying them would have a massive impact on cities. Even though the Golden Dragon's suggestion was quite attractive, if they destroyed all of the city lord seals, the kingdom and its fate would become much weaker. They definitely could not destroy all of the City Lord seals, but could they find a way around this? As expected, the Golden Dragon had a solution and did not disappoint Zhao Fu. Its suggestion was to use official seals to replace City Lord seals. The number of official seals was determined by the strength of a kingdom, and one could also determine the number oneself. Now that official seals could not provide much power anymore, they could create more and have them replace the City Lord seals. After fusing official seals into cities, those cities would become true governmental cities. The official seals would have the same effects as City Lord seals, and the previous City Lord seal could be destroyed without affecting the city. However, there was a very big flaw to this, which was that these cities would be forever bound to Great Kin. If anything happened to Great Kin or it was destroyed, these cities would immediately become towns again. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu still decided to use official seals to replace City Lord seals. After all, if Great Kin was destroyed, Zhao Fu would not care if those cities still remained. In fact, if Great Kin was destroyed, he would be happy to see those cities become towns. However, this would also have a big effect on the legacies of certain cities. Of course, they could not destroy the Great Kin seal, or else it would affect the entire kingdom. Some capital cities were also off limits, as they were pillars of Great Kin. Zhao Fu decided to destroy the City Lord seals of some ordinary cities. This would not have too much of an effect. It was a pity that official seals could not be fused into beasts. If that was possible, Zhao Fu would be overjoyed to death. After all, a kingdom could form as many official seals as it wanted, but the cost was that the power that they contained would become weaker. Once Great Kin became a dukedom kingdom, the official seals that it created would be more than 10 times more powerful, and if they could be fused into beasts, Great Kin would be able to create a beast army that could sweep across everything. It would simply be unstoppable, as each beast would have half the strength of a region boss monster. If such an army was possible, it would be horrifying. If Great Kin could produce such a beast army, there would be nothing to worry about in the outside world, and it would not be facing such pressure. It was a pity that the official seals could not be fused into beasts, so Zhao Fu could only give up on this. After making his decision, Zhao Fu gathered his subordinates and prepared to destroy the City Lord seals. This was an extremely important matter, and they could not afford to take it lightly. Following this, Zhao Fu had people count up the number of wyverns and corpse soul commanders. Zhao Fu had seen their power after fusing with City Lord seals, so they were his first choices. After them were the spiders and giant wolves. As for the Black Forest horses and giant deer, Zhao Fu did not want to bother with them, as they were more suited to being mounts than battle beasts. There were also the illusion flower devils, which could produce pollen that made people see illusions. Stage 1 illusion flower devils could easily cause a Stage 1 soldier to become bewildered, and the same was true for Stage 2 illusion flower devils and Stage 2 soldiers and so on. They had massive potential, and there was no limit to their numbers. Zhao Fu could nurture as many as he wanted. They were able to essentially replace the 100 ghost illusionists, as the limit for the 100 ghost illusionists was only 300 people. Because of Zhao Fu sealing the 6 paths demon images, it had actually been reduced to 299, which was simply not enough. Now, the battles that Great Kin fought were incredibly big, and the 100 ghost illusionists were no longer able to produce much of an effect on such a big battlefield. Moreover, the loss of the ability to gather power with City Lord seals was another big blow to the 100 ghost illusionists. As such, Zhao Fu could only give up on them and use them in smaller battles, having the illusion flower devils replace them. Zhao Fu developed the illusion flower devils in the flower region, which made them grow much faster. The world flower growing there was also very beneficial to them. Moreover, Zhao Fu had started developing the illusion flower devils from the last festival, and back then Great Kin had not even established a kingdom yet. After such a long time, there were likely many of them. 1,126 beast army in total. Great Kin had 8,930 wyverns and 7,330 of them were able to fight. Great Kin also had 560,000 corpse soul soldiers and 8,540 corpse soul commanders. There were 30,000 illusion flower devils, 1.2 million spiders, and 4 million giant wolves. The giant wolves had the greatest numbers as they were nurtured as mounts for the orcs. The demon god spiders had not been nurtured for a long time, but their reproduction rate was startling and grew incredibly quickly, so their numbers were the second greatest. The fact that there were 30,000 illusion flower devils was a pleasant surprise. As for the wyverns and corpse soul commanders, Zhao Fu felt slightly disappointed, because there were not even 10,000 of either of them. However, they were the strongest out of the beasts, so it was understandable that they did not have great numbers. Zhao Fu was also quite pleased at the number of corpse soul soldiers. Even though they could not compare to corpse soul commanders, they still had stage 4 strength and there were 560,000 of them. That number was enough for them to be a significant force on the battlefield. Great Ken currently had 110,000 cities, and that did not include the ones from the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world. The Night Dynasty and Great Ken were currently closely tied, but their relationship had not been revealed. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to devour the Night Dynasty because it still had its value in being independent. The 110,000 cities could provide 110,000 city lord seals, which meant that Great Ken could produce 110,000 powerful beasts. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu could not help but feel excited. Even though region creatures had become much weaker, they were still quite powerful. Only city lords could contend against a true region boss monster, and ordinary stage 1 soldiers would simply be seeking death if they tried to fight. A single beast with a city lord seal fused into it could fight against 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers, 10 could fight against 600,000 or 700,000, and 100 could fight against 6 million or 7 million soldiers. If Zhao Fu could nurture 110,000 of them, they would be able to fight against 600 million to 700 million stage 1 soldiers. This was, without a doubt, one of Great Ken's greatest trump cards, and that was as a sum of the individuals. If they all charged together, the aura would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth and would be completely unstoppable. Their power would greatly surpass what 600 million or 700 million soldiers could produce. Now, Zhao Fu felt actual confidence and was able to relax a bit, causing him to laugh. Great Ken could now fight with those from the outside world. Zhao Fu stood on the heaven prayer platform, wrote an imperial edict, took out the Great Ken seal, and stamped it before saying, "Today, we hereby repeal city lord seals and replace them with official seals." Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as a black pillar of light shot into the sky, causing Great Ken's fate to start to roil. Zhao Fu raised the imperial edict in his hand, which turned into motes of black light and disappeared. Boom. 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 Explosions sounded out as pillars of light shot into the sky. The massive waves of aura threw the heavens and earth into chaos, causing clouds to swirl and a powerful aura to cover the entire human world. Countless cities exploded out with pillars of light, making it seem as if the heavens and earth were connected. Illusory images of imperial edicts gradually descended from the sky and fused into cities, causing the cities to be covered with a layer of black light. The images of the imperial edicts appeared in the city halls, which turned into black seals, and the city lord seals gradually lost their luster. Now, Zhao Fu had successfully replaced the city lord seals with official seals. The next thing to do was to fuse the city lord seals with the beasts. There were 15,000 wyverns and corpse soul commanders. Zhao Fu had already fused city lord seals into 8,000 of them, which meant that they still needed 7,000 city lord seals. This meant that Zhao Fu still had over 100,000 city lord seals to use. The 30,000 delusion flower devils had powerful support abilities and had decent battle strength as well. If he fused city lord seals into all of them, he would still have 70,000. The demon god spiders all had around stage 2 strength, and the elites had stage 3 strength. The chief class spiders had stage 4 strength. Out of the 1.2 million spiders, picking out 20,000 chief class spiders was not very difficult. Now, Zhao Fu still had 50,000 city lord seals. The giant wolves were relatively weaker. Ordinary giant wolves only had stage 1 strength, while chief class giant wolves had stage 3 strength. Now, Zhao Fu had two choices, which were to nurture giant wolves, which had stage 3 strength at most, or to nurture the ordinary corpse soul soldiers. After all, the ordinary corpse soul soldiers had stage 4 strength, so they would be more powerful than the giant wolves. Moreover, there were 560,000 corpse soul soldiers, which was much more than the number of city lord seals. Zhao Fu would be able to easily use up the remainder of the city lord seals. However, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to use 20,000 of the city lord seals on the giant wolves. With the giant wolves' speed and ferocious attacks, they would be more useful than corpse soul soldiers sometimes. As for the remaining 30,000 city lord seals, Zhao Fu fused them into the corpse soul soldiers. Before fusing the city lord seals, Zhao Fu fed them a large number of medicinal pills and spirit medicines that could purify their bloodlines. This greatly increased the effects of fusing with city lord seals. After doing all of this, Zhao Fu first fused the city lord seals into the wyverns and corpse soul commanders. The wyverns became around 110 meters long, and the corpse soul commanders became 100 meters tall. Because many wyverns had been killed by the dragon-slaying ballistae in the unification battle, Zhao Fu had people specially make armor for them. The lowest grade of materials used were dark gold rank, and they also added some epic rank materials and dark gold rank talisman stones. The talisman dragon armor was stronger than even defensive armor made from legendary rank materials, and it would be able to protect the wyverns quite well. As for the corpse soul commanders, they had been wearing heavy armor and using heavy shields this entire time, and they also had talisman equipment as well, so there was nothing to worry about. Zhao Fu then fused the City Lord Seals into the ordinary Corpse Soul soldiers. They were slightly shorter than the Corpse Soul commanders, around 80 or 90 meters tall. Their auras were slightly weaker, and they were also equipped with heavy armor and heavy shields. Zhao Fu then went to the flower region and gathered the 30,000 Illusion Flower Devils and fused the City Lord Seals into them. Powerful auras exploded out as the Illusion Flower Devils gave off a large amount of green light, and their bodies became bigger until they became 70 or 80 meters tall. The humanoid plants looked even more like humans now, and they seemed more well-built. Their facial features became clearer, and the flowers on their heads gave off an even more intoxicating fragrance. The 30,000 Illusion Flower Devils that were each 70 or 80 meters tall stood before Zhao Fu in an orderly fashion. Their massive auras and the flowers around them created quite a shocking scene, looking like a beast army. 1127 Rainbow Barrier. The Illusion Flower Devil's main strength was in support and lacked strength, so Zhao Fu prepared sets of talisman armor for them that had bonus defenses. With the Illusion Flower Devil's abilities, they would become targets on the battlefield, so they had to be protected. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the Spider Den. There was a large palace here, which was the Spider Palace that Zhao Fu had rewarded Elise with. After Zhao Fu arrived, Elise brought a group of people and smiled flirtatiously as they walked out. There were 3 female attendants with short, silver hair behind her, as well as dozens of women with short, black hair, and blood-red pupils. They all had delicate facial features and elegant figures. Zhao Fu rarely came here, so he did not know what the situation was like here. After asking, he found that Elise had the ability to turn spiders into human form. However, there was a high requirement as to their bloodline, and they also had to have a certain amount of strength. Elise had only nurtured dozens of black-haired female attendants, who were slightly weaker than the silver-haired female attendants. Zhao Fu did not pay too much mind to details like this and had Elise call the chosen spiders over. Elise nodded and waved her hand, after which hair-raising sounds could be heard as countless black spiders that were around 5 meters long flooded over. This scene was quite terrifying. Zhao Fu fused the City Lord Seals into the spiders' bodies, causing them to give off a large amount of black light, and hazy spider images floated out of their bodies. These spiders were all demon god spiders and had a trace of god blood in them, and the images were of the spider god. After the images appeared, the spiders' bodies quickly went through changes until they became about 70 or 80 meters long. Their terrifying auras swept out like a flood. What was particularly eye-catching was their 8 legs, which gave off a black light. They looked as sharp as knives and made people feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. He also had special armor prepared for them as an extra layer of protection. Finally, it was the giant wolves' turn. After fusing the City Lord Seals into their bodies, they also became 70 or 80 meters long and gave off a savage aura. Zhao Fu also had armor made for them as well. Each of the enhanced beasts was incredibly terrifying, and now that they had special armor made for them, their effect would be far greater than anyone could imagine. Zhao Fu could almost already see them sweeping across everything in their path. Now that he had this beast army, as well had the Devil Army and Ghost Soldier Army in development, Zhao Fu was not as worried about the outside world. There were still 2 months, and Great Ken just had to focus on clearing out regions so that it could level up into a dukedom kingdom. 1 month later, the situation outside the human world suddenly changed as a large amount of the Heaven Awakened world's fate flowed into the human world. A massive rainbow barrier appeared. This was the true appearance of the Heaven Domain boundary. Everyone in the surroundings immediately noticed these changes and felt quite startled. They had never thought that the Heaven Domain boundary would reveal itself so quickly. This meant that that world was about to completely fuse into the Heaven Awakened world. Why is it happening so early? None of the grassy people had thought that the world would fuse into the Heaven Awakened world so early. They thought that there would still be a few years, yet it was happening now. This was extremely good for them. Because that world had less time to develop, wouldn't it be much easier to destroy that world? Now that all City Lord Seals had lost their ability to gather power, they had a massive advantage. Now, it was a matter of who had the better foundation. They had developed for dozens of years and definitely had an advantage in terms of military force, generals, equipment, and experience. How could a world that had only developed for a few years compare to a world like theirs, which had developed for dozens of years? To them, that world was just a big piece of meat that all of them craved. Even though they did not know what had happened to cause that world to fuse into the Heaven Awakened world ahead of time, anyone who did not want to take a bit would be an idiot. News quickly spread, and the various kingdoms of the grassy world quickly gathered soldiers. Everyone wanted to take a bit of this meat. In the past, the Lantong people had conquered a lot of their territory, and now they were going to do the same to someone else. They could not help but feel secretly pleased. They were quite lucky that the next world was fusing into the Heaven Awakened world ahead of time, as all City Lord Seals could no longer gather power. This time, they would pillage to their heart's content. Many slave traders also arrived because this was an opportunity to become rich. They could charge in and take people or buy them for cheap from the armies. They all wondered what sort of world this world was and what sort of people lived in it. They hoped that it would be a humanoid race, as they would be worth more. If it was a race that was grotesquely shaped, they would be worth less. If they were a humanoid race, the good-looking men and women could be kept as pets, and the others could be used for labor. Some people were incredibly eager and wanted to charge into that world. This was a big pot of gold just sitting there, and they would be able to sell the people for high prices. New races always drew a lot of attention, and everyone would buy slaves out of curiosity. Moreover, this world had only developed for a few years and most likely did not even have many kingdoms yet. It was definitely pitifully weak, and whoever charged in first would definitely strike it rich and obtain the most. As such, many people could not wait. Roughly 2.6 billion soldiers gathered at the boundary, as well as countless generals. The grassy kingdoms had not yet completely moved out because they did not take this world too seriously. They were confident that 2 billion soldiers would be able to sweep across the whole world. After hearing about this, the half-beast world and elf world also felt quite moved, and they were envious of the grassy world. However, they were unwilling to just sit and watch. They found that some corners of their worlds connected with that world, which made them feel delighted. Soon, they also started to gather their forces so that they could also obtain some benefits for themselves. 3 worlds attacking a new world was like 3 adults bullying a child. It was incredibly shameless. However, in a world where the strong devoured the weak, who could blame them? It wasn't their fault that this new world was so weak and fused with the heaven-awakened world so early. If they did not invade this world, who would they invade? It was possible that that world had not even sensed the danger it was in and was most likely quite confident in itself, just like a frog in a well that could not see the full sky. However, that was understandable. They had once been like that as well. Only when they had seen the true heaven-awakened world did they realize how small they were. 1128 Name of Great Ken. Most of the outside worlds believed the human world to be a pile of loose sand. It had only been 6 years, so it was obvious what the situation inside was like. As such, countless people could not help but head over, wanting to take a big bite of this piece of meat without spending too much effort. The 3 worlds had gathered 6 billion soldiers in total. Now that such a big thing was happening, the surrounding kingdoms heard about it as well. However, they were not as lucky as the grassy, half-beast, and elf worlds, or else they also would have wanted to take a bite. With such a massive force gathered, countless people believed that world to be doomed. After all, it could not defend against the invasion of 3 worlds. It was like a newbie fighting 3 pros with abundant experience and power. In the end, it would just be severely beaten by the 3 pros. A major figure declared, fastest, within 1 month, slowest, within 6 months, the 3 worlds will destroy that world. When that time comes, the 3 worlds will split the spoils and quickly develop. It's a great opportunity for those 3 worlds to rise. Many people felt sympathetic to that new world, as it was about to be destroyed by others, and all of their people would be made slaves. The men would become labor and the women would become objects of pleasure. Of course, many of the people waiting wanted to capture a few people as pets. Some lascivious people loudly laughed, saying that they wanted to have 10 or so women from this world and that they could not wait any longer. Because the Killing Sword Master had appeared in the elf world before, there were many spies from the ancient STEM domain in the elf world. The matter of the Killing Sword Master was far too important, and many factions in the ancient STEM domain were paying close attention. As such, the news of these 3 worlds attacking a new world quickly spread. The Tao Cultivation Sect Master looked quite indifferent as he said, no need to pay too much mind to this matter. The woman who had reported this hesitated before saying her own thoughts. This world is fusing into the heaven-awakened world so early, and it is close to the elf world. Could there be some relation between them? However, that world is now in dire straits. The heaven domain boundary will disappear in 1 month, and I'm afraid the world will be destroyed. When that time comes, we might not be able to clarify anything. The sect master felt quite startled, and after thinking about it, he said, there most likely isn't any relation. After appearing at that time, the Killing Sword Master has not appeared again. He most likely left already. With that person's extraordinary powers, he most likely came from the heaven domain. Now that he has obtained the killing sword, I doubt he will come back. Also, this matter happened at a boundary region while we are in the inner region, so there's no need to get involved, just investigate it. There have been big matters happening in the ancient STEM domain recently. Not too long ago, a terrifying emperor appeared and climbed up that 10,000 dragon stage. Hearing this, the woman left to carry out orders. After hearing about this matter, the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king was somewhat displeased. There's no need to report about such a small matter, we only want information about the Killing Sword Master. However, That new world is quite unlucky. Not only did they run into an age where City Lord seals have become useless, but they're fusing into the Heaven Awakened world so early. They'll be destroyed without a doubt, but it's a pity that they're not close to the Bear Mountain Kingdom, otherwise, we destroy them within 3 days. As one of the largest financial groups in the ancient STEM domain, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's intelligence network was quite outstanding, and it naturally knew about this as well. They had left some spies in the elf world as they were quite concerned about the Killing Sword Master's matter, so they had also heard about this. However, they did not pay it much mind, even though it was a war between worlds, the place where it was happening was too remote, so they did not care much. 3 worlds that had developed for dozens of years attacking a new world would definitely end just how they expected. The ending was already set in stone, and it had nothing to do with them, so they would not pay it much mind. What the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group cared most about was that mysterious emperor. He was the prophesied person, and the connection between him and the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group would become deeper and deeper. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group was very desperate to know everything about that mysterious emperor. They were currently looking for his information with all their power, and they had even sent people to the Heaven Domain. They did not have any mind to care about anything else right now. The 8 Dragons Essence sect did not pay this information any mind at all. Right now, they were worried about the mysterious emperor the young sect master had offended. Right now, cultivation was the most important thing, so it was evident that a world that had developed for decades would annihilate a world that had only developed for a few years. If that person came from the Heaven Domain, with his esteemed status and the massive faction behind him, he would be able to annihilate the 8 Dragons Essence sect. The loss of City Lord seals was a fatal blow to them. Facing people with incredibly high cultivation, they would be incredibly helpless. If that emperor came to find them, the 8 Dragons Essence sect would be doomed. After all, the foundations of those in the Heaven Domain was not something people like them could even imagine. They would even be willing to have their young sect master go and kowtow to atone for his offenses, because he had offended someone the 8 Dragons Essence sect could not afford to offend. The Ice Origin Kingdom did not give this matter much mind either. Even though they were in the ancient STEM domain, they were on the western side and was quite far away from the boundary region, so they would not care about something so far away. They had also left spies in the elf world, and that was why they knew about this. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to know about it. Moreover, they wanted Mangekyō to do anything he could to befriend that mysterious emperor. Now that cultivation was everything, if they could receive the support of an emperor from the Heaven Domain, the Ice Origin Kingdom would feel more confidence. At the same time, they prepared countless things, treasures, equipment, medicinal pills, women, pets, anything that the mysterious emperor wanted, they would provide. Mangekyō felt quite frustrated and wanted to refuse because he was not the type of person who would desperately try to curry favor with someone else. However, befriending that person would bring great benefits to the Ice Origin Kingdom. Mangekyō had personally seen that mysterious emperor before and had witnessed his power himself. That kind of power made him feel immense fear. Putting aside power, just Zhao Fu's bloodline alone gave off an immense pressure that could cause his legs to grow weak. Nothing could compare to this kind of bloodline, and in front of that bloodline, he felt like he was rubbish. That mysterious emperor's identity surpassed anything he could imagine. This made Mangekyō comply, and he decided to try to befriend Zhao Fu. However, that mysterious emperor was not someone who he could find at will, he could only hope to find some information through the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. None of them knew that whether it was the Killing Sword Master or the mysterious emperor, both of them were Zhao Fu, Greatkin's legatee. However, they would soon know Greatkin's name. Zhao Fu would have Greatkin displayed to the rest of the world in a shocking fashion. 1129 Level 1 Dukedom Kingdom. Another 15 days later, it was a clear and sunny day when suddenly clouds started to swirl as a massive amount of heaven and earth fate started to roil. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out throughout the entire human world. A massive pillar of light shot into the sky as countless traces of fate madly gathered. Hearing this massive sound, everyone looked excited and happy. At this moment, Greatkin was about to become a level 1 dukedom kingdom. Now, it was not something that just a few kingdoms could deal with, only a few worlds would be able to deal with it. 9 dragons' roars sounded out as the Greatkin seal flew into the sky from within Zhao Fu's body, turning into 9 massive black dragons that spiraled in the sky. Countless traces of fate flowed into them, causing the entire human world to give off a faint light. Now, all of the human world's fate was fusing with Greatkin's fate. In the future, the entire world's fate would belong to Greatkin. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as the Earth Realm mark on the back of Zhao Fu's hand gave off a brilliant light, causing the heaven and earth source energy to gather towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt a massive amount of power enter his body as the power within his body went through changes. It felt incredibly comfortable, and he felt a warmth within his body. Finally, The entire human world gave off a black light as the human world's fate completely fused with Great Kin's fate. Great Kin had become a level 1 dukedom kingdom. Something that was a slight pity was because Zhao Fu's bloodline was already of such a high quality, the world's source energy did not cause it to upgrade again. However, its power had become much stronger, and now, Zhao Fu was strong enough to fight with those above stage 9. Now that Great Kin had become a level 1 dukedom kingdom, it was time to take a look at its new strength. Great Kin now had 81.2 billion people, which was an extremely terrifying figure. It was more than 10 times the previous population of the Earth. They had 7.5 billion soldiers, of whom 6 billion were stage 1 soldiers, 220 million were stage 2 soldiers, 10 million were stage 3 soldiers, 420,000 were stage 4 soldiers, and the rest were those who were not yet at stage 1. Great Kin now controlled 47,570 regions, including the Netherwater continent. As for the Night Dynasty in the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world, it could not be counted as Great Kin's territory. Great Kin had 1 dukedom royal city, 1 marquisate city, 8 barony cities, 16 capital cities, 105,028 great cities, 8,521 cities, 14,860 towns, and 16,589,489 villages. This did not include the 20,000 cities from the southern continent of the Dark Demon continent. Because Great Kin had 47,570 regions, it could have 190,280 counties. This meant that it could have 190,280 county seals, 19,028 province seals, 1902 baron seals, 190 marquis seals, 19 duke seals, and 1 earl seal. At the same time, Great Kin's corps had automatically leveled up into dukedom corps. They were no longer marquisate corps, and each corps could now have 10 million soldiers, and Great Kin could now have a shocking 100 corps. After leveling up into a dukedom kingdom and controlling the power of an entire world, it was not something that a marquisate kingdom could compare to. The massive power it had completely surpassed marquisate kingdoms. Now, the Great Kin seal had fused with the world's source energy, and it was comparable to a nation armament and had immense power. Zhao Fu long since knew about the 3 worlds on the outside waiting to invade, and he coldly laughed. Wanting to invade the human world with just 6 billion soldiers. Destroy Great Kin within a month? They were simply delirious. Now, Zhao Fu was confident enough to face everything, and his blood seemed to boil. Great Kin would definitely reveal itself and become famous. However, Zhao Fu actually wanted to be low profile and not attract too much attention, or else it would be detrimental to Great Kin's development. However, it was a pity that the circumstances made it so that he could not be low profile. There were still 15 days left, and Zhao Fu planned to use these 15 days to make some final preparations. Great Kin now had 7.5 billion soldiers, and it already had an advantage in numbers facing the incoming 6 billion soldiers. There was a gap in cultivation, but that was not too big, so they could still fight. There was also the matter of city lords. Most of Great Kin's city lords' cultivations were around stage 4 or stage 5, while the city lords of the outside worlds had stage 5 or stage 6 cultivation, and some even had stage 6 or stage 7 cultivation. This was quite a big gap. Having strength that was 1 stage lower made the situation quite disadvantageous, but Zhao Fu had prepared sets of talisman equipment for his city lords. These sets included helmets, armor, shoes, bracers, and weapons, 5 pieces of equipment in total. They had all been made using epic rank materials and talisman stones that were at least dark gold rank. With the powerful effects from these talisman equipment, the gap would be somewhat reduced. With Great Kin's current strength, Zhao Fu felt that it could face the 3 worlds, and he felt that he had been unnecessarily worrying before. Moreover, Great Kin had a final trump card, which was its beast army. Moreover, because of the underworld royal seals, Great Kin now had 90 million or so ghost soldiers, as well as roughly 100 million devils. Most of these devils had around stage 1 cultivation and were extremely ferocious when fighting. They were stronger than the ordinary soldiers and had all sorts of strange abilities, such as stealth, illusions, and other frightening abilities. With them, dealing with 300 million stage 1 soldiers would be no problem and would be quite useful. There were also the corps. Great Kin could now have 100 corps, and taking away the 50 it already had, it could establish another 50 corps. Of course, Zhao Fu wanted to make all of them special corps. During that unification battle, Great Kin had obtained many special cities, and they could all be used as vessels for special corps. Great Kin most likely would not lose in terms of corps. The stats of dukedom corps were far greater than those of marquisate corps. Moreover, each corps could have 10 million soldiers, so 100 corps could contain 1 billion soldiers. The only thing to worry about was the number of kings. Even though royal seals could no longer gather power, the kings of the outside kingdoms would have at least stage 8 or stage 9 strength, and some may have even broken through stage 9 and reached the Saint Realm. Moreover, they all had nation armaments as well. In this new age, nation armaments had become slightly stronger, and the amount of fate they consumed had been reduced too. From the intelligence Great Ken had gathered, there were 30 kings from the grassy world, 15 kings from the half-beast world, and 16 kings from the elf world. Dealing with the 30 kings from the grassy world would already be quite difficult for Zhao Fu. If they all allied together, Zhao Fu would most likely lose. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to have Tina Pendragon and Yi King help him deal with the kings from the grassy world, while he would leave the kings from the elf world to Jnaya, Zhao Sha, Zhao Mo, Elise, Mo Yaoer, and the 100 people who had gone into sword obsession. 1,130 kings Zhao Mo and Elise would be able to deal with 4 kings with no problem, and Jnaya, Zhao Sha, and Mo Yaoer would be able to deal with 3. The remaining would be kept busy by the 100 people in sword obsession. Now, all of them had completed the 3rd transformation and were extremely powerful. They were very difficult to kill, and even if their hearts were destroyed or their heads were crushed, they could quickly revive. Zhao Fu only needed them to tie down the other kings. Finally, Zhao Fu could only have the 8 aquatic beast kings deal with the half-beast world's kings. Even though they were now half as strong as before, they still had terrifying power, and Zhao Fu had used a large number of medicinal pills to help them regain some of their power. In the next 15 days, Zhao Fu went all out in increasing everyone's strength. He did not hold back in making the beast army more powerful as well. Zhao Fu was already completely at ease about the impending battle. In fact, he was somewhat excited for it. He wanted to fight with the people from those 3 worlds and have them know Great Ken's name. Time gradually passed, and soon, 15 days had passed. The 3 worlds advanced as 3 armies, preparing to invade the human world from 3 different directions. The grassy world was at the center and had the most area to work with, while the half-beast world and elf world were at the sides, making it harder to attack. Massive auras spread out in all directions as the rainbow barrier started to crack. The kings of the 3 worlds stood in the air and grinned self-confidently. They had been waiting for this day for a long time, and now they could finally take a bite out of this juicy meat in front of them. Now, they wanted to eat their fill. No matter what sort of race lived there, they would conquer them by force. No matter if it was their nobles or their peasants, they would all kneel servilely in terror, trembling as they looked at their new masters. Now, it was as if they had already declared that this world belonged to them and that it was just a cake that was waiting to be eaten by them. They would cause this world to fall into terror and show them what a true king was. It was not just the kings who felt excited, the soldiers were the same. This sort of invasion meant immense benefits, and since there was such a disparity in forces, they would be able to sweep through the world with lightning speed. They would then pillage everything, as long as they could slaughter their way in. All treasures, women, and equipment would be theirs for the taking. Some slave traders leisurely sipped their tea at the back, not putting this world in their eyes at all. They were just waiting to buy a large number of slaves. Crack, crack, crack. Massive sounds could be heard as the cracks on the rainbow barrier grew bigger, and everyone started to prepare. Boom. An explosion sounded out as the top of the rainbow barrier shattered, turning into countless motes of rainbow light as they descended. The middle of the barrier soon shattered, revealing more of the world inside to everyone who had been waiting. Kill. The people from the 3 worlds could not wait any longer and roared as they gave off world-shaking auras and flooded forwards savagely. They wanted to conquer this world, and nothing could stop them. Boom. 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 In that moment, the air seemed to explode as the soldiers at the front felt their hair stand on end as powerful white rays of light giving off shocking auras flew forwards. Grab. Hurry and defend. The countless soldiers noticed the danger and hurriedly tried to defend, but it was too late. These were Great Ken's talisman bolts. Kai. The rays of light gave off terrifying power as they descended like bolts of lightning. Countless soldiers' bodies were like sheets of paper as they were easily destroyed by the white rays of light. Blood sprayed everywhere as corpses littered the ground, and a disgusting stench of blood spread out. The 3 massive armies paused and everyone looked shocked as they stared ahead. The remainder of the rainbow barrier turned into motes of rainbow light and scattered, and the world inside was fully revealed. What they saw was an incredibly tall and tough defensive wall, on which soldiers dressed in black armor were standing. They gave off a massive aura that was not inferior to theirs at all. How was this possible? The other side had been waiting for them. Moreover, their uniform black armor and the black flag raised high signified that they all belonged to the same faction. How could a single faction have so many soldiers? Moreover, these soldiers were not any weaker than theirs. Boom. 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 Before the attacking side could process this, rays of white light once again shot out from the defensive wall, giving off ferocious auras as they flew over. After what had happened, the 3 armies were more prepared this time. Shield bearers lifted up their shields and gave off powerful auras as a hemispherical energy barrier appeared. Boom. 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 The rays of white light gave off powerful mites as they smashed against the barrier, causing it to violently tremble. All of the soldiers' expressions were serious as they desperately blocked, and they were barely able to stop the talisman bolts. This caused the king's expressions to fall, and they gave the order to stop advancing. If the other side launched another wave of attacks like this, they might not be able to defend. The situation was completely different to what they had expected. The other side had been waiting for them to attack, and they were not weak at all. In terms of aura and numbers, they were not inferior to them, and they were even slightly superior. It was now the attacking side that seemed to be at a disadvantage. What shocked them the most was that the other side was not a pile of loose sand. This evidently was not an alliance of factions but a single faction. Suddenly, everyone thought of a shocking possibility, which could explain why this world had fused into the Heaven-awakened world so early. It was possible that the other side was already a dukedom kingdom. They were most likely attacking a dukedom kingdom. Thinking about that, everyone's expressions became grave. The situation completely exceeded anything they could imagine, and they were so shocked that they could not say anything. The other side had actually unified a world so quickly. This was completely unprecedented. Boom. 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 Explosions sounded out as powerful auras burst forth, sweeping out like wild gales. Figures appeared in the air. They were all clad in armor, and the one at the head was dressed in a black and gold dragon robe. He gave off a noble and mighty aura and looked extraordinarily handsome. He was undoubtedly the ruler of this dukedom kingdom, the ruler of this world. Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face. He too had been waiting for this day. He did not hide his appearance, because he wore his black cloak when he was outside and did not want anyone to make the connection. Moreover, he did not care if they saw what he looked like. It was time for a direct battle. 1131 completely unstoppable. This was a direct battle, and the grassy world was facing off against Great Kin. The situation was the same on the two other sides as well. The grassy people's expressions were quite unsightly. They had thought that they would be facing a bug that they could easily crush underfoot, but it was like they had stepped onto a steel spike. Just that first wave of attacks alone had lost them around 100 million soldiers due to their carelessness. Now, should they continue to attack or retreat? If they continued ahead, they might not win, and even if they did, they would most likely suffer disastrous losses. They had been careless. Utterly careless. They had never thought that the other side would actually be a dukedom kingdom, and they had never prepared for this. They did not send out all of their forces, and facing such terrifying power from Great Kin, they wanted to shrink back. Ha ha ha. Facing the cowardice of the grassy side, Zhao Fu unrestrainedly laughed loudly. He looked at the grassy people and said, "You wanted to destroy the human world in 1 month? You wanted humans to become your slaves? Today, we will use your blood to prove Great Kin's name. Advance." Zhao Fu drew his death disaster sword and gave off a massive aura as he fearlessly turned into a ray of light and charged towards the countless kings of the other side. Great Kin's city lords obeyed, turning into rays of light as they rushed at the city lords of the other side. Roar. Massive dragons' roars sounded out as massive figures covered the sky. Everyone looked up to see countless wyverns that were 100 or so meters long appear in the sky, giving off powerful mites. Roar. More roars tore through the sky as nearly 40,000 giants that were 100 meters tall appeared. They were all clad in heavy armor and held heavy shields and carried heavy swords. Their eyes were blood red, and they gave off savage and violent auras. Their bodies gave off a sense of pressure, and facing billions of enemies, they showed no fear at all. A woo-oo. Massive wolves' cries sounded out as enormous wolves leapt out. They were nearly 100 meters long and gave off ferocious auras. There were ruthless gazes in their eyes as they looked at the grassy people. Massive clattering sounds could then be heard as 100-meter-wide black spiders quickly appeared, giving off fierce roars and causing people's hairs to stand on end. The gates had been opened, and Great Kin's countless cavalrymen rode out. They held the reins of their horses in one hand and grasped long spears in the other and had resolute gazes in their eyes. They gave off a massive sharp aura, and they were followed by countless other soldiers. Everyone charged as soon as Zhao Fu gave the order. The massive beasts were at the front, followed by Great Kin's galloping cavalrymen, who were then followed by countless infantrymen. Their sounds shook the heavens and earth, and it seemed as if they would kill all gods and Buddhas in their way, completely unstoppable. Facing this aura and hearing these sounds, the grassy people could not help but tremble. They had never thought that the other side would have so many terrifying massive beasts, and everyone felt terrified. Zhao Fu was now fighting with the other side's kings, and as the ruler of the Night Dynasty, Yi King was able to defend against 5 or 6 ordinary kings. Tina Pendragon had once been the queen of a Marquisate kingdom and her sword was quite special. It was similar to a nation armament and a clan armament, and it could be used as an ordinary weapon. It could provide a massive amount of power, and Zhao Fu did not destroy her royal seal, as it could still unleash a lot of power. Moreover, because of her various legacies' powers, she could fight against 3 or 4 kings with no problem. The remaining kings were personally dealt with by Zhao Fu. Xing. Zhao Fu sent out a massive sword light towards the various kings. Facing such an arrogant attack from Zhao Fu, the kings felt quite furious and held their weapons as they rushed up, opening up the battle between them. The battle between city lords was also incredibly ferocious. They continuously collided in the air, resulting in terrifying shockwaves that blasted out like wild gales, making no one else dare to get close. Whether it was the battle between kings or the battle between city lords, they were roughly on equal footing, with Great Ken being at a slight disadvantage. However, in terms of soldiers, Great Ken completely suppressed the other side. Seeing Great Ken charge at them, the grassy army's corps released their 70 or so corps formations, giving off terrifying power as they rushed at Great Ken's forces. Great Ken's forces did not hold back either, also unleashing their corps formations that gave off shocking power and met the grassy corps formations in battle. Following this, violent clashes began, and even though Great Ken was at a numbers disadvantage, their corps formations did not seem weaker at all. The wyverns continuously dove down, spewing out flames or icy blasts, turning the ground into magma or freezing the ground solid. The giants contained ferocious power as they directly charged over like tanks, sending countless soldiers flying. The countless spiders flooded forwards, and their incredibly sharp legs easily tore people's bodies apart, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. After the countless spiders flowed past, only broken corpses remained. The giant wolves also went on a rampage, sending soldiers flying and chomping down on them, killing innumerable people. Kill. Great Ken's cavalrymen followed close behind. With the beast army acting as the vanguard, they had no problems at all and picked off the leftover soldiers. They stabbed their spears through their chests and dragged their corpses as they continued. The infantrymen at the back had it the easiest, dealing with the remaining survivors. Now, the grassy army was unable to resist at all, and it was completely swept away by Great Ken. Some people had already started to run away in terror. In the battle between kings, both sides had exploded out with their nation armaments power. This was a battle on a completely different level, and it would not be possible to fight without using their nation armaments. Zhao Fu put away the Death Disaster sword as he held the 2-meter-long, 2-fingers-wide nation-suppressing pillar, giving off enough power to cause the sky to explode as he attacked those kings. Bang! Zhao Fu gripped the nation-suppressing pillar with both hands as he slammed it down, sending a king's nation armament flying. That king's body directly exploded, turning into bits of fragmented flesh. The other king's expressions became savage, and 10 or so nation armaments giving off destructive power blasted at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu madly laughed and even more nation armaments appeared around him, forming a massive protective barrier that blocked these attacks. The countless kings' expressions became quite unsightly. Seeing this scene and the wretched sight below, they could only order for a full retreat. Things were the same on the 2 other fronts as well. However, things were not as intense as on Zhao Fu's side, and not many kings had died. Following this, news of the 3 worlds retreating in shame quickly spread. However, things were not over, because Zhao Fu gave the order to attack the 3 worlds, shocking the surrounding 10 or so worlds. 1,132 mad attacks. What? The 3 worlds lost and couldn't even defeat a new world? Countless people looked incredibly shocked and could not believe this news because it was simply too inconceivable. If it was a single world attacking, failure would have been understandable, but 3 worlds had simultaneously invaded, yet they had been defeated so pitifully. No one had expected such a thing. Back then, everyone had thought that the 3 worlds had been too careless and too weak to give the other side a chance. However, when they heard about the full information, massive waves crashed within their heart. That new world was actually a dukedom kingdom. In just 6 short years, they had unified their world. What sort of existence was that? How could it have such strength and power? The dukedom kingdom's forces were not inferior to those of the 3 worlds at all, and they even had powerful beasts that could sweep across everything. It was not that the 3 worlds were too weak but that the other side was too powerful, and they were not a match for it. Moreover, the other side's king was abnormally terrifying. He had lower cultivation than all of the other kings, yet had been able to kill 11 of them. It was simply too shocking. In total, the 3 worlds had lost 17 kings, and it was the first time so many kings had died in the past 100 years. The 3 worlds had also suffered heavy losses in terms of soldiers. Out of their 6 billion soldiers, only 1.5 billion remained. This new world was simply too terrifying. How could it be so powerful? Those people who had thought that the outcome was already set now all had grave expressions on their faces. The situation was the opposite of what they had expected. This news traveled incredibly quickly. When the three worlds who had attacked heard about this, they were greatly dismayed. Afterwards, the surrounding worlds soon heard about how monstrous this new world was. Countless people were incredibly shocked about this new world's appearance. No one could say anything because this completely exceeded anything anyone could predict. Even the most powerful faction nearby, the Devil Horn Empire, took this matter seriously and felt an intense threat. It understood that a powerful competitor had appeared. Out of the surrounding 10 or so worlds, only Great Kin could give it a feeling like this. After hearing about this, the Tao Cultivation Sect Master lightly laughed and felt slightly surprised. He did not care about this at all, but because of that world's exceptional performance, he was now slightly interested. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king's gaze became serious. This world had exceeded all expectations. In fact, he wondered if there had been a mistake. However, this faction had the power of the world, which was 1/10 of Bear Mountain royal kingdoms, so it was worth paying them some mind. The 8 Dragon Essence Sect's people were also quite shocked. They had never thought that the new world, which should have been bullied, would make such a domineering appearance. The Ice Origin Kingdom also withdrew their condescension because it was as if Great Kin was a new star about to rise and be known by the world. However, matters were not settled so simply, and soon, even more shocking news came. This new world was making a counterattack against the three worlds. Was that new world crazy? It was acting so madly. For a new world to attack three worlds that had been developing for decades, everyone thought that it was completely crazy. Boom. Zhao Fu gave off an enormous aura and turned into a ray of light and shot into the grassy world, followed by countless city lords. Below, the massive army swept forwards like an immense ocean. Countless people in the grassy world were completely horrified. Many kingdoms quickly sent people to defend. Long ago, they had built some defensive walls but thought that they would never be used. However, these defensive walls were now being used to save their lives. The grassy world had 6 continents in total, and the one connected to the human world was called Evergreen and had 7,000 or so regions. They had to stop the other side outside the grassy world, as if they got in, they would be doomed. That was the goal of the countless factions of the Evergreen continent. All of them swarmed towards the defensive walls. A world that had been developing for decades did not have nothing to show. Not only were the soldiers all at least stage 1, but the countless residents also all had stage 1 strength as well. The fighting power that they had lost outside was quickly made up for. Great Kin could not do this, indeed, its foundation was much weaker. However, as long as Great Kin was strong enough, it could fight against 10 worlds by itself. So what if they had greater numbers? If 100 million came, they would kill 100 million, if 1 billion came, they would kill 1 billion. Kill. Zhao Fu gave off a monstrous aura as he charged forwards, the countless powerful city lords following behind him. The ferocious tsunami below also gave off a world-shaking aura as it fearlessly surged forwards. Currently, the other side did not have many kings, but the number of people with high cultivations was many times greater than what Great Kin had. Again, this was a matter of foundation that could not be made up for without time. Moreover, people from the other continents were quickly heading over as well. Zhao Fu was surrounded by countless nation armaments, and their terrifying power could not be withstood by the heavens and earth. Zhao Fu showed no fear as he charged at the people with high cultivation. Seeing Zhao Fu fly at them, the group of people looked quite serious and did not dare to be careless at all. They split off 10,000 people to encircle Zhao Fu and kill him, while the rest went to deal with Great Kin's city lords. A massive battle quickly exploded out. Zhao Fu wildly laughed and had the 12 metal colossi bronze swords appear. 12 bronze swords that were 3 meters long, giving off bronze light, appeared, fanning out in a circle behind Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu left 12 bronze sword streaks behind him as he instantly dove into the group and passed through. Kai. It was like a shocking sword light instantly tore through the group. Countless people's bodies were ripped apart by that sword light. Countless broken corpses fell to the ground, and it was as if it was raining corpses. The kings present looked incredibly shocked and quickly released the full power of their nation armaments, trying to work with others to suppress Zhao Fu. The battle between city lords was also incredibly intense, resulting in terrifying shockwaves and for cold light to shoot everywhere. The heavens and earth dimmed, and both sides suffered many casualties. The tsunami on the ground gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it charged towards the defensive wall, and it was as if it could destroy it in one blow. Boom. 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 Green light suddenly exploded out from the defensive wall as terrifying auras exploded out. Green spears containing massive amounts of energy flew out, shooting towards the beasts at the front. Roar. Cries of pain immediately sounded out. The green spears contained terrifying power and instantly pierced through the beasts' armor and stabbed into their bodies. Many beasts were injured and a few hundred beasts were killed. This caused all of the beasts to become completely enraged. The wyverns madly blasted out flames and icy blasts, while the corpse soul commanders rammed against the defensive wall with their heavy shields. The giant wolves leapt onto the defensive wall and rampaged, while the countless demon god spiders climbed up and started massacring. 1133 True Power Boom. 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 White rays of light tore through the sky, giving off incredibly sharp auras as they covered the defensive wall and descended like rain. Countless grassy people's bodies were instantly shredded, causing blood to spray everywhere. Paint cries sounded out as the arrows fell onto the wall after tearing through bodies, leaving behind large craters on the defensive wall. The battle here was incredibly intense, and it was the same for the two other battlefields. On the half-beast side, they had not prepared anything to defend against an invasion from the human world. They had never thought that the human world would launch a counterattack against them. They were simply too daring. The half-beast world had 5 continents, and the one closest to the human world was the Moon Wolf continent. Countless factions were quickly gathering here to defend against the invading army. Their strength was similar to the grassy people. Even though they had lost many people, they did not lack people with stage 1 cultivation, and they quickly gathered many residents to become soldiers. Most residents had at least stage 1 cultivation, and they also had countless people with high cultivation. However, without a defensive wall, both sides started to fight directly. Roar. 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 The 8 aquatic beast kings gave heaven-shaking roars as they flew in the sky, rushing to the front. Their 10,000-meter-long bodies covered the sky and hid the sun, giving off a mountain-like pressure that seemed to be able to destroy anything. Following behind them was a beast army that gave off massive roars that sounded in all directions. Powerful oars exploded out as they followed behind the 8 aquatic beast kings, preparing to destroy everything. Kill. Finally, Greatkin's cavalrymen rode on their black horses and held their spears as they sped forwards. They had frenzied expressions and loudly shouted, giving off a berserk aura. They were going to conquer the land under the heavens for their emperor. The opposing half-beast army looked incredibly serious, but there was nothing to be afraid of because their world was right behind them, the place they had to protect. Kill. The half-beast side also gave off a ferocious aura, their eyes filled with savageness as they roared and charged at Greatkin's army. At the front were cavalrymen riding on giant wolves holding large sabers, followed by countless infantrymen. They were like a flood and gave off an aura that could shake the lands. The experts in the sky also gave off terrifying power as they charged at Greatkin's army. Boom. 2 world-destroying floods with unstoppable momentum collided, resulting in a shocking explosion as the aura of killing shot to the clouds. Bang. 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 The 8 aquatic beast kings gave off terrifying auras as they madly blasted countless experts away. The pressure from their 10,000-meter-long bodies could cause the ground to crack, and the experts sent flying away were like small rocks falling away from a mountain. Countless devils and city lords gave off terrifying auras as they shot towards the half-beast world's experts, and terrifying ripples tore through the sky. Roar. The wyverns were the first to attack, ferociously breathing out flames and icy blasts. The corpse soul commanders did not use their heavy shields and instead gripped their massive swords with both hands, swinging them about with massive destructive power. The spiders gave off black light as coldness spread out from them. The countless spiders flooded forwards, while the giant wolves gave off savage auras and started death charges. The half-beast army on the ground was completely suppressed. After being slammed into by Greatkin's side, they immediately started to collapse. Half-beast people were burned, frozen, or slashed in half by the massive sword wind. Some were torn into countless pieces, creating a bloody scene. The half-beast army started to collapse after the very first wave of attacks, while Greatkin's ferocious cavalrymen were like sharp spears that launched a second wave of attacks. The half-beast army was split into small groups, and Greatkin's soldiers flooded forwards to devour those small groups. The situation in the elf world was just as intense. They still had quite a few kings left, but they were completely suppressed by Jnaya, Zhaomo, and the people in Sword Obsession. These 100 people in Sword Obsession had blood-red eyes and were filled with killing intent. They held their blood-red swords and sent out terrifying sword lights, slashing apart the sky and causing it to be filled with sword chi. Facing these terrifying attacks, the kings did not dare to be careless and defended while attacking. After a while, they were finally able to injure some of the people in Sword Obsession. However, their bodies immediately recovered, causing the kings to feel incredibly furious. The battle below was also incredibly severe. The elves did not build any defensive walls but had summoned a wall formed of massive trees, and they used it to defend against Greatkin. However, in front of Greatkin's beast army, it was not of much use. The wyverns raised the trees while the corpse soul commanders were able to easily slash the trees apart. The spiders could climb up the trees, while the giant wolves could easily leap over them. After much destruction, the rest of Greatkin's soldiers were able to easily charge through and start directly fighting with the elves. Back at the main battlefield, Zhao Fu was currently surrounded by over 10,000 people and a few kings. However, he did not seem worried at all with countless nation armaments surrounding him. Each gave off its own light, forming a powerful protective barrier that no one could damage. This made everyone feel incredibly shocked. Just what sort of existence was this king? How could he use so many nation armaments? Moreover, these nation armaments were backed by the fate of an entire world. This was too terrifying. Ha ha ha. We will continue to show you what true power is. You wanted to destroy Great Ken with such tiny and weak power? What a bunch of fools. Zhao Fu wildly laughed, causing the grassy experts to feel anger, and they madly attacked him. Boom. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and raised his hand. The nation armaments around him turned into rays of light and shot into the sky, giving off brilliant light and looking like countless stars. Today, we will show you Great Ken's true power. Zhao Fu's arrogant voice sounded out as a world-destroying aura spread out, causing everyone to feel shocked. Their bodies started to tremble in fear. Boom. 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 The nation armaments gave off terrifying power as they descended like meteors. The immense destructive power caused the people around him to explode into a bloody mist. In just an instant, thousands of people had died. Some people who had been lucky enough to survive looked incredibly frightened and quickly escaped backwards. They understood that they were not a match for Zhao Fu at all. 1,134 resounding under the heavens now, they could only escape, whether they were the experts in the air or the soldiers on the ground. They had all taken heavy losses. If they remained here, all of them would die. Their loss was already set in stone. Ha ha ha. Zhao Fu looked at the grassy people running away and loudly laughed before saying, "The grassy world has lost. Who is willing to follow us into the grassy world and show them Great Ken's power? Who wants to make them be afraid of Great Ken and have Great Ken's name resound under the heavens? We are willing to follow your majesty to conquer the grassy world." Countless soldiers shouted as they passionately gazed at Zhao Fu's godlike figure in the sky. Their voices sounded out in all directions, piercing through the heavens. Roar. The countless beasts could not speak, but they excitedly raised their heads to the sky and bellowed, expressing their willingness to also follow Zhao Fu to kill their way into the grassy world. Zhao Fu turned and looked at the grassy world in front of him. He raised the Death Disaster sword before bringing it down heavily. Kill. Countless people obeyed, their blood boiling as they loudly roared. They exploded out with powerful auras, charging towards the grassy world to conquer it. Now that the grassy world's defenses had been breached, Great Ken could now officially invade the grassy world. This caused the countless people of the grassy world to feel panic. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. Before, it had been them invading, and they had thought that this new world would not be able to resist at all. Now, they were the ones being invaded, and the other side had already breached their defenses. A terrifying aura covered the continent as it was enveloped with the flames of war. Countless people desperately ran for their lives, as they knew clearly that this continent was going to fall. The other continents quickly gathered their forces, wanting to stop Great Ken's invincible onslaught. Boom. 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 The Earthwater Dragon Tortoise created thousands of water orbs containing terrifying power, sending them towards the countless half-beast experts. Swish, swish, swish. The reef lizard raised its head and roared, causing the countless rhombus-shaped reefs on its body to shoot towards the half-beast people with immense destructive force and making the half-beast experts feel a wave of terror. Bang. 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 The three soul great snake's massive head spat out three terrifying rays of black light that swept towards the half-beast people, resulting in loud explosions. Swish, swish, swish. The heaven cloud jellyfish flew towards the half-beast experts in the sky, its dozens of thousands of tentacles whipping about like sharp knives. Countless half-beast experts were killed by the 8 aquatic beast kings. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, creating a savage scene as the 8 aquatic beast kings madly attacked the half-beast experts. This time, Zhao Fu had promised that anyone they killed and any cities they took down would belong to them, so they naturally gave it their all. These half-beast experts' corpses all belonged to them. These corpses were very beneficial to them, and after killing these experts, they could enter the half-beast world and devour city hearts and city lord seals. Even though city lord seals had lost their ability to gather power, devouring them would still bring the 8 aquatic beast kings great benefits. Because they would be facing a lot of pressure in the half-beast world, Zhao Fu decided to properly reward them, so they were naturally quite happy and excited. Apart from the 8 aquatic beast kings, the devils used strange methods to kill half-beast experts. Shutenji loudly laughed as she tore a person's body in half. Mama Jigari swung her saber, slashing apart a few people, while Tamamo no Mae ripped out someone's heart and elegantly took a few bites. The half-beast army had already collapsed after the first wave of attacks. It was now completely scattered, and Great Ken's army completely swept through it. The devils madly chased down those who were escaping, using all of their abilities. The Black Bull Devil from before barbarically charged, crippling 8 or 9 people as it slammed into them. Other devils laughed beautifully, charming the half-beast people escaping ahead and causing them to stop running. Other devils dug underground before popping up and devouring people. The half-beast people had lost, and the 8 aquatic beast kings gave off awe-striking roars as they lead the countless beasts and soldiers into the half-beast world. The countless half-beast people started to panic. They had wanted to take a bite of that new world, but they had instead brought trouble on themselves. Now, the half-beast regretted their decision to death. If they had known that things would be like this, they would not have invaded the human world no matter what. That way, they would not have been invaded like this. However, the other side was now invading them. They had offended such a terrifying monster, and the situation was irretrievable. The flames of war lit up, and countless half-beast people ran to the other continents because this continent could not defend at all anymore. They could only run, or else they would fall into the other side's hands and suffer a terrible fate. The remaining continents of the half-beast world quickly sent soldiers over to stop Great Kin's attack. Otherwise, it was possible that Great Kin really might destroy the half-beast world. Finally, over at the elf world, Zhao Mo turned into a 100-meter-tall demon and attacked a few kings. Both sides were using their armaments, but the elf kings still coughed up blood in their clashes against the other side. Elise had a cruel smile as she used spider webs to gradually cut off flesh from the other side's kings as she slowly attacked and dodged. Jnai held a simple sword as he attacked with incredibly sharp attacks. He was facing 2 kings but was not at a disadvantage at all. Bang! Over at the people in sword obsession, a king held a spear and stabbed out with immense power, opening up a gaping hole that was as big as a bowl in the chest of one of the people in sword obsession. Despite inflicting such a fatal injury, the king was not happy at all. This was because that monster did not seem to feel any pain and coldly looked at him with its blood-red eyes, and its aura did not become weaker at all. Shing! A clear sword hum sounded out as that person counterattacked. The gaping hole in his chest did not seem to affect him at all and quickly healed. The 100 people in sword obsession tied down 10 or so kings, and they had been able to kill 1 or 2 due to their carelessness. Now that they were in the 3rd transformation, they were extremely powerful and could use a small portion of the Emperor Killing Sword World's power. The battle was abnormally intense, with a layer of corpses on the ground. Their faces were covered with terror, pain, and reluctance. There was blood as far as the eye could see, and the aura of death that formed caused people to feel a chill in their hearts. Most of the corpses belonged to elves, and seeing such a heavy loss, the elf kings could only give the order to retreat. As soon as they retreated, Great Kin gave chase and started to invade the elf world. This caused the entire elf world to fall into panic, and they regretted attacking, just like the half-beast world. Why did they have to offend such a terrifying existence? Now, not only had they not been able to invade that new world, but they were also the ones being invaded. The 3 worlds had failed spectacularly, and they were now being invaded. This news traveled explosively, sending the surrounding kingdoms into terror. This new world strength was ridiculously powerful, and they heard the name of this faction: the Great Kin Empire. In the future, this name would resound under the heavens and cause countless beings to submit and feel terror. 1135 We don't like your attitude now. Great Kin's name had already resounded in the surrounding worlds, and it was spreading even further. Everyone felt somewhat surprised after hearing about this. The Tao Cultivation sect master could not help but laugh. He had really underestimated this faction's abilities and said, "Pay some slight attention to the Great Kin Empire. Perhaps it'll cause some interesting matters in the future." The woman next to him nodded. She also felt that the Great Kin Empire was not ordinary at all. Despite being a new world, it had the strength to fight back against 3 worlds. It had limitless potential and might become a royal kingdom in the future. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king looked quite surprised. The Great Kin Empire was not simple at all. Back when his Bear Mountain world had fused into the Heaven Awakened world, it did not have such power. They had to pay some mind to the Great Kin Empire. Perhaps it would cause more shocking events in the ancient stem domain. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king suddenly felt that there was more to its potential that could be seen. His premonition was not wrong at all. Not only was Great Kin going to shake the ancient stem domain in the future, it had already shaken the ancient stem domain. After all, the killing sword master that everyone was looking for was the king of Great Kin. After hearing about the rise of the Great Kin Empire, the 8 Dragons Essence sect felt quite shocked. The Great Kin Empire? Why did this name have a sense of killing and conquering to it? It seemed that the Great Kin Empire was not simple at all, and they had to keep an eye out for it. The sect master immediately gave the order for people to investigate this information and find out just what sort of empire the Great Kin Empire was. The Ice Origin Kingdom had similar thoughts. It was also quite interested in the Great Kin Empire now. It was the first time it had seen a new world invade three worlds. Its development was quite startling. Perhaps in a few more decades, a new empire would rise up. When that time came, the ancient stem domain might have its 21st royal kingdom. The various top-level factions in the ancient stem domain were all quite interested in the Great Qin Empire now. They all sent people to find more information about it. It could be said that the outstanding performance Great Qin had just put on had drawn the attention of the entire ancient stem domain. It was simply too rare and not many people could do such a thing. Even the terrifying Devil Horn Empire would not be able to do such a thing. However, now that the Great Qin Empire had appeared, the most terrifying existence was now Great Qin, and everyone now feared Great Qin. Zhao Fu did not know about any of this. Currently, he was leading his army as he charged forwards with his army. Anyone who obstructed them was killed without mercy. Boom. The Great Qin army swept forwards like a tsunami into the grassy world. Its aura was enough to sweep across anything, and there was nothing that could stop its onslaught. Boom. At the same time, the 8 aquatic beast kings led the Great Qin army into the half-beast world. The sounds were incredibly savage and violent, and an aura of terror covered the entire continent. All living creatures fell into terror, and no one could retaliate. Boom. Over at the elf world, Zhao Mo and the others led their army as they started to sweep through the elf world with unstoppable momentum. They conquered region after region, taking over half the continent in just a short while. No one could stop them. The three armies were currently unrestrainedly conquering in the three worlds, inundating everything like a world-ending flood. If any gods or Buddhas stood in their way, they would kill them all. Facing such a horrifying onslaught, the surrounding kingdoms started to hold emergency meetings. What should we do? Great Qin's legacy is simply too terrifying. He's nearly conquered 3 continents already. Should we attack? That's right. Should we do something? If this goes on, maybe those 3 worlds will be conquered by the Great Qin Empire. If it possesses 4 worlds, who will be able to withstand it? But right now, it's a matter between them, so it wouldn't be good for us to interfere, right? I don't want to invite trouble. After all, those 3 worlds wanted to invade the Great Qin Empire and they're now receiving their punishment. They deserve this. Even though that's true, if the Great Qin Empire destroys those 3 worlds, their strength will become too terrifying. When that time comes, our safety will be threatened. You think that the Great Qin Empire won't invade us? The Great Qin Empire is like they're using cheats. Their power is so unbelievable. Back then, I admired those 3 worlds for being lucky enough to be connected to it and having such a big piece of meat placed right in front of them. However, now I'm grateful that I'm not them. That's right. They unified their world in just 6 years, no wonder they fused into the Heaven Awakened world ahead of time. If they were given a few more years to develop, that would be dreadful. Alright, there's no use talking about all that. We need to quickly make a decision now. The Great Qin Empire has most likely already conquered 3 continents by now, and if we don't make a decision soon, it will be too late. Hearing this, everyone continued to discuss. In the end, in order to protect their own safety, they decided to slightly interfere. They could not allow Great Qin to continue rampaging like this, so they gathered their forces and prepared to head towards the 3 worlds. On the other side, Great Qin had indeed swept through 3 continents, but it had faced some obstructions. The rest of the factions from the other continents had gathered, and their forces were 3 times greater than Great Qin's. These forces were made up of both soldiers and also some people's militia. The 3 worlds' resolve was evident. They were determined to stop Great Qin here. Otherwise, the 3 worlds really might be destroyed at the hands of Great Qin. Zhao Fu stood in the sky, his expression unchanging. Great Qin's city lords and generals were behind him, facing off against the grassy world's kings and experts. The 2 armies faced off on the ground, and their auras seemed to clash and collide. Their surroundings were deathly silent, and no one could feel unafraid under this pressure because this was a war between worlds. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to attack because the other side's strength was already quite powerful and they were also prepared. As such, he was not completely confident. A long-haired young man who looked gentle and reserved walked out from the grassy side. His aura was the most powerful, and he was most likely the most powerful king. He walked out and looked at Zhao Fu as he spoke with a slightly cold and arrogant voice. "You're the Great Qin Empire's emperor?" Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and swept out his arm, causing the 12 metal colossi around him to tremble, and a formless power gave off an unstoppable momentum as it surged towards the other side. Sensing this power, the young man's expression fell and a dark green energy barrier appeared around him. Boom. The massive power slammed against the barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless cracks appeared on the barrier, and the young man immediately retreated a few steps. "We don't like your attitude." Zhao Fu's voice sounded out with a trace of arrogance, sounding quite domineering and imposing. The entire scene's atmosphere froze. It seemed that a big battle was about to erupt. 1136 Great Kin's strength. The grassy people around them looked at Xiaofu furiously. Great Kin's legatee was simply too domineering and arrogant. However, Great Kin's legatee was truly powerful. Their strongest king, who was also their world protector, was evidently weaker than Great Kin's legatee and not a match for him. They could only wait because Xiaofu was not in a hurry to attack, and they did not dare to attack either. All of the grassy world's forces were gathered here, and if anything went wrong, the grassy world would no longer have any forces left and would be defenseless. Moreover, there were also countless other ravenous wolves around them. In the end, even if they defeated Great Kin, they would not be able to defend against the invasions of the surrounding worlds, and they would still be destroyed. They knew this clearly, so despite Xiaofu acting so arrogantly, they could only endure it. The young man looked at Xiaofu coldly and said angrily, "Great Kin's legatee, don't go too far. Do you really think the Great Kin Empire has a 100% chance of victory? You're facing 3 worlds, and I'm sure your forces have also met obstructions in the 2 other worlds as well." He was not wrong. Great Kin's forces were also at an impasse in the Elf world and Half-Beast world. The remaining continents had sent all of their forces to stop Great Kin's advance, and they did not dare to casually start fighting either. Xiaofu coldly harumphed, "So what? Do you think that Great Kin fears you?" This arrogance once again caused everyone to feel quite angry, but they still did not dare to act, so they could only furiously glare at Xiaofu. The 2 sides were now at a stalemate, but soon, they received news of the other world's interference, causing their expressions to become serious. Great Kin was at a deadlock with the 3 worlds, as it did not have the confidence to defeat any of them. Moreover, these battles would decide the survival or death of both sides, so if others interfered, it would not be beneficial to either side. The worst thing that could happen was for them to fight to the death and allow others to reap the benefits. Following this, the people from a few other worlds arrived. As they arrived, they looked at the handsome Xiaofu dressed in his dragon robes. It was the first time they had seen Xiaofu for themselves, but they had already heard about how terrifying this person was. Now that they had seen him for themselves, just that noble and domineering aura alone was not something that ordinary people could have. A white-haired elderly man walked over with an amicable smile and cupped his hands, saying, "Both sides have lost countless people, those are all your subjects. If there are any conflicts, let's sit down and settle them peacefully. Our worlds are willing to act as mediators." The grassy world's people looked at Xiaofu. The decision-making power was primarily in Xiaofu's hands. They could not continue to allow this stalemate to go on. Xiaofu also fell into his thoughts. With Great Kin's current strength, it was not possible to simultaneously devour 3 worlds. After 2 large battles, Great Kin had suffered many losses, and now that Great Kin had moved out all of its forces to attack, it did not have much left behind to defend. Right now, settling things through mediation was undoubtedly the best option. Xiaofu nodded, and everyone else let out sighs of relief. Following this, they went to a large palace, with soldiers austerely standing guard around them. There was a large round table at the center, around which many important figures were gathered. Present were Great Kin, the grassy world, the half-beast world, the elf world, and the people from the surrounding worlds. This queen does not have much to say. As long as Great Kin leaves the elf world and provides the elf world with compensation, we are willing to settle matters here, a peerlessly beautiful elven woman with a mature figure and giving off a noble aura said. This king does not have anything to say either. Just like the elf world, as long as Great Kin leaves the half-beast world and provides compensation, we won't continue to pursue Great Kin over this. A valiant-looking big man from the half-beast world said. Following this, the gentle and reserved-looking grassy man said, "We are of the same mind." Ha ha ha. Hearing those words, Xiaofu started to laugh somewhat mockingly. He looked at the 3 people who had spoken and said, "We think that you're all quite confused. Back then, it was you 3 who wanted to invade Great Kin, and Great Kin retaliating is simply meting out justice. Now, you want Great Kin to leave and provide compensation? Such wishful thinking. It should be you providing Great Kin with compensation for its losses. Great Kin should keep all of the territory it conquered, and you should also each cede 1 continent to Great Kin. Moreover, you small kingdoms should provide tribute to Great Kin every year in the form of treasures and women." Hearing this, the people from the 3 worlds looked at Xiaofu furiously and felt somewhat regretful. Why did they not investigate things clearly before attacking? If they had done their research, they would not have faced a monster like the Great Kin Empire. Now that they heard that Xiaofu wanted them to cede continents and provide tribute, wasn't this submitting to Great Kin? It was a complete humiliation. The valiant-looking half-beast man slammed his palm onto the table, resulting in a massive sound and causing the table to crack as he shouted, "Great Kin's legatee, you're going too far. You're occupying our continents and we're the ones who have lost the most. You want us to pay tribute to Great Kin? Keep dreaming. A trace of anger appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he looked at that half-beast man. His terrifying pupils, that he had been hiding, surfaced, causing the half-beast man to shiver as a trace of fear welled up within his heart. A bone-piercing voice sounded out, causing the temperature in the palace hall to plummet. If you continue speaking to us like this, we will kill you. With your strength, we can easily crush you to death. Everything that is happening has been brought upon yourselves by your own doing. If Great Kin was not strong enough, it would have been destroyed by your worlds already. It was you all who invaded Great Kin first. Great Kin has not used its full strength yet. If you want to fight, Great Kin will gladly fight with you. Everyone nervously gulped. Seeing those terrifying pupils in Zhao Fu's eyes, everyone instinctively felt immense danger. After being looked at directly by those eyes, the half-beast man's body went weak, and he could not speak. He could only sit back down. Everyone felt quite shocked after hearing Zhao Fu's statement about Great Kin not using its full strength yet. They were not sure about Great Kin's true strength. It was possible that Great Kin was still holding back. 1137 Risen to fame. Zhao Fu said, "Have you considered our proposal?" Everyone started to feel quite nervous and did not know how to respond. They looked at each other, and in the end, the elf woman spoke first. Her attitude was not as strong as before, and she said somewhat weakly, "Your demands are too much, we're unable to agree." The mediators also said, "That's right. Great Kin's legatee, you're indeed asking for a bit too much. How about we properly discuss this? It's best that both sides are happy so we can resolve this battle. Everyone, please think of your subjects." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and did not say anything else. Inwardly, he sighed. He could only act so unreasonably in this kind of situation. Right now, with Zhao Fu suppressing the entire scene, everyone else took a step back and seemed much weaker. After all, the aura that Zhao Fu's body gave off was simply too powerful and completely suppressed them. In front of this feeling of danger, they could only act timidly. A while later, the elf woman said, "The continents that Great Kin currently occupies can be ceded to Great Kin by us. We hope that the matter will be settled with this. What do you say, Great Kin's legatee?" Zhao Fu shook his head. "The Great Kin Empire suffered heavy losses from this battle, so you should also give some compensation. Even though you can't give any more territory, I'm sure other items will be no problem." Following this, Zhao Fu listed out some things, and seeing that he was not asking for too much, the three worlds could only helplessly agree. In the end, Zhao Fu also nodded, and everyone let out sighs of relief. This battle, which had shaken 10 or so worlds, had finally concluded. The 3 continents that Great Kin had conquered belonged to the Great Kin Empire, and the 3 worlds provided Great Kin with compensation as punishment for invading Great Kin. The Great Kin Empire formally appeared to the world in such a mighty and domineering fashion. It was difficult for the surrounding worlds to not know about this, and they immediately listed the Great Kin Empire as a powerful kingdom. The hottest topic right now among the surrounding worlds was Great Kin. It could be said that Great Kin had completely risen to fame. The surrounding countries weren't the only ones that tried to obtain any and all information on Great Kin. Many other factions in the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain tried to find information and find out why Great Kin was so powerful. At the same time, they were also quite interested in the Great Kin Empire's history and traditions. After all, if they found out information about Great Kin's history and traditions, they could also copy them. No one would be interested in the history and traditions of a weak kingdom, and even if they told others about them, they would just be mocked and laughed at. By now, Zhao Fu had already led his forces back to Great Kin and left a portion of them stationed at the 3 continents. Even though these 3 continents were all in different worlds, they were all connected, so they could be defended together. This was essentially expanding Great Kin's territory outwards. This was a severe blow to the 3 worlds, causing their strength to greatly fall. Moreover, Great Kin did not sign any contracts with them, so both sides could still attack each other. Both sides had their own thoughts. The 3 worlds were quite reluctant to accept this situation, but in front of Great Kin's strength, they could not show any discontent. They were currently thinking of ways and waiting for their chance to take revenge. At the same time, they were recovering their strength. They had been careless from the very beginning and had not sent many people to invade, resulting in heavy losses. The second time, they had not gathered many soldiers either, and they had been completely swept away by Great Kin. If they had gathered all of their forces together from the beginning, Great Kin would not have won so easily, and it would not be so arrogant. Now, the 3 worlds experts hated Great Kin's legatee to death, and flames of fury burned within their hearts. The reason that Zhao Fu did not sign any contracts with them was because he wanted to grasp an opportunity to once again invade the 3 worlds and take another big bite out of them. The battle between the 2 sides would not end so simply. They were simply taking a rest. In the future, they would definitely fight again. After returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu went through the number of injuries and casualties and found that the number was not small at all. Around 20 million beasts and a few 100 million soldiers had died, but they had taken down around 7 billion soldiers from the three worlds. This was a result that they could be proud of. During these battles, the 8 aquatic beast kings had benefited greatly. They had devoured the blood and flesh of countless experts and dozens of city hearts. They were currently fast asleep as they rested. Even though the experts' corpses could be refined into high-stage blood god pills and the city hearts could establish cities, it was not too great of a pity to give them to the 8 aquatic beast kings. After all, they had withstood a lot of pressure during those battles and performed extremely well, so Zhao Fu was naturally happy to reward them. At the same time, their strength increasing was beneficial to Great Qin. The ones who benefited the most were the devils. After this battle, even though they had lost some people, the ones who had survived had become much stronger. After this battle, the devils with great innate talent had advanced from stage 1 to stage 3 after devouring a large amount of blood and flesh. Their devil chi had rapidly grown and they looked even more savage, causing anyone who saw them to feel fear. The devils had immense potential, but Zhao Fu felt slightly worried. If the devils went out of control, they would be a great threat to Great Qin. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to increase the restrictions on the devils. Finally, they tallied their gains from this battle. They had conquered 6,000 regions and 15,000 cities in the grassy world's evergreen continent, 5,000 regions and 12,000 cities in the half-beast world moon wolf continent, and 6,000 regions and 13,000 cities in the elf world cypress continent. In total, they had obtained 40,000 cities, which could provide another 40,000 city lord seals for Great Qin's beasts. Thinking about the massive power that the beasts had provided in these battles, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. In the process of conquering the 3 continents, they had destroyed 8 kingdoms and killed 18 kings. Most of the remaining kingdoms had seen that the situation was bad and escaped to other places, so even though they had killed many kings, they did not conquer many kingdoms. At the same time, Great Qin obtained 18 royal seals which could be turned into 18 underworld royal seals and provide an additional 180 million ghost soldiers. The more royal seals they had, the quicker Great Qin's ghost soldier army would develop. After conquering 3 continents, Great Qin's fate had greatly grown. They also obtained 9 billion people, 3 billion from each continent. This figure was quite small, making Zhao Fu feel somewhat disappointed. There were also countless treasures and items, and they would soon give out rewards for contributions. 1,138 new legatees through this battle. Zhao Fu found that Great Qin's greatest weakness compared to the outside world was that its foundation was greatly insufficient. The number of experts on stage 1 people that the enemy had far exceeded what Great Qin had. After returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu continuously thought about this problem, but there were essentially no solutions to this problem. Only with enough time would one build up a sufficient foundation. Even with the heaven-defying heaven and earth-refining formation, it could only close the gap by a bit and not completely make up for it. After all, the blood god pills from the heaven and earth-refining formation could only increase cultivation by a portion, not directly boost people from no cultivation to stage 1. It seemed that Great Qin also needed time to solidify its foundation. It could not afford to offend too many people or kingdoms that were too powerful. It had to lay low for a while. Now that they did not have the protection of the heaven domain boundary, they had to be wary of the outside world, which was filled with boundless danger. Another weakness of Great Qin was that they did not have enough people wielding armaments. Back then, Zhao Fu had realized this, so he no longer refined sect armaments. However, he had came to find that this still was not enough. If it wasn't for the 8 aquatic beast kings and the 100 people in sword obsession, even if Great Qin's people were quite strong, they would have been injured or killed by the other side's sheer numbers. Now, Zhao Fu wanted to give up some armaments and increase the number of people in Great Qin who wielded armaments. Otherwise, if more kings attacked next time, it would be quite difficult for Great Qin to defend, so they had to make preparations to fight against many enemies. Zhao Fu thought about the kingdoms that Great Qin had conquered. Their legatees could still use their armaments because those armaments belonged to their kingdoms. Even though they had been refined by Zhao Fu, they still had a connection to them. More importantly, if Zhao Fu gave them permission to use the armaments, they would also receive the benefits of Great Qin's fate. Ordinary kingdoms would not be able to do such a thing. Firstly, they were unable to refine the armaments, and they also required fate to use, so without a large amount of fate, they could not be used. Because Great Qin could refine their armaments, they naturally belonged to Great Qin, so they could use Great Qin's fate. As such, it was common in the Heaven-awakened world to have a powerful kingdom with many smaller vassal kingdoms. The smaller kingdoms were controlled by the powerful kingdom, and this allowed the powerful kingdom to have more armaments and soldiers at its disposal. Zhao Fu had Li Si prepare some information about the legatees who had submitted to Great Qin and their nation armaments. Li Si quickly prepared some documents for Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu looked through them carefully, preparing to pick the most outstanding people. Your Majesty, we have not yet given out rewards for contributions, Li Si reminded him, seeing that Zhao Fu was about to get absorbed in his work. Countless generals, ministers, and soldiers had been excitedly waiting for the distribution of rewards, and the ordinary residents were also waiting for the announcement to have a grand celebration. Zhao Fu had almost forgotten about this. Giving out rewards for contributions was a great way to bolster morale and increase popular sentiment, so it could not be delayed. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, Li Si, go and prepare things, we will attend shortly after. Li Si nodded and left to prepare the ceremony. Following this, Zhao Fu sat on his throne, dressed in his dragon robes. Li Si stood beside him as he read out imperial edicts, and Great Qin's various officials came up to receive their rewards. Everyone was in high spirits. Afterwards, they set up a grand banquet to celebrate this victory. The matter of counterattacking the three worlds thus ended. A few days later, Zhao Fu picked out 6 people who would wield nation armaments. They were Erling from the Vile dynasty, Zhao Ziyalong from the Song dynasty, Rhodas from the Roman Empire, Anya from the Kievan Rus, Yashi from the Elf Kingdom, and Lenkanya from the Half-Beast Kingdom. These people were not the original legatees, as those people had already been killed. These people were the ones with the best bloodlines and the best talent in their families, so Zhao Fu had made them the new legatees. They had never thought that they would one day be able to wield the nation armaments that belonged to their families. Even though these nation armaments now belonged to Great Qin, they could still wield them with Zhao Fu's permission. Being able to wield these nation armaments meant that they had reached the highest level in Great Qin. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your graces. The 6 of them knelt with happy expressions. They could not help but feel extremely excited to be valued by Great Qin. Zhao Fu lightly nodded, summoned the 6 nation armaments, and gave them to the 6 new legatees to familiarize themselves with the nation armaments. He did not want to risk them going on the battlefield without knowing how to use them. After dealing with everything, Zhao Fu became quite relaxed. He sent out some soldiers to the 3 continents to clear them out. Because the continents now belonged to Great Qin, they were quite easy to clear. The main task was to build a great wall, only then would those regions officially become Great Qin's territory. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the Light God Temple, where Great Qin was nurturing the light god that came from the divinity shard. Zhao Fu did not feel any feelings of reverence towards the godly spirit, and he just viewed it as a powerful existence. However, even powerful gods had to submit in front of Great Qin. That was why Zhao Fu dared to nurture godly spirits. Ordinary people did not dare to do such a thing. After coming to the Light God Temple, Zhao Fu found that the massive piece of crystal had turned into a statue. This statue was of a woman who wore a cloak that gave off white light. Her face was quite beautiful and gave off a warm aura. As Zhao Fu walked in, the image of the light god gradually appeared, and she bowed to Zhao Fu as she said, Your Majesty. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Very few people could have a godly spirit act like this. Zhao Fu already had the image of 10,000 godly spirits bowing at his feet, and such a grand scene could make anyone feel excited. Zhao Fu had came to see the light god as she had formed her image a few days ago, and she still had a few lapses in her memory. After some time, she had accepted her current identity, and Great Qin's large amount of faith energy caused her power to increase quite quickly. Zhao Fu had wanted to change the contents of the Bible and make her the god of the Bible. This way, she would receive even more faith energy, but he found that this was not possible. After all, the Bible had already taken root in the minds of Westerners for thousands of years and could not be changed so easily. The church did not dare to directly refuse Zhao Fu out of fear that he would kill them all, so they could only tactfully decline. Seeing that they were not willing, Zhao Fu did not force things and respected their beliefs. However, Zhao Fu's principle was that all faith had to bow its head in front of sovereign power. He would not allow religion to usurp the throne. Such a thing had happened in the West, and he would not allow it to happen in Great Qin. If such a thing happened, not only would Great Qin kill that god, but all those who believed in that god would also not be spared either. 1139 Underworld Treasure. The light god had similar attributes to the water god, and it could give blessings and develop a group of divine guards. The divine guards would become stronger as the godly spirit became stronger. Not only were their stats tied to the godly spirit, but their bodies could also obtain a bloodline related to that godly spirit. After looking over the light god, Zhao Fu ordered people to continue building a temple, which would be called the Life God Temple. Zhao Fu was going to nurture another godly spirit. When Great Qin had invaded the elf world, they had conquered an extremely ancient family and discovered a piece of wood that had been worshipped for a long time within a secret cell. This piece of wood was about 1 meter tall and 1 palm wide. It was slightly black, and what was shocking was that there was a green shoot growing out of the wood, which gave off a powerful aura of life. The golden dragon had told Zhao Fu that this was a piece of godly spirit wood, which may have been a part of the world tree. After being worshipped for countless years, it had developed divinity and could be used to nurture a godly spirit. Moreover, the golden dragon had given Xiaofu a method to nurture the goddess of life that the elves worshipped. Almost all of the elves worshipped the goddess of life. Most villages naturally had special stats that were related to the goddess of life, which was one of the higher grade godly spirits in the godly spirit world. The goddess of life that great kin would nurture would naturally be a new goddess of life. It could not compare to the true goddess of life. However, if it had a large amount of faith energy, it could rival the true goddess of life someday. The method that the golden dragon spoke of required Xiaofu to obtain the blood of 10,000 female virgin elves. It seemed that all godly spirits were interested in virgins, whenever making sacrifices, whether they were benevolent godly spirits or evil godly spirits, they required virgins. Of course, it was quite easy for Great Ken to obtain blood from 10,000 female virgin elves, and as that was happening, Xiaofu ordered people to quickly build the life god temple. Following this, he put the piece of wood on the platform at the center and fused the blood into it. The wood gave off an intense green light and a powerful aura spread out. The piece of wood gradually grew, and soon, it was 2 meters tall but only had its trunk. Following this, the wood started to go through changes as it gradually formed a human shape before turning into a very lifelike statue. The image of a beautiful elf wearing green clothes with an elegant figure appeared before Xiaofu. This was the divinity from the godly spirit wood. This divinity had existed since long ago, and its form had already been created since a long time ago. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After appearing, the goddess of life smiled and bowed to Xiaofu. Before, Xiaofu had already communicated with her that Great Ken could help her become a powerful godly spirit but that she had to be loyal to Great Ken. The goddess of life had happily agreed because that was what she wanted. At the same time, she had a condition, which was for Great Ken to treat the family that had worshipped her well. This was a small matter, so Xiaofu directly agreed. Xiaofu looked at the goddess of life stats and the blessings she gave. They were not very suited to direct fighting, being more suited to support. They could give massive healing and recovery effects, which Xiaofu was still quite pleased with. If the goddess of life became more powerful, her effects could be used in battle, and they definitely would not disappoint Xiaofu. Currently, Great Ken had 3 godly spirits, which was not a large number. The situation was quite far away from the scene of having 10,000 godly spirits bowing down to him, and in the future, Xiaofu even wanted to create a godly spirit army, as it would be quite powerful. It seemed that he had to pay more mind to this and nurture more godly spirits. In the future, they would also be able to help out with battles and help Great Ken conquer the world. After dealing with these matters, Xiaofu prepared to refine the royal seals he had obtained into underworld royal seals. There were 18 in total. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, turning into an earthquake that gave off a gray light. An eerie, cold aura flowed out, bringing with it an immense aura as it flowed into the royal seals in the air. At that moment, the royal seals' attributes went through changes. Apart from Xiaofu standing next to the formation, there were 9 figures standing behind him. They were the current underworld lords, and they were responsible for everything related to the ghost soldiers. 6 of them had been Yin generals, 1 of them was the original city god, Dark North Red Autumn, and the remaining 2 were the Black and White Impermanences. As the city god, Dark North Red Autumn had many attributes related to ghosts, so he was quite suited to being an underworld lord. The Black and White Impermanences came from the underworld, and whether it was their bloodlines or attributes, they were even more suited to being underworld lords. They had also told Xiaofu about some extra effects of the underworld royal seals. If he could gather 100 of them, he could open the underworld gate and head to the underworld. That was a special effect of the underworld royal sex, which was quite a rare ability. After entering the underworld royal seals had all sorts of additional powers. The first was that one could obtain some territory. The underworld was not like the Heaven Awakened world, which had worlds continuously fused into it, causing it to grow bigger and bigger. The underworld and godly spirit world were attached to the Heaven Awakened world, and even though they were quite big, their growth was extremely small. Moreover, almost every place in the underworld was ruled by someone. However, these people were not the true owners. Only by having an underworld royal seal would they be acknowledged by the underworld and the land. However, Xiaofu felt that there was not much value to this, as he would have to defeat the previous ruler to obtain the land. If one was lucky, with an underworld royal seal, one could obtain a piece of land for free, which was if the underworld bestowed them with a piece of land with no ruler. This was quite rare because most areas already had rulers and there were very few places without a ruler. The second effect of the underworld royal seals was that they could allow one to obtain the underworld's fate. As one of the 3 worlds, the underworld had vast amounts of fate, and if one could obtain fate from the underworld, the benefits would be immense. Moreover, The underworld royal seals were a type of underworld treasure like ordinary royal seals, and they had Ghost King's power. The final effect was that one could fuse an underworld royal seal into one's body, turning one into someone from the death race. In fact, even one's bloodline could become an underworld royal bloodline. This might have been quite attractive to others, but it was nothing to see or speak about to Xiaofu. After all, Xiaofu had the 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline, which was a sovereign bloodline in the underworld. Almost nothing could rival it, so Xiaofu would not care about a royal bloodline like that. 1144 Soul Devil World Boom. A massive wave of cold and eerie aura expanded out as the 18 royal seals became underworld royal seals. One person could only use one underworld royal seal, so Xiaofu had to appoint another 18 underworld lords. If Xiaofu really did head to the underworld in the future, the ghost soldier army would have enormous effects. However, there was no reason for Xiaofu to go to the underworld right now, as he did not even know what he would do there. Xiaofu did not have any interest, but the black and white impermanences did, as their family and friends were there. After catching the underworld royal seals, the black impermanence wrapped her arms around Xiaofu's shoulders and flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Your Majesty, we have many peerless beauties in the underworld. They're all waiting for you to conquer them, so you can't not go. Also, perhaps our family will be able to provide great kin with some assistance in the underworld." Hearing this, Xiaofu smiled and ignored the words she had said at the start. However, he was quite interested in their family because it was most likely an ancient family that was even more powerful than great kin. There was still a lot of time in the future, and perhaps he would head to the underworld sometime later. As such, he did not reject the black impermanence's suggestion. Seeing that Xiaofu did not refuse, the white impermanence gave a happy smile. Perhaps they would be able to see their family and friends again soon. Xiaofu put the underworld royal seals away and picked out 18 of the strongest young generals and made them underworld lords. Now, Great Kin could have 270 million ghost soldiers. The speed at which this number rose was incredibly fast, and soon, Xiaofu's ghost soldier army would be formed. Finally, Xiaofu went to the devil world. Before, Xiaofu had felt quite worried about the devil world because the devils were growing too quickly and were incredibly savage and twisted. If they went out of control, they would bring great harm to Great Kin. Moreover, Xiaofu planned to develop them into one of Great Kin's main forces, which made them even riskier. As such, he had to increase the control over them. The devil world had been created using a 10,000 devil bloodstone, which had been created from the blood of countless devils. Those devils could control other devils, and even though the 10,000 devil bloodstone had been refined by Xiaofu, he still felt somewhat worried because the devil army was simply too dangerous. After thinking about it, Xiaofu decided to use the 4 soul jades that the 4 guardian beasts had given him. As the guardian beasts that defended the 4 sides of the human world and controlled source energy, they had the power to create heaven and earth. If Xiaofu fused the 4 soul jades into the devil world would become even more like a real world. Not only would the devils transform even faster, but they would also become even stronger, which was greatly beneficial to the devil world. At the same time, Xiaofu's control over the devil world would be increased. Even if something out of the ordinary happened with the 10,000 devil bloodstones restrictions, he would have the 4 soul jades as his trump card. That way, Xiaofu would not have to worry about the devil army in the future. No matter how twisted, abnormal, ruthless, powerful, and numerous they would still be within Xiaofu's control. Thinking about that, Xiaofu grinned and immediately went to carry this out. He first refined the 4 soul jades using his blood to gain greater control using his bloodline. After refining the 4 soul jades, Xiaofu entered the devil world. The devil world still looked the same as before, with a blood-red sky, blood-red sun, and blood-red moon. The ground seemed to be covered with blood, and ghastly howls could be heard now and then. The entire place was filled with an eerie and strange aura. Xiaofu stood in the air and looked around him before taking out the 4 soul jades. They gave off different lights and floated around Xiaofu. Boom. 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 4 massive explosions sounded out as the 4 soul jades gave off intense light and exploded out with 4 world-shaking auras. This was no less than expected from the soul jades given by the 4 guardian beasts. Their terrifying auras caused all creatures in the devil world to fall into terror, and they lay on the ground and trembled. Xiaofu raised a hand and pointed it at the blood-red sun and blood-red moon in the sky, and the 4 soul jades turned into 4 rays of light as they shot towards the north, south, east, and west. Boom. 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 The 4 soul jades flew to the boundaries of the devil world and once again exploded out with intense light, looking like 4 brilliant suns in the 4 directions. Within them were 4 images. One was an azure dragon, one was a fiery bird, one was a rainbow-colored deer, and one was a whale. They were the images of the 4 guardian beasts. At that moment, Zhao Fu's raised hand forcefully grabbed at the air. Boom! An explosion rocked through the surroundings as the blood-red sun and blood-red moon actually fused together, forming an enormous blood-red sun. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended, causing the countless devils to feel even more terror. This was a terror that came from their bloodlines. Heavens and earth, 4 directions combine. Zhao Fu roared as the orbs of light in the 4 directions gave off 4 rays of light that gave off shocking sounds and shot into the blood-red sun. Boom! An enormous explosion sounded out as the blood-red sun burst forth with an even more monstrous aura, and it was as if it could twist space. The blood-red sun now had 4 extra colors. Now, a 5-colored sun giving off 5-colored light covered the devil world, and the devil world started to go through changes. Every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, every rock, and the countless devils seemed to be permeated by a sort of energy, and the space here became firmer and more solid. Boom! 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 4 massive sounds once again rang out as the 4 orbs of light sent all of their power into the sun, revealing the 4 guardian beasts' images. The 4 guardian beasts were rapidly devouring the devil world's aura, and countless traces of blood-red aura flowed into their bodies, causing their eyes to become blood-red. After obtaining the power from the 4 orbs of light, the 5-colored sun in the sky became twice as big, and the light it gave off became even more intense. Its aura became even more powerful as all creatures did not dare to even make a sound under this aura. After absorbing the aura from the devil world, the 4 guardian beasts in the 4 directions looked quite abnormal and savage, and they started to fuse into the barrier in each of the 4 directions. Finally, the 4 guardian beasts were completely fused into the barrier, causing there to be the images of 4 figures on the barrier, resulting in the barrier becoming dozens of times stronger. The aura from the 5-colored sun in the sky gradually weakened until it became a relatively small 5-colored sun. It was primarily blood-red colored, with the 4 extra colors as secondary colors. A new devil world had formed, and Zhao Fu called it the 4-soul devil world. 1141 Meeting Benkitsu again. Zhao Fu looked at the 4-soul devil world and smiled. Now, he could rest at ease when using the devil army. Great Kin was currently clearing out the 3 continents, which could provide a large number of people and beasts that they could throw in to provide Great Kin with more devils. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to Great Kin. After dealing with so many matters, he felt quite relaxed. Because the regions had not been fully cleared yet, nor had the Great Wall been built, those 3 continents did not officially belong to Great Kin yet. Their cities could not be made into governmental cities yet, so their city lord seals could not be fused into beasts. Zhao Fu had already chosen the recipients for the next wave of city lord seals, the corpse soul soldiers. They had performed excellently during this battle. They could hold their large shields and charge everywhere, or they could use their massive swords to give off ferocious attacks. Li Si walked into the palace hall and cupped his hands as he reported, "Your Majesty, the kings of various kingdoms have sent letters requesting to send ambassadors to Great Kin. What does your Majesty think of this? Send ambassadors to Great Kin?" Zhao Fu thought about it. These people most likely wanted to see what Great Kin was like for themselves. Even though this would mean revealing some information about Great Kin, it was still quite beneficial, as it would allow Great Kin to establish better relations with others and seem less threatening. This was what Great Kin wanted. News of various kingdoms sending ambassadors to Great Kin naturally became a hot topic. Zhao Fu did not care much for this and had Li Si handle this while he planned to go to the inner region of the ancient stem domain. Over the course of that large battle, Great Kin had used up an ocean of talisman stones, so they needed to greatly replenish them. They also desperately needed high-stage corpses. Great Kin's high-stage cultivators were far inferior to the 3 worlds, so they had to reduce the gap as much as they could. Zhao Fu headed there through the teleportation channels he had set up last time and did not use the Heaven Domain Spirit Crystal. It had not been upgraded yet, so it could only teleport him to nearby worlds. After arriving at the inner region, Zhao Fu happened to run into Benkitsu. "Brother Zhao. You seem to be quite the busy person, long time no see," Benkitsu said as he laughed. He was also by himself and did not have any guards with him. Now that Great Kin had revealed itself, perhaps the Ice Origin Kingdom would be of help to Great Kin in the future. As such, Zhao Fu smiled apologetically and said, "I've been caught up in some matters recently and haven't been able to come for a while." Zhao Fu naturally could not reveal his true identity, since everyone thought that he was a mysterious emperor. He would pretend to be one. Benkitsu actually took great notice of this. As the emperor of an empire, why would Zhao Fu come to the ancient stem domain? And it seemed like he had come many times before, so what was his purpose? With his identity, if he had some kind of purpose, it definitely would not be a small matter. "Brother Zhao, a restaurant recently opened nearby and its wine is extremely rich and mellow. Will you give me the face of drinking together?" Benkitsu had been ordered to make friends with Zhao Fu, So he extended an invitation so that he could hear about Zhao Fu's purpose in being here. Zhao Fu smiled and agreed. He was not in a rush. After arriving at the restaurant, they found that business was booming and that all of the private rooms were booked. Zhao Fu and Binkixu were not too fussy and found a table in the hall and ordered a few small dishes and a jug of wine. One person at the table next to them leaned forward and asked the others at his table, Hey, did you hear about that the Great Ken Empire at the Boundary region? There seemed to be a lot of people talking about it. Did something big happen? Another person raised his wine cup and replied, Of course I heard about it. With so many people talking about it, how could I have not heard about it? It's actually not too big of a matter for the inner region, but it was a massive deal over there. It definitely shocked the surrounding dozens of worlds. The person who had asked the question said pressingly, What happened? Spit it out. The other person drained his cup in one gulp and looked at the person who asked the question, saying, What are you so fussed about? The Great Ken Empire is actually a new world and unified its world in just 6 years, causing it to fuse into the Heaven Awakened world ahead of time. The surrounding 3 worlds thought that a big cake had been delivered to them, so they tried to invade it. However, they were counter-invaded by the Great Ken Empire, and things seemed to have settled. However, those 3 worlds had to each cede a continent to the Great Ken Empire. Whoa. The Great Ken Empire is so powerful and domineering to make its debut in such a manner. However, the Great Ken Empire is so strong, not only did it unify its own world in such a short period of time, but it also immediately counter-invaded 3 worlds as soon as it fused into the Heaven Awakened world, the other person said in shock. The person who had spoken nodded, saying, Such a thing has never been heard of before. Great Ken is the first to do it. No matter how strong others are, they could only invade 1 world, while Great Ken simultaneously invaded 3 worlds. This is simply too rare, so news quickly spread. The third person at their table said, Do you know about Great Ken's legatee? I heard that he's abnormally powerful. With just stage 8 cultivation, he was able to fight back against over 10 kings. What was even more shocking was that he used dozens of nation armaments, making it seem as if the sky was going to collapse. Even the 10 or so kings were not a match for him. Is he really that powerful? And he can use dozens of nation armaments? A single nation armament is enough to destroy the heavens and earth, so wouldn't dozens of nation armaments be enough to directly obliterate a world? The person who originally asked the question gasped in shock. The second person who had spoken nodded seriously and said, It's true, Great Ken's legatee is indeed incredibly powerful and has extraordinary talent. I also heard about that. The third person who spoke continued, He'll probably come to the inner region, right? I wonder if he'll go on the ancient STEM rankings. I feel that he'll be able to place 26th. The first person said, Only 26th? I feel that's a bit low. This is a new world. Great Ken's legatee is only the first generation, yet he was able to unify the entire world. I feel that he should be ranked at least 20th. Those on the ancient STEM rankings are essentially all from big families and had pure king's bloodlines when they were born. On the other hand, Great Ken's legatee obtained everything he has from his own efforts. Hearing this, the second person nodded and said, That's why I respect Great Ken's legatee. I feel that with his abilities, he can rank 17th. The third person thought about it before nodding, saying, I think that's quite reasonable. Now that they were on the topic of the ancient STEM rankings, the person who had asked the first question said, Did you guys hear about that person clearing the 10,000 dragon stage? That person should be first on the ancient STEM rankings, right? This made the other 2 people feel speechless. The second person rolled his eyes and said, Why are you so behind on these things? I understand if you don't know about things in the boundary regions, but you're not even clear about the things that happened on the 10,000 dragon stage? First on the ancient STEM rankings? That person has an emperor's bloodline and has such a prestigious status that the ancient STEM rankings can't contain him. It doesn't have the right to. First on the rankings? What a joke. Hearing this, Binkixu looked at Zhao Fu next to him. The people at the neighboring table had no idea that this person next to him was the emperor they were talking about. In front of Zhao Fu, Binkixu felt quite inferior. 1142 10,000 dragon after all, in terms of status, power and bloodline, Zhao Fu completely outclassed him in every regard, and there was nothing that he could do about it. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had only exchanged a few sentences with Binkixu before he had heard the people beside them talk about Great Ken. Great Ken's matters have spread even to the inner region? Zhao Fu had never thought that such a thing would happen. After all, there were many worlds between Great Ken and here. Apart from everyone knowing about Great Ken, there was no benefit to Great Ken's name traveling so far. Great Ken was still a minor figure in the boundary region and didn't want to attract the attention of the major figures of the inner regions. Now that Zhao Fu clearly knew how powerful the factions in the inner region were, he did not want to make enemies of them for now. However, if Great Ken's fame grew too much, It was possible that they would come and make trouble, which Xiaofu was quite worried about. Binkixu looked at Xiaofu and found that he seemed quite interested in the Great Qin Empire. He also knew a bit about the Great Qin Empire, so he laughed as he said, "Brother Zhao, are you interested in the Great Qin Empire? I actually know a thing or two about it." Xiaofu understood that Binkixu had noticed that he seemed a bit strange, and if he did not say that he was interested, it would arouse suspicion. Xiaofu wanted to know what the top-tier figures in the ancient STEM domain thought about Great Qin, so he nodded. Binkixu lightly smiled as he said, "The Great Qin Empire is in the western boundary region of the ancient STEM domain. It is primarily made up of 3 races, white people, yellow people, and black people. The Great Qin Empire, which has unified the world, is ruled by yellow people. I heard that it has a few thousand years of history, but it is not a cultivation world. Such a world should be quite weak, and 3 worlds that have developed for decades should have had no problem invading it. However, Great Qin is an exception. No one could stop its rise, and it quickly unified its world and counter-invaded the 3 worlds. If it wasn't for Great Qin, that world would have been conquered by the 3 worlds. I'm quite interested in Great Qin and why it's so powerful. I'm also quite wary of Great Qin's legatee. Not only does that person have excellent talent, but he also has powerful techniques and is filled with mystery. He's able to use dozens of nation armaments, which is quite shocking. If he comes to the inner region, I'd like to meet him and see what sort of existence he is." Binkixu could never imagine that the person in front of him was Great Qin's legatee. He had long since met him. Then what does the Ice Origin Kingdom and other royal kingdoms think of the Great Qin Empire? Xiaofu asked the crucial question. Binkixu replied, "Each of the royal kingdoms is taking this quite seriously because the potential that the Great Qin Empire has displayed is too shocking. Nothing big has happened in recent years, so everyone is paying great mind to what happened over there. Moreover, a higher being remained there for some time, but no one knows why. There was also the matter of the Killing Sword Master, which you might not know about. That happened a while ago. The terrifying ripples affected hundreds of worlds, instantly shaking the entire ancient STEM domain. Even experts from the neighboring domains hurried over. That killing sword intent is an extremely terrifying martial conception, and it is extremely dangerous and can destroy everything. That sort of martial conception can cause one's bloodline to go through mutations. That is why a type of killing sword elf appeared in the elf world over there. Those elves became extremely savage and even established a killing sword kingdom. How could Xiaofu not know about this? He was that killing sword master. He had never thought that the various factions of the ancient STEM domain would be paying so much attention to his area. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, if he received even more attention from the inner regions, it would be quite troublesome and could be disadvantageous to Great Qin. Even though Xiaofu was Great Qin's legatee and the killing sword master and knew about all of this, he still acted as if he did not know anything. He raised his wine cup and smiled as he said, "Thank you for the information, Brother Bing." However, just as Xiaofu drank his wine, one of the people from the table next to them said, "I also heard that Great Qin's legatee is quite lascivious, is that true?" Another person lightly harumphed and said, "Lascivious? That's not all, he's simply a wild beast. I heard that he gathered all of the beauties in his world to his palace and that every time he conquers a place, he takes all of the beautiful women. I heard that beauties are as common as clouds within the Great Qin Palace and are simply innumerable. He's simply a beast, isn't he?" Another person said, "That's nothing, I heard that he wants anything female and has even screwed dragons before." Cough. Xiaofu choked on his wine and started to cough. This rumor was simply too exaggerated. The 3 people at the neighboring table glanced at Xiaofu and did not pay him much mind and continued to chat. "Is that true? Great Qin's legatee has quite some tastes. However, I'm quite jealous of him. When will I be like that?" The 2 others laughed. "Keep dreaming." Binkixu looked at Xiaofu in concern and asked, "Brother Zhao, are you alright?" Xiaofu nodded. Binkixu felt at ease and lightly smiled, saying, "I also know a bit about Great Qin's legatee in that regard. I didn't think that it was good to talk about before, but he's quite shocking. Even against female dragons, he's quite capable." Cough. Xiaofu once again choked upon hearing that. He definitely was not that kind of person. Binkixu felt quite confused. Seeing Xiaofu choke again, he felt quite curious. He had thought that Xiaofu had just been shocked because of what the people on the other table had said, but now that he had confirmed this, why did Xiaofu choke again? "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, let's continue to enjoy this wine." Xiaofu stopped his coughing and raised his wine cup as he tried to change the topic. He could not continue talking about this. Binkixu would never imagine that the person next to him was that beast. The 2 of them talked for a bit more, after which Xiaofu gave the excuse of having matters to attend to and left. Binkixu felt slightly disappointed because he was not able to find out anything useful from Xiaofu. After leaving the restaurant, Zhao Fu headed to the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. With the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's help, everything was much more convenient. Before, Zhao Fu had to buy talisman stones and corpses from various financial groups, and now that Great Kin had revealed itself to everyone, he could not continue to do this, or else it would be quite easy for his identity to be exposed. Even if there was not a risk of being exposed, Zhao Fu would not continue because the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's abilities were not something a few small financial groups could compare to. Moreover, he was buying items at cost price from them. This time, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had obtained 100 million bronze rank talisman stones, 10 million secret silver rank talisman stones, 1.2 million fine gold rank talisman stones, 200,000 dark gold rank talisman stones, 3,000 epic rank talisman stones, and 10 or so legendary rank talisman stones. Zhao Fu was quite shocked at the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's abilities because it would be incredibly difficult for Zhao Fu to obtain such talisman stones. 1,143 robbery. Apart from talisman stones, they had also gathered a large quantity of high-stage corpses. There were 100 million Stage 2 corpses, 10 million Stage 3 corpses, 1.65 million Stage 4 corpses, 220,000 Stage 5 corpses, 4,000 Stage 6 corpses, and 86 Stage 7 corpses. Great Kin desperately needed high-stage corpses, and with Great Kin's strength, it was quite difficult to collect them. These were the massive benefits to being part of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. Moreover, there was the issue of price. If Zhao Fu had bought these corpses from other places, it would have cost him 10 gold coins for a Stage 2 corpse, 100 gold coins for a Stage 3 corpse, and 1,000 gold coins for a Stage 4 corpse. That shipment of corpses would have cost him billions of gold coins, and that did not even include the cost of buying the talisman stones. In total, everything would have cost him at least 8 or 9 billion gold coins. Even though Great Kin was quite wealthy, it could not afford continuous expenditure like that. Because the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group only charged him what it cost them to collect the corpses, Stage 2 corpses only cost 1 gold coin each, Stage 3 corpses cost 10 gold coins, and Stage 4 corpses cost 100 gold coins. They were essentially gifting these things to Zhao Fu for free, and he felt incredibly grateful. He promised himself that in the future, if the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group needed anything, he would do his best to repay them. After walking out from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's VIP lounge, Zhao Fu had a big smile on his face. He planned to return to Great Kin, but at that moment, a few cold gazes fell on him. Zhao Fu immediately sensed these gazes but did not do anything and continued on his way. Soon, he was stopped by a few people. There were 4 of them. One of them was a big man with blue hair and 4 ears, and there was a big red saber at his waist. Another person wore black clothes that covered his appearance. From the shape of his body, he was most likely a man. One of the others was a handsome young man who wore snow-white robes, and the final person was a woman who looked quite pretty and flirtatious, and she had an alluring figure. The woman was leaning against the young man's chest, while the young man hugged the woman. They looked quite intimate. The big man called out, "We won't waste any words. If you want to live, hand over your spatial ring, or your elders gonna tear you to pieces." A robbery? Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. This seemed to be the first time he had been in such a situation. Was it that he had bought too much at the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group? The 4 of them had powerful cultivations, each of them being at Stage 9. They were quite famous within the inner regions of the ancient Stem domain and had committed many evil deeds. There were many people who had put bounties on them, and anyone who could kill them would receive great rewards. "Boy, you're seeking death. Do you know who we are?" Seeing that Zhao Fu was not afraid of them, even laughing, the big man felt incredibly humiliated. As someone with Stage 9 cultivation, they were experts even in the inner region. Zhao Fu looked at the big man and said condescendingly, "Do you know who I am? Don't you know that you're the one seeking death?" Zhao Fu did not put Stage 9 cultivation in his eyes at all. With his current power, Zhao Fu could rival those in the Saint realm. Xing. Hearing Zhao Fu say such arrogant words, the big man felt furious, directly drew his saber, and slashed at Zhao Fu. A massive red saber light, bringing a terrifying power, slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and took out his death disaster sword. He slashed out, sending out a cold light that caused the incoming red saber light to explode. This caused the 4 people's pupils to constrict, and their expressions became serious. They found that Zhao Fu's cultivation was only at Stage 8, but the power he wielded was far beyond that. They had met a difficult opponent this time. The big man immediately shouted, "Hurry up and work together to kill this boy, he's quite strange." He bought billions of gold coins worth of things in the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. My 4 ears heard it clearly. The 4 people surrounded Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu felt quite startled. This big man's 4 ears had incredible hearing and could actually pierce through barriers. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. Boom. The 4 people exploded out with terrifying auras and simultaneously attacked. Zhao Fu coldly left and did not have any interest in fighting with them. A massive wave of eerie ghostly chi instantly spread out. This massive wave of eerie aura caused the 4 people's expressions to fall, and the big man hurriedly cried out, "This boy is too strange, let's." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Fu suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the big man. His sword gave off an explosive sword light as it slashed downwards. The big man's body was instantly obliterated by the grey sword light, causing bits of his corpse to fly everywhere. The remaining 3 people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the big man would be killed so easily. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat and quickly escaped backwards. The man in black clothes was the fastest. His body blurred and was about to disappear when Zhao Fu turned and gave a trace of a cold smile. The golden pupils in his left eye spun as countless chains bringing with them massive power shot out, piercing through that person's body. Blood flew everywhere as that person immediately died. Following this, Zhao Fu turned to look at the pair of lovers. The young man blocked in front of the woman and said seriously, "I'll try to block him, little sister Ru, hurry up and run." The woman felt incredibly touched, and her eyes became wet. However, she did not hesitate to turn and run. They had been incredibly unlucky today. Kai. The sound of something sharp piercing into flesh sounded out before the woman could run even a few steps. She turned to see that Zhao Fu's sword had stabbed through the young man's heart without him being able to resist at all. The Great Qin seal losing its ability to gather power had greatly reduced Zhao Fu's strength, but he still had the power from the 6 paths demon images, so it was not too difficult to instantly kill these people. The woman's legs became weak, and she understood that she could not run. She could only kneel and tearfully plead, "Sir, please don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll definitely serve you well, I beg you." The woman quickly took off her dress, revealing her pure and white body, and her large chest could cause anyone to feel intoxicated. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he walked over and stroked her enchanting face, and the woman looked as if she greatly enjoyed it. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu grabbed the woman's head and gripped down on it, causing it to explode. Blood and brains flew everywhere. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, and the dagger hidden in its hand fell out as well. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood and brains from his hand and continued flying off. A few hours later, Zhao Fu gave the talisman stones and corpses to his subordinates. They could greatly increase Great Qin's strength. Zhao Fu's next destination was the fish scale world. He wanted to quickly resolve things in the Darkwater continent, but it was a pity that things had continuously come up, forcing him to delay the unification of the Darkwater continent. Now, Zhao Fu was determined to resolve things there. This time, there probably wouldn't be anything that would stop him. 1144 System Army. Before, the System faction and Player faction each took half of the Darkwater continent. The System faction controlled by Great Qin continuously absorbed the System factions from other continents, while the other side continuously absorbed Player factions. However, they were far slower than Great Qin. Now, Great Qin's System faction had 8,000 or so cities while the other side only had 4,000 or so. Great Qin's forces were almost double that of the other side. By now, they knew that the Great Qin Empire had unified the human world and invaded other worlds. Such a big matter could not be hidden. The contract signed between Great Qin and the fish scale world would be ending next year, and when that time came, Great Qin would most likely officially invade the fish scale world. This made the entire fish scale world feel panicked because Great Qin's strength could completely roll over them. Great Qin's strength allowed it to counter-invade 3 worlds that had been developing for decades, so nothing needed to be said against a world that had only developed for a few years like theirs. In front of such massive pressure, the fish scale world was divided, and some people even wanted to take the initiative to surrender to Great Qin. However, the Netherwater continent had already been ceded to Great Qin, so the Darkwater continent would definitely be attacked first. It had become an incredibly dangerous place. As such, many people were unwilling to head to the Darkwater continent anymore, and this affected the speed at which they absorbed other factions. Otherwise, the System faction controlled by Great Qin would have been even bigger. On the other hand, many people from the Player faction already had thoughts of escaping. After all, they had to face 2 sources of pressure, Great Qin and a System faction that was becoming stronger and stronger. Some people could not bear this pressure anymore. Zhao Fu felt that this was a good time to act while the other side's morale was quite low. After defeating them, they would obtain a large number of cities, and the benefits would be quite great. Otherwise, if they all moved away, they would just obtain some land with no people or resources. Great Qin's System faction had 8,000 cities, which meant that it had 8,000 city lords. Now, city lords were not as important, What was important was people with high cultivations. More importantly, they had 800 million soldiers. Because of the contract, Great Kin was unable to help. However, Zhao Fu was not worried about having the system faction facing a force of 4,000 cities. They would definitely win, but the highest concerns were how they would win and what the gains from winning would be. Zhao Fu thought about it and made a set of simple plans. The leaders of the player faction regularly met together to discuss matters. Now that the world was so unsettled, the situation in the Darkwater continent was also quite unsteady, and it seemed as if something big could happen at any moment, causing the leaders to feel quite worried. Someone could not help but ask, what should we do? Do we defend or retreat? We need to make a decision as early as possible. If this goes on, everyone's morale will plummet to rock bottom. Someone else sighed as he said, let's withdraw. The system faction's strength is already double ours, and we also have to worry about Great Kin invading. If we keep worrying like this every day, we'll break down sooner or later. We'll lose before the other side even attacks us. Another person agreed, I also think we should withdraw. I've had enough of living in anxiety every day. Someone else said, the main thing is that Great Kin will most likely invade next year. When that time comes, the Darkwater continent will be impossible to defend. That will be a catastrophe. Otherwise, we could still face off against the other side for a while. However, one other person said angrily, are we really going to give up all this territory that we spent so much effort to conquer? Also, do you think the other continents will welcome us? This caused everyone to fall into their thoughts again. They were not too willing to give up their territory, and how could the people from other continents welcome them? After all, they would have to share their land and resources. Moreover, they would have to all split up, as it would be impossible for all of them to gather at the same continent. Their threat would be too great, and the other continents would not allow such a thing. It was possible that they would turn on the original owners of those continents. Things are bad. The system faction is starting to gather its forces and attack us. Someone cried out, cutting off everyone's thoughts. Everyone was quite shocked, and one of the leaders hurriedly asked, how many soldiers did they send and from which direction? The soldier replied, around 400 million, they're attacking from the east. Now, it was time to decide, should they fight or withdraw? The system side had only sent out half of its forces, and no one knew what the other half was doing. They were most likely coming in for a pincer attack. Everyone looked at each other, and someone said, I think we should try to stop the system army for now. Otherwise, with them attacking, we won't even be able to withdraw completely. Most others nodded, a small portion just nodded for the sake of appearances and had their own thoughts. The various leaders started to gather their forces to defend against the system army. Soon, they received news that the other army of 400 million soldiers was attacking from the other side. Just as expected, the system faction wanted to pincer them. The loss of City Lord Seals was actually good news to the player faction in such a situation, otherwise, just facing 8,000 City Lords alone would be incredibly difficult to deal with. In such a crucial moment, the player faction was silently split into two factions. One faction was gathering its forces to fight, while the other faction wanted to use the others as a shield to quickly withdraw. The system faction was attacking so ferociously and had double their numbers. No one knew if they would be able to successfully defend, and even if they could, what would they do about Great Kin's invasion next year? They definitely could not stay here, so they wanted to leave. Of course, they did not actively voice this out and conducted themselves secretly. Now that the system army was attacking, they wanted to use the others as a shield. The players could only care about themselves. Zhao Fu had ordered people to keep an eye on the movements of players. He did not attack too quickly because he wanted to give them time to decide and react. Zhao Fu knew that they were not all of the same mind, and this was especially so when under such great pressure. They would definitely split off, and this was something that Zhao Fu wanted to see. What's going on? Why do we have so few soldiers? A player leader felt that something was off and asked loudly. A soldier next to him replied, Sir, some cities have not arrived yet. I've already ordered people to go and hurry them up. This made the sinking feeling that the leader feel worsen. He thought of something and said hurriedly, hurry and check if they've relocated their cities. Soon, the soldier came back with a pale face, saying, Sir, they've all relocated. The people that we sent to check on them have all been killed. Those bastards. The leader angrily cursed. Those people wanted to use them as shields to buy them time as they withdrew. Now, only roughly 3,000 cities remained out of the 4,000 player cities. At the same time, people continuously left. It could be said that the player side was falling apart. What would the people who had remained do? Facing this situation, they did not have even a slight chance of victory. 1,145 Royal Kingdom in the end, facing the current situation, they could all only choose to escape to other continents. However, They no longer had the opportunity to do so. Zhao Fu had received the news of many people already escaping, so he immediately gave the order for the two armies to quickly attack. They were not aiming for a pincer but to surround them so that none of them could escape. That was Zhao Fu's plan. Even though a portion of them had escaped, they would be able to obtain the biggest benefits while incurring the smallest losses. As the system army attacked, the cities at the front were forced to engage them in battle because it was already impossible for them to escape. Those at the back did not hesitate to desperately run while there were people blocking. Soon, the two armies clashed together. On one side, it was 400 million system forces against 80 million player forces, and on the other side, it was 400 million system forces against 60 million player forces. The conclusion was already set, so Zhao Fu sent people to try to persuade the other side to surrender. If they were willing to surrender, they could still live their lives in the same way and none of them would be harmed. Everything would be left in the past. They would be able to fuse into the system faction, and the system factions would treat them well. The system faction even claimed that they had a way to resist Great Kin and promised that Great Kin would never attack the Darkwater continent. Now that the Darkwater continent belonged to Great Kin, how could Great Kin attack it? Wouldn't that be attacking itself? As such, the promise that the system faction gave was not false at all. In the face of certain defeat, Zhao Fu's proposal was quite attractive to the various player leaders, and this was especially so regarding the way to deal with Great Kin. Right now, the entire fish-scale world was immersed in terror under Great Kin's shadow, and it was the thing that the fish-scale world cared about most right now. However, did they really have a way to deal with Great Kin? Thinking about how terrifying Great Kin was, they could not help but feel doubtful. Only under the repeated reassurances of the system faction did they slightly believe them. After confirming the treatment they would receive and that the system faction would not harm them, the player faction formally surrendered. Zhao Fu immediately devoured them and continued to chase after the fish-scale people who had run off. In just half a day, Zhao Fu had the entire Darkwater continent surrounded. For those who could be captured, they were thrown into the Four-Soul Devil world, and those who could not be captured were directly killed. Zhao Fu had ordered people to start researching the Heaven Domain Spirit Crystal, and he planned to create a teleportation channel trap, the kind that automatically activated when someone stepped onto it. The main problem that Great Kin faced right now was that it could not conduct super long-range teleports. If they could successfully create such teleportation channel traps, they could chase people to a certain place, and they would be automatically teleported to the Four-Soul Devil world. As for their outcome, it was unnecessary to talk about. Furthermore, it would also reduce Great Kin's losses, as they would be able to avoid a lot of fighting. Zhao Fu also hoped to spread rumors of mystical treasures appearing in the Devil World and send countless people treasure hunting to the Devil World through teleportation channels. That way, even without Great Kin actively sending people in, the number of people inside would automatically increase and produce devils for Great Kin. Such a tactic was incredibly sinister, and Zhao Fu could find no excuses for it because the goal of such a tactic was to harm people. However, as the saying went, people die for fortune and birds die for food. If one wanted something, they would have to take a corresponding risk. It took another 2 or so days to clear out all resisting factions, and the Darkwater continent was soon unified. Because of the countless people escaping from the Darkwater continent, the people from other continents had long since known about this and were not very shocked. If it was before, they would have done all they could to prevent the Darkwater continent from being unified. The strength of a unified continent was simply too great, and the threat was too severe. It could cause everyone to feel greatly unsettled, so under normal circumstances, they had to do something about it. However, things were different now, and they were instead quite happy about these developments. The Darkwater continent was now a big shield that could delay Great Kin for a bit. The Darkwater continent being unified and becoming stronger was of great help to the others, as they had greater hopes of defending against Great Kin now. The Darkwater continent would face a direct attack from Great Kin and had to defend with its full strength, or it would be destroyed. As such, others chose to help the Darkwater continent. What they did not know was that the Darkwater continent was not the fish-scale world's shield but a spear that would pierce through the entire fish-scale world. The gains they had obtained were not small at all. They had obtained 2,800 cities and 2.4 billion people. The battle had not been very intense, so the losses were quite small, and most Stage 1 soldiers from the player faction had been fused into the system army. Now that the Darkwater continent had finally been unified, Zhao Fu felt slightly more at ease. There were still some risks in the Darkwater continent. Around 90% of the system city lords were controlled with brain bugs, but the remaining 10% and the new player city lords were not controlled, which was a moderate risk. It seemed that Zhao Fu needed to obtain some more brain bugs in the future and control all of them, only then would he feel at ease about the Darkwater continent. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this was not absolutely necessary. After the situation outside stabilized and the contract with the fish-scale world ended, he would gather his forces to invade the fish-scale world. It was quite evident that invading a world that had developed for decades and invading a world that had developed for just a few years was of completely different difficulties. As such, Zhao Fu's target was no longer the outside worlds. He decided to deal with the two newbie worlds nearby first and increase his strength before dealing with the outside worlds. That way, he would have more confidence and strength. Because the Dark Daemon world was a cultivation world, its strength surpassed the human world and fish-scale world and was more difficult to deal with. This was especially so given that City Lord Seals were not as useful anymore and the other side most likely had more experts than Great Kin. It was also somewhat difficult to attack the fish-scale world because they were in the water while Great Kin's soldiers were all land creatures, making fighting in the water quite disadvantageous for them. Zhao Fu planned to use the fish-scale people as Great Kin's main force, and Great Kin's forces would support them, only then would they be able to destroy the fish-scale world. The Nether Water Continent and Dark Water Continent already belonged to Great Kin. Out of the fish-scale world's 7 continents, 1/3 had already fallen into Great Kin's hands. Conquering the rest was just a matter of time. Leveling up into a royal kingdom required 10 worlds, and Great Kin's next big goal was to level up into a royal kingdom. It would then build up its foundation, and after gathering enough strength, it would leave the ancient stem domain and head to more powerful places. Zhao Fu ordered people to clear out the regions in the Dark Water Continent and stabilize any civilian unrest before happily returning to Great Kin. 1146 Origin Human Race. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Li Si said with a smile. The instant Zhao Fu unified the Dark Water Continent, Li Si had received the news. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before returning to the palace and gave out a few orders. Greatly help the Nether Water Continent and Dark Water Continent develop. In the future, they'll be our main force when attacking the fish-scale world, so they have to become stronger. Following this, Zhao Fu dealt with some bigger internal affair matters before heading to the Heaven Spirit Steel to see if there was any way to obtain more brain bugs. Brain bugs were incredibly useful and could be used to control the leader of a faction. They could perfectly imitate that person, and even if Zhao Fu no longer used them in the fish-scale world, he could use them in other places, such as the Dark Daemon world. However, while he was still on his way, a black figure shot at him incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed it, finding it to be a black bug. The bug was about 1 meter long and was quite pudgy, and it had black, gemstone-like eyes. Zhao Fu frowned and threw the bug onto the ground, wondering why there was such a big bug near the palace. Soon, he found that there was actually a connection between this bug and himself. After taking a closer look, he found that this big black bug was actually the world-cleansing butterfly. Back then, he had given it to the flower fairy to look after, but it had only been as big as a finger. Now, it was much bigger, and if he had not observed it closely, he would not have realized what it was. The world-cleansing butterfly's eyes teared up, looking quite wronged. It was so difficult for it to see Zhao Fu and had happily flown over, yet it had been thrown onto the ground by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu awkwardly smiled and picked up the world-cleansing butterfly and hugged it, saying some comforting words. He gave it a few high-quality medicinal pills, making it happier, and he put it on his shoulder. Zhao Fu had no idea when it would become an actual butterfly. He had obtained it during the trial festival, and it had been many years already. However, as a world beast, not only did it control the world's energy, but its lifespan was also hundreds of times longer than that of a human's. As such, it was only natural that it took a long time to mature. Zhao Fu went to the Heaven Spirit Steel and had wanted to see if there was any way to obtain more brain bugs, but something that he had been worrying about had actually happened. This caused Zhao Fu's good mood from unifying the Dark Water Continent to plummet. The higher being who had tried to steal Zhao Fu's origin mark had revealed Zhao Fu's identity and had exposed the matter about the origin mark. The origin mark was one of the top-tier things in the Heaven Awakened world, and some higher beings had never even seen one before and had only heard of it in the Heaven Awakened world's long history. Now that it had appeared, it had been listed as one of the greatest secrets of the Heaven Spirit Steel. Only those with a supreme level account or higher beings could see this information. However, this higher being had been determined to reveal it as a public post, allowing everyone in the Heaven Awakened world to know about it. This person's crazy. Zhao Fu felt that this higher being may have just driven him to his death. Now that the matter of Zhao Fu having an origin mark had been revealed, even if Zhao Fu had 10,000 lives, it would not be enough. Within the Heaven Spirit Steel, there could be seen many accounts crowding around that information, giving off rainbow-colored lights. This was enough to tell everyone their identities, and seeing this scene, ordinary people could not even speak. They all looked at the post in shock. This was the first time that they had seen so many higher beings, 163 in total. All forums seemed to be exploding, as this sort of situation was incredibly rare. Ordinary people were not privy to the things between higher beings, so most people could not see what the higher beings were saying. However, They had seen 163 higher beings gathered together at one post. How could they not feel shocked? Furthermore, more and more higher beings were gathering. Below was the content of their discussions. Is this true? The origin race still exists within the Heaven Awakened world? That is a race that has existed since the beginning. Whoa, have never seen them before. It's most likely true. There was one time the Heaven Domain heart reacted quite strangely, and it was most likely caused by the origin race. Moreover, someone divined that it's the origin human race. The one that appeared was most likely the origin human race mark. I wonder how that person was lucky enough to receive an origin mark from the origin human race. That is something that even we would not hesitate to steal. Brother, you said that that person is at a remote region at the boundary of the Heaven Awakened world. Can you please give us a precise location? The boundary region is so big, so how can we find a person in such a place? Also, you only left behind a faint impression, so it will be quite difficult to find out just who it is. You're way too optimistic. Just how important are origin marks? They can increase the chance of one becoming a celestial, so how could someone give full information and have everyone know about it? That person evidently gave this much information as revenge. He most likely suffered because of that person. Oh? Such a thing could happen to an existence like us? That person from the origin race must be beside that person. Whoever provides information on that person, we will reward him with 10 worlds and take him as a disciple. You'd best not get your hopes up too much. The origin race contains the secrets of creation, and even true celestials would take them seriously. Don't get dragged in, or else your tens of thousands of years of cultivation might just perish here. It's actually the origin human race. Is the human race going to rise up? The god, demon, and devil higher beings will most likely work together to suppress the human race. Humphrey. Our human race doesn't fear anyone. Come fight if you want. This is quite an eventful period, so many things have happened recently. Things that might have happened over 1,000 years have all happened during this period of time. I'm afraid a catastrophe will soon descend. This sovereign does not have much to say except that I'm willing to provide that person with protection. If you're reading this sovereign's words, don't worry, this sovereign won't steal your origin mark. I can even take you as a legacy disciple. Old Lord Bacha, you think people will believe such words that can only deceive children? That person is also from the human race, or else the origin human race would not have given him the origin mark. Now that he has the origin human race mark, he might be a human emperor in the future. Recently, the human race has been acting up and has been quite arrogant, not putting the 3 races in their eyes at all. We should teach them a lesson. Zhao Fu read through all of these things carefully. Zhao Fu had read through the original post as well, which gave a simple explanation of how to find Zhao Fu, but there was no precise location. There was also a hazy image, from which one could tell that the person was a male and had unique eyes that gave off an eerie feeling. Apart from that, nothing else was too clear. 1147 Emperor Path College. The only thing Zhao Fu could be happy about was that the image was incredibly hazy, or else Zhao Fu would immediately have relocated Great Qin and escaped. Otherwise, he would be dead without a doubt. Now that everything was about cultivation, higher beings were even more terrifying. Origin marks were incredibly rare treasures, and any higher being would want one. If Zhao Fu's identity was completely leaked, he would be hunted down by countless higher beings, which would be a terrifying scene. What should he do now? Even though there was no precise location given, the post had clearly said that he was in the boundary region, and even though the image was hazy, it did resemble him. It was possible that those higher beings could find him. Now, Zhao Fu felt that his head was going to start swelling up. It had been so difficult for him to develop to this stage, and his future had originally been bright. However, such a thing had happened, and facing higher beings, Zhao Fu felt completely powerless. Should he relocate and escape this place? However, he couldn't do such a thing. Great Qin's roots were here, and so many of its subjects were here, making it impossible to move. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out within Zhao Fu's mind, and he instinctively looked up towards the sky. His 3 emperor stars were giving off bright lights as if they were defending against some kind of invasion. Zhao Fu's heart tightened and had a bad feeling. Something was most likely going to happen. The golden dragon within him said, "There's a higher being wanting to use heaven-defying methods to divine your location. Don't worry though, with the 3 emperor stars and the boundless heaven's secrets power surrounding you, even a higher being won't be able to divine your precise location." Hearing this, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief, and he asked, "What should I do? If a higher being finds its way here, Great Qin doesn't have even a bit of power to resist." The golden dragon thought about it before replying, "Only by leveling up to a royal kingdom can you leave the boundary region and head to the true inner domains." Zhao Fu knew this, but conquering another 9 worlds was no easy matter, nor could he do it quickly. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of someone. It was the higher being who loved to read books. Perhaps he could give him some ideas. Of course, Zhao Fu was not stupid enough to just go and tell that higher being that he was the one with the origin mark. Senior, are you there? Zhao Fu cautiously sent a message over. When conversing with such a major figure, he had to act incredibly prudently. A while later, the higher being replied, yes, what is it? I just wanted to ask, you've seen that post regarding the origin mark, right? What are your thoughts on it? Zhao Fu asked. Haha, that thing is an incredibly rare treasure and anyone would be interested. Also, don't tell me you're the person the post is talking about. After reading that last sentence, Zhao Fu felt incredibly shocked, and he understood that the higher being had already guessed his identity. After all, one would not ask about the origin mark without any reason, especially to a higher being. If Zhao Fu just said that he was curious, it would seem too unbelievable because only ancient historical records contained information about origin marks. Since the higher being had already guessed at his identity, Zhao Fu did not bother hiding it anymore. He felt that this higher being was not evil and he had many things to ask him, so he boldly admitted it. Yes, I'm the person with the origin mark. Haha, you're quite honest. You're afraid of the other higher beings finding you, so you wanted to ask this sovereign what to do, right? Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. He had been completely seen through by the other side. He felt that he was still quite inexperienced, so he directly admitted it. As a higher being, the other side most likely had ways of helping him. This is indeed quite difficult to take care of. Many people are after that thing, and once your identity is exposed, you'll be dead beyond a doubt. This sovereign can't help you. Also, isn't that person from the origin human race willing to protect you? With the origin race's strength, they should be able to protect you. Zhao Fu sighed. Chuoba King had left a long time ago, and because her power had not yet recovered, she would not have been able to protect him anyways. He felt quite sad that he was unable to protect his own woman. She left, and is unable to protect me. Then you have to find an even more powerful existence to protect you. However, don't hope that this sovereign will protect you. This sovereign doesn't have that kind of power to deal with so many higher beings. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. It seemed that he could only rely on himself. However, the higher being continued to speak, making Zhao Fu feel quite startled. However, this sovereign has a suggestion which might be able to resolve your crisis. Zhao Fu was delighted and hurriedly asked, what is your suggestion, Senior? Do you know about Emperor Path College? It is one of the Heaven Awakened World's 7 great colleges. It has 9 higher beings and even someone who's half a step away from being a celestial. If you can enter the Emperor Path College, you should be able to receive protection. Also, the Emperor Path College has many things that might be of help to you. You should go there and study. Zhao Fu had read about the Emperor Path College from a book from the Holy Book Pavilion but had not paid it much mind. He had never thought that it would have so many higher beings and even someone who is so close to being a celestial. Its power was quite terrifying. In that case, did he have to go and become a student? Thinking about that, Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. Back then, for power and opportunities, Zhao Fu had dropped out of university. Now, for power and his life, he had to study again. However, he was in the boundary region while the Emperor Path College was most likely within the heaven domain. They were so far away, so even if Zhao Fu wanted to go, he would have to spend years traveling. Moreover, if he went, what would happen to the Great Qin Empire? He couldn't just give up on Great Qin to save his own life. Or should he find a new legatee for Great Qin before leaving? Zhao Fu thought about this before dismissing the idea. Zhao Fu had developed Great Qin from a tiny village and poured everything he had into it. He simply could not just give it up. However, he had to face reality. What would he do if higher beings showed up? Not only would he die, the Great Qin Empire that he had raised would perish as well. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu could only refuse the higher being's suggestion and said, I'm afraid I can't do such a thing because I'm at the boundary region and I have my own kingdom. I can't go to the heaven domain. Haha, that can be resolved easily. This sovereign can give you something that will allow you to send a projection to the Emperor Path College. This is a privilege only given to special students with situations like yours, since the Heaven Awakened world is so big. Zhao Fu was overjoyed and replied, thank you, Senior. If you have anything you need in the future, I will definitely help as much as I can. It seemed that he had not made a mistake in becoming friends with this higher being, and the decision he had made back then was the right one. Otherwise, facing the current situation, Zhao Fu would only be able to take each day as it came. 1148 Heaven Domain. If you want to thank this sovereign, just help this sovereign collect more interesting books in the future. However, this sovereign needs to remind you that as one of the 7 great colleges of the Heaven Awakened world, the difficulty of entering the Emperor Path College is not something an ordinary person can imagine. You'd best be prepared. This sovereign has given you the opportunity, so whether or not you can pass the Emperor Path College's test is up to you. If you fail, you'll have to think of something else. Also, it's best that you release all of your abilities and show the higher-ups in the Emperor Path College your potential, only then will they take notice of you and protect you. With the protection of the Emperor Path College, very few people will dare to do anything to you. Of course, in order to avoid trouble, it's best to avoid revealing the origin mark for now, unless it's absolutely necessary. You need to keep this in mind, or you'll have to stay in the Emperor Path College until you're at the higher being level. After reading through all of this advice, Xiaofu felt incredibly grateful and continuously thanked the higher being. Following this, the higher being sent 2 items through the heaven spirit steel. One of them was 3 meters long and was silver-colored, and it looked like a long staff. However, one side was quite sharp, and countless runes danced upon it. The other item was a blood-red gemstone that was as big as a palm. It was 6-sided and gave off a faint blood-red light, and it looked like a treasure. Projection tool. This item can create a projection formation, forming a projection domain that can project a person to extremely distant places. It is a top-tier projection tool. Projection Jade can be used after fusing into one's chest, allowing one to control the strength of one's projection. Using this projection Jade, one can project one's true self and cause one's projection to possess the strength of one's true self, but the damage received will not be decreased. Please use with caution. Xiaofu looked at the 2 items and found nothing wrong with them. The projection needed a projection location to be set, which the higher being had already done for him, so he could directly project himself close to the Emperor Path College. Xiaofu planned to test these 2 things out. He could now directly head to the heaven domain, which was something that he had never expected. Even though it was just a projection, which was very limited, being able to see the heaven domain would be quite good for him. Xiaofu, it's better to be careful, don't trust others too much. When you use the projection, choose the lowest setting, the golden dragon reminded him. Hearing this, Xiaofu nodded. This was indeed true. After all, Xiaofu was not very familiar with that higher being, and they had just came to talk a bit by coincidence. This matter concerned his life, so it was best to be careful. If he was careless and captured as soon as he projected himself over, Xiaofu would not be able to escape at all and would definitely die. What do you think about that higher being's suggestion? Becoming a student of the Emperor Path College and receiving protection? Xiaofu felt that this suggestion was quite good, but he felt that he should ask the Golden Dragon. After all, it knew much more than him. The Golden Dragon did not have any objections and said approvingly, the Emperor Path College is a good choice. Back when the Heaven Murder Empire existed, it already existed. Our Emperor was once a student there, and it is monstrously powerful. With its protection, there are indeed very few people who will dare to harm you. That place will also be of great help to you. I originally was thinking of having you join the Emperor Path College after you reached the Heaven Domain, and bringing that forwards is a good thing. This will allow you to understand the situation in the Heaven Awakened world ahead of time. Hearing the Golden Dragon's approval, Xiaofu felt at ease and began to prepare to project himself. The first thing to do was to stab the projection tool into the ground completely. After he had done this, a powerful aura exploded out as a massive magic formation expanded out. A silver beam of light shot into the sky, and a silvery white barrier formed. It was about 100 meters wide and was filled with silver motes of light. Xiaofu put the projection jade against his chest, which seemed to be sucked into his chest and slowly fused into his body. Standing inside the magic formation, Xiaofu chose to project himself. The motes of silver light within the barrier started to quickly spin, forming a vortex. A massive power started to enter Xiaofu's body, and he slowly closed his eyes. When Xiaofu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a patch of uncultivated land. Xiaofu had chosen the lowest settings for the projection, so he only had a tiny portion of his actual strength, and his body looked quite hazy. There were many things that had not been projected over, such as Xiaofu's weapons, armor, and spatial ring. Only himself and his clothes had been projected. This was the lowest level of projection, so Xiaofu had expected this. Projections could not use spatial items, such as spatial rings and some other items related to space. After arriving here, Xiaofu felt a dense wave of spirit chi flow towards him, and he could sense that the laws of heaven and earth were firmer here. He felt that by staying here, his cultivation would advance much faster than in the human world, as expected from the center of the Heaven Awakened world. Xiaofu looked around him. According to the higher being, this place was next to a small city near the Emperor Path College. Xiaofu headed to the city, wanting to see what the true heaven domain was like. The Great Conceal had not been projected over, so Xiaofu could not even fly. As such, he could only walk, but the city most likely was not too far away. However, before Xiaofu could take a few steps, a black blur suddenly rushed at him, causing him to feel quite startled. Before he could do anything, that black blur had passed through his body, causing his hazy body to instantly collapse. Zhao Fu felt quite speechless as he opened his eyes. He had seen that it was a small green bird, and it had roughly stage 3 cultivation. Zhao Fu had been instantly killed. Because Zhao Fu had chosen the lowest level of projection, his strength had been below even stage 1. However, dying had not harmed him. This time, Zhao Fu chose the highest level of projection, which was projecting his true self. The place did not seem too dangerous, so it should be fine. Projecting his true self allowed him to bring with him his great kin seal and equipment, but now he had to be even more careful. If he received damage, the damage would be fully transferred to his real body. If he was killed here, his real body would die as well. The same was for his equipment. If his equipment was destroyed here, it would be destroyed in the human world as well. Now that he had his full strength, he did not have to be afraid of the weak beasts in the wilderness. Otherwise, with his strength at the lowest level of projection, he would be completely trampled on by those beasts. This demonstrated the Heaven Domain's strength. Even the most ordinary beasts had such strength. Now that he could fly, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and flew towards the horizon. Soon, a grand city appeared before Zhao Fu. The city walls were 100 meters tall and there were countless structures within the city, spread out in an orderly fashion. There were many structures that were 100 meters tall, and this scale could rival a barony kingdom. This was most likely the city that the higher being had mentioned. 1149 Sea of Blood. Zhao Fu flew to the city walls and stopped. There were countless restrictions above the city, which evidently did not permit flying. There was a team of white-armored soldiers outside the city gates. Even the ordinary soldiers here had stage 5 cultivation, which made Zhao Fu feel quite shocked. After all, in Great Qin, only city lords had stage 4 or stage 5 cultivation, while just the ordinary soldiers alone here had stage 5 cultivation. That meant that the captains and generals had even higher cultivation. The white-armored soldiers had decorative dragons on their armor. This was the symbol of the Emperor Path College, and as one of the Heaven Awakened World's 7 great colleges, it controlled a large area of over 100 worlds. From this, one could understand just how powerful the Emperor Path College was. It had existed before even the Heaven Murder Empire, and perhaps from here he could find some information about how the Heaven Murder Empire had perished. Zhao Fu had always been quite curious about this. After all, with how powerful the Heaven Murder Empire was, it had still perished, and its historical remnants had appeared in the human world. Zhao Fu wondered if some legacy had been left behind. The key thing was whether it had any enemies. Great Qin was now closely tied to the Heaven Murder Empire, and Zhao Fu had the Heaven Murder bloodline. In order to enter the city, one had to pay a fee. Zhao Fu took out 2 silver coins and paid to enter the city. Here, copper coins had already lost all value, and the lowest currency here was silver coins. Before, Zhao Fu did not have any money, because he could not use any spatial items, and even if he had money on his physical body, they would not have been projected over. These coins had been obtained through him casually killing a few beasts and selling their materials to merchants on the outside. After entering the city, Zhao Fu looked around curiously. The city was bustling with activity, and there were countless peddlers on the sides of the streets calling out, creating a lively scene. Zhao Fu saw countless races. There were ghosts, asuras, orcs, elves, demons, etc. Some looked quite ferocious, some had horns, some had 4 arms, some had snake-like eyes, some were tall and had fangs, some had scales, and some only had 1 eye. The various different races could cause one to feel quite dazed. The Heaven Domain was the very center of the Heaven Awakened world, where countless races gathered together. It was only understandable that there were so many races here. Zhao Fu decided to go around with a low profile, so he first bought a cloak before going around to take a look at the city. Originally, Zhao Fu should have spent a lot more time in the outer regions, but now that he had come directly to the Heaven Domain, it was quite a big jump. This was quite beneficial to Zhao Fu, as he could understand the situation in the Heaven Domain ahead of time and make plans for the future. After going around, Zhao Fu felt that it was quite a pity that he could not use any of his spatial items. There were many treasures that could not be found elsewhere that were everywhere here, and Zhao Fu wanted to buy some to take back to Great Qin. However, this was impossible because Zhao Fu only had his projection, while his real body was in Great Qin. After taking a look around the city, Zhao Fu headed to his goal for coming here, which was the Emperor Path College. There was a teleportation channel here that directly connected to the Emperor Path College. A while later, Zhao Fu arrived before the gates of the Emperor Path College. The walls here were made of white bricks, and each brick was quite extraordinary and had a dragon decoration on it. There were 2 stone pillars at the entrance. Each of them had 9 golden dragons that did not seem like they were engraved, they were like living creatures that moved around on the pillars. It was as if some kind of massive power had sealed the golden dragons in the pillars. The sign above the gate had golden dragons wrapped around it, and it had 3 majestic words written on it, Emperor Path College. The Emperor Path College looked quite domineering and grand, and it gave off a powerful emperor's aura. No less than expected from the Emperor Path College. There were 8 guards at the entrance who gave off powerful auras. Their cultivation surpassed stage 9 and were most likely in the Saint Realm. Zhao Fu had nothing to say. Those in the Saint Realm in the outer regions were absolute experts and could be said to be the highest existences, while here, they were used as gatekeepers. Zhao Fu once again felt how powerful the Heaven Domain was, and he felt even more humbled. This place was filled with people who could easily crush him, so he had to be incredibly careful in everything he did. Zhao Fu only took a look before returning to Great Qin. The Emperor Path College's recruitment period had already passed, so he had to wait 3 years before they opened recruitment again. Zhao Fu felt that he could make some preparations during this time. After seeing the Heaven Domain for himself, he felt incredibly small and powerless. Only by performing exceptionally in the recruitment in 3 years would he attract more attention and become safer. The world was filled with geniuses, so Zhao Fu did not feel much confidence. He had to quickly raise his cultivation. He had only been cultivating for 6 years, while most others had been cultivating since they were young. The gap between himself and others was quite great. However, if he could enter the Emperor Path College, he would obtain powerful protection, and he and Great Qin would be safe. He would no longer have to worry about being casually destroyed, and it would be a big load off his mind. Of course, he could only hope that he was not found by a higher being within 3 years, or else he would be doomed. After returning to the palace, Zhao Fu went through documents for a few days before coming before a massive sea of blood. Before, this had only been a blood lake, but Zhao Fu had expanded it out to over 1 million meters wide, making it look like a true sea of blood. A blood-red aura hung in the surroundings, and everything was dyed blood-red. A pungent smell filled the air, and no beast dared to come within 100 kilometers of this place. This was where Great Qin was refining the primogenitor statue. After unifying the world, Zhao Fu had greatly expanded the blood lake, gathering not only the blood of all humans but also the blood from the residents of the 3 continents that they had conquered. All of their blood was added to this sea of blood. After adding such a vast quantity of blood, the rate at which the primogenitor statue was refined became dozens of times faster. Zhao Fu no longer had to wait hundreds of years. It was likely that it would be refined within 10 years. Now, the primogenitor statue lay at the center of this sea of blood, and it had greatly changed. It now had jet black hair and its skin was turning black. Its hands were gradually looking like claws, and it started to look Asian. Japan's nation armament, which was made up of 3 parts, had formed 3 massive blood-red orbs that hung around the top of the primogeniture statue's head. They were also going through changes, and the ripples that they gave off were quite terrifying. Zhao Fu felt quite hopeful towards the primogenitor statue. He hoped that it would be refined soon so that he could unleash its terrifying power. Great Qin was still clearing out the 3 continents that it had conquered. In order to destroy those 3 worlds in the future, they continued to develop the pieces that they had set up in those worlds so that they had the power to turn the situation around. 1150 Plan. Is this true? Within a hidden room, a bearded man looked at the shadowy figure in front of him. The shadowy figure lightly laughed. I personally investigated it. When have I ever been wrong? However, it'll cost 3 times as much. This is getting rid of a big threat for the grassy world. Great Qin might use this to destroy the grassy world, so the information is worth much more. That expert who helped out the Lelai Kingdom was most likely Great Qin's legatee, and he used powerful methods to take control of the Lelai Kingdom. The various branches of the royal family had been trying to stage an uprising, but they suddenly started to support the main branch, and experience suggests that they were most likely controlled by brain bugs. Also, back then, when the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army was destroyed, if Great Qin had not used their wyverns, they may have been able to keep their identity a secret and perhaps no one would have guessed it was them. Now, all of the mystery surrounding the Lelai Kingdom have been unraveled. The person who went around killing kings was most likely also from Great Qin, with the goal to help the Lelai Kingdom develop. The half-beast world's Blue Wolf Kingdom is most likely also under the control of Great Qin. After all, it was destroyed first before the Lelai Kingdom helped restore it. The Great Qin Empire is most likely hoping to set it up as a piece in the half-beast world. Both kingdoms are now quite powerful and are Marquisate kingdoms, and they have started to try to devour other kingdoms. Right now, they're both in a calm period. The bearded man coldly harumphed, money is no problem. I had never thought that Great Qin's legatee would have started plotting so early. He is extremely sinister. Has he set up a piece in the elf world? After a brief moment of silence, the shadowy figure replied, he has set up pieces in the grassy world and half-beast world, so it's impossible that he hasn't done so in the elf world as well. However, they have been much more secretive in the elf world, so we are unable to determine which kingdom is under their control. The face of the bearded man fell, Luckily they had discovered Great Kin's plot early on, or else their three worlds might have fallen as a result. This was no small matter at all. After thinking, the bearded man took out a spatial ring and tossed it to the shadowy figure, saying, "This is your payment. I hope you can continue to collect all information regarding Great Kin." The shadowy figure looked into the spatial ring before lightly laughing and saying, "No problem, I am also part of the grassy world. Great Kin destroying the grassy world is not good for me either, so I will do my best to help you." Following this, the bearded man called a secret meeting and told the others about this information, causing their faces to fall. They had never thought that Great Kin would have done such a thing. Luckily, they had discovered this quite early on, as if they had been bitten by it during a crucial moment, they would have been destroyed by Great Kin. What should we do now? Do we destroy those two kingdoms or allow Great Kin to continue on with its plan and deal a fatal blow at the crucial moment? I think that the latter is better. Great Kin doesn't know that we found out about its plans, so we can allow it to do as it wants for now. We'll deal a fatal blow to it and cause its strength to greatly fall so that we can deal with it easier. I agree, Great Kin is very powerful as a new world, but it doesn't have a sufficient foundation. Once it suffers a crucial blow, it will be difficult for it to recover, and we won't have to fear it in the future. Great. I also agree, since Great Kin wants to plot against us, we should plot against it. I also feel that this is a good idea. What about everyone else? We'll go along with Great Kin's plan before letting it have a taste of its own medicine. Most people nodded and felt that this method would be quite effective. If they could deal a big blow to Great Kin, their side would most likely win. No, we can't do that. At that moment, someone gave a dissenting opinion. It was the bearded man. Everyone looked at him strangely and asked, "Isn't his plan quite good? What's wrong with it?" The bearded man explained, "Those two kingdoms are already level 1 Marquisate kingdoms and are not weak at all. One possesses 1/7 of a continent and the other possesses 1/6 of a continent, and they are already quite powerful. Are we going to allow them to continue developing like this? Moreover, Great Kin will definitely do all it can to help them develop, so if we leave this for too long, the situation might get out of our control. If they take over half of their continents, once Great Kin attacks from both the outside and inside, we'll lose 2 continents. Most importantly, when the time comes, we won't be able to stop them anymore. Great Kin is too powerful, and those 2 kingdoms will also be powerful. I'm sure you know that we don't have many continents left. If we go along with Great Kin's plan, we'll be allowing a tiger to grow up. When the time comes, it won't be us dealing a fatal blow to Great Kin but us throwing our lives away." After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. They had overestimated themselves and underestimated Great Kin. If they went along with Great Kin's plan, not only would they not be able to harm Great Kin, but they would also be destroyed. We need to get rid of these 2 pieces then to prevent any future harm and boost the morale of our 3 worlds. A person coldly said. Hearing this, everyone else nodded. Following this, everyone started to gather their forces to attack the Lelai Kingdom and Blue Wolf Kingdom, hoping to destroy them at lightning speed. By now, Zhao Fu had received news about this. Great Kin had greatly expanded its intelligence network, and Zhao Fu immediately understood why these people were gathering their forces. Great Kin's plan had been exposed. Zhao Fu did not hesitate to have both the Lelai Kingdom and Blue Wolf Kingdom retreat to the 2 continents that Zhao Fu controlled. At the same time, Zhao Fu gathered all of his forces. It was possible that another big battle would erupt. Only after receiving these orders did Liu Yu and King Xuanyu realize Zhao Fu's true identity. There was no need to hide this anymore, so Zhao Fu directly told them and had them relocate. The armies of the various factions were preparing to destroy them, so they could not waste any time or else it would be too late. Liu Yu and King Xuanyu were both extremely shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be Great Kin's notorious legatee, the ruler of the Great Kin Empire whose name had shaken the world. Liu Yu could not help but think about the promise Zhao Fu had given her, to make her the most prestigious woman in the grassy world. That did not just mean helping the Lelai Kingdom become the strongest kingdom but conquering the grassy world. Thinking about that, Liu Yu's emotions became quite complex, but she did not think too much. The Lelai Kingdom and Great Kin were deeply connected, and most of the Lelai Kingdom's military force was controlled by Zhao Fu anyways, so she had no choice. Liu Yu and King Xuanyu immediately gave the order for their kingdoms to withdraw. Time waited for no one, so they had to leave behind all valuables. Right now, staying alive was the main priority. 1151 Ancient Tree and Zhao Fu did not care much for their treasures anyways. The main things were the cities and people. As such, he had them give up on everything and escape to the continents controlled by Great Kin. Otherwise, the people of the 2 kingdoms would be slaughtered by the other kingdoms. The various kingdoms soon heard about the 2 kingdoms withdrawing. At first, they had been hiding their intentions, wanting to suddenly attack and slaughter the people of the 2 kingdoms. However, their plot had been discovered, So they did not hold back anymore and ferociously charged towards the two kingdoms. They also spread news of the two kingdoms' betrayal, causing everyone to view them with hatred. The neighboring kingdoms took this opportunity to quickly conquer the territory of the two kingdoms, obtaining great benefits. They wanted to stall the two kingdoms while waiting for the armies of the other kingdoms to destroy the two kingdoms. The two kingdoms were Marquisate kingdoms and had over 1,000 regions. After destroying those two kingdoms, they could split the territory among themselves. The sudden attack from the neighboring kingdoms made it so that the two withdrawing kingdoms were forced to stop. Facing these attacks, they were unable to withdraw. In the end, they could only give the order for their soldiers to stay behind and defend while the residents escaped. Time was of the essence, and the various kingdoms quickly attacked the two kingdoms, who quickly sent their soldiers to defend while the residents ran. The other kingdoms' armies also hurried over, while Great Kin also gathered its forces. Kill. Those two kingdoms are traitors of our worlds, don't let them get away. The armies from the neighboring kingdoms formed massive tides as they gave off massive oars and charged forwards. Ahead, the soldiers of the two kingdoms had constructed a simple defensive line and were waiting for the kingdoms to attack. Behind them were countless residents escaping in terror. Perhaps it was because they had suddenly become traitors, but the morale of the soldiers of the two kingdoms plummeted, causing the situation to become quite unfavorable. If this went on, they would be defeated without a doubt. If they could not stop these soldiers, they would not be able to withdraw. A general riding a warhorse shouted, "No matter who's right and who's wrong, they're coming to kill your friends and family. If you don't want your friends and family to die under their swords, all you can do is fight." The morale of the soldiers instantly rose. They did not have the time to consider the rightness or wrongness of this situation. All they wanted to do was protect their friends and family and allow them to escape safely. However, the combined armies of the attacking kingdoms were many times stronger than the two kingdoms' armies. Their ferocious auras caused the atmosphere to be incredibly suppressive. The general on the warhorse stopped in front of the army and looked at the soldiers seriously. As a veteran general of the Lelai kingdom, his eyes were resolute as he once again shouted out. "Facing so many of them, are you afraid? Remember, as soldiers, protecting our kingdom is our mission in life. Not only are you doing this for the kingdom, you're doing it for the lives of countless residents. Even though you might die, giving your life on the battlefield is immense glory." The soldiers' gazes became determined as they looked at the massive army coming towards them. They gripped their weapons, causing an austere atmosphere to descend. "Charge!" The general on the warhorse raised his spear and cried out, leading a wave of cavalrymen to flood forwards with unstoppable momentum towards the incoming armies. "Kill!" A team of cavalrymen also split off from the incoming armies to charge towards the grassy cavalry. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal colliding could be heard as the two cavalries collided. A shocking aura exploded out as both sides started killing each other. On the other side, the armies of the various kingdoms flooded forwards, while the grassy side had constructed a defensive formation that was like a firm and unbreakable mountain. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the frenzied flood smashed against the mountain. An enormous battle soon unfolded. Spears stabbed out of the shield wall, piercing the incoming enemies. Blood continuously spurted out, and soon, some shield bearers were sent flying backwards. The incoming enemies charged into the shield wall, causing cries to sound out. People from the grassy world and half-beast world continuously headed over. With their combined power, destroying these two kingdoms would be incredibly simple. By now, Great Kin's army had finally finished its preparations and simultaneously attacked both worlds ferociously. The people from the two worlds were not too surprised, as they had guessed that Great Kin would do this to protect the two kingdoms. As such, they quickly reorganized their forces defensively. Roar! Great Kin's beasts gave heaven-shaking roars as they unleashed violent auras. It was as if a catastrophe was about to descend. The beast army attacked first, but they were not too effective. The two worlds were prepared and had many items that countered large beasts. Bang! 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 On the grassy side, a large amount of green light exploded out, dyeing the sky green. Massive spears leaving behind rays of light caused the air to explode as they shot towards the Great Kin's beasts. Roar! On the half-beast side, they summoned half-wolf and half-human monsters that gave off loud roars. These monsters had powerful auras, and their blood-red eyes were filled with madness as they charged towards Great Kin's beasts. It was not just these two worlds attacking, the elf world on the side was also of the same mind and gathered forces to attack Great Kin. Boom! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as the ground violently trembled. Massive trees that were 70 or 80 meters tall and had hands, feet, and human faces appeared. These were the ancient giants of the elves. The sudden explosion of battle caused the clouds to swirl and filled the surrounding worlds with an austere aura. The neighboring worlds were completely dumbfounded. They had only just concluded the mediation, Yet such a large battle was unfolding again, making them feel quite startled. Luckily both sides held themselves back. After suffering some losses, the battle concluded. The Lelai Kingdom and Blue Wolf Kingdom were able to withdraw into Great Ken's territory with great difficulty after having suffered heavy losses. They were only able to withdraw with 70% of their residents and 30% of their soldiers. However, things were not completely over yet. Both sides stood guard at the boundary, facing off against each other. The smell of gunpowder seemed to fill the air, and it was as if any slight action could cause an explosion. Both sides were like water and fire, and nothing could fix their relationship. The surrounding worlds did not interfere anymore. It seemed that there would no longer be peace here. 1152 Sun and Moon Devil Mark Zhaofu sat on his throne as he listened to Li Si report about the injuries and casualties from the battle. A trace of fury could be seen on his face. Even though the two kingdoms had immediately withdrawn, they had still suffered heavy losses. Great Ken's army did not have a very powerful advantage and could no longer sweep through the three worlds. However, Great Ken still had a numerical advantage. Before, Zhaofu had wanted to develop the two kingdoms and use them as pieces to turn the situation around, but he had never thought that they would be discovered so early on. Now, he had taken a big loss at the hands of the three worlds. Luckily, the Killing Sword Kingdom's identity was not revealed, as it was linked to the Killing Sword Master. That person had shaken the entire ancient stem domain and caused countless experts to swarm over. The elf world did not dare to offend such an important person. They never would have expected for Zhaofu to be the Killing Sword Master, nor would they have expected the Killing Sword Kingdom to be a piece of Great Ken. However, this was a special period, so they had to be careful and not develop the Killing Sword Kingdom too much. This cut off Zhaofu's thoughts of expansion to the outside, so Zhaofu turned his gaze to the two worlds beside the human world. However, before Zhaofu had thought for long, he received news that Mochi was leading people to attack the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world. Great Ken's matters had been leaked. There was no way to hide this. They knew that the Great Ken Empire had finished unifying the world and had counter-invaded the three worlds. They also knew about the big battle between Great Ken and the three worlds. The Dark Daemon world had sensed that there was something off about the close connection between the Night Dynasty and Great Ken. After all, Great Ken had also used wyverns and corpse soul commanders in the Dark Demon world, and the 8 aquatic beast kings had also appeared before. In fact, Great Ken had used them to unify the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world. Almost everyone knew about this. This confirmed that the mysterious organization behind the Night Dynasty was just Great Ken. Now, everything made sense. Everything that had happened to the Night Dynasty and Yi King's rise to power were all due to Great Ken's control. Following this, the Night Dynasty's rise, its establishing of a kingdom, and the unification of the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world, Great Ken was the mastermind behind all of this. All of the Dark Demon people marveled at how insidious Great Ken was to have planned all of this so early. At first, with Great Ken having such momentum, they could not do anything and could only bide their time. Now that they had heard that Great Ken was fighting with the three worlds outside, they did not hesitate to attack and take back the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world. After hearing about this, Zhaofu felt a headache coming on. Most of Great Ken's forces were facing off against the three worlds, and now the Night Dynasty was in danger. Zhaofu could only withdraw some troops to support the Night Dynasty, or else they would not be able to defend against the attacks. Luckily they had a contract with the Fish Scale world, so it was impossible for them to attack. Otherwise, Zhaofu would not have any more soldiers to send. Great Ken was currently fighting against 4 worlds, and all of its soldiers were being tied down. It would not have any more forces to defend against an invasion from the Fish Scale world. Zhaofu had sent out his 3 most trusted subordinates. Wang Jian was responsible for standing guard in the Fish Scale world, Bei Qi was responsible for dealing with the 3 outside worlds, and Wei Liao was responsible for the situation in the southern continent in the Dark Demon world. Now, Zhaofu's only option was to continue setting up pieces in the Fish Scale world. With the current situation in the 4 other worlds, they could not continue setting up pieces there, or else they would most likely be discovered and result in losses for Great Ken. If they could control another continent in the Fish Scale world, Great Ken would control 3 continents, which was almost half of the entire world. In the future, the Fish Scale world's resistance would be much smaller. Facing the Fish Scale world, Zhaofu was mainly concerned with underwater battles. If it wasn't for the fact that they would have to fight underwater, Zhaofu would not be so wary about the Fish Scale world. After making this decision, Zhaofu ordered people to collect information on the other continents of the Fish Scale world to see which one would be suitable as their next target. Collecting information needed some time, so Zhaofu planned to cultivate for a while. Zhaofu did not forget about the Emperor Path College recruitment in 3 years, and he had to do well then. After all, that was the center of the Heaven Domain, where the geniuses of millions of worlds gathered. If he did not work hard, he would be completely destroyed. As such, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless and used all of his spare time to cultivate. The bright red sun set over the mountains and stars appeared in the night sky, twinkling with starlight. Night descended as families lit fires, illuminating the dark city. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes tightly closed. The fiery crow mark on his chest gradually disappeared, causing the high temperature around him to recede. The rabbit mark gradually appeared, causing gentle moonlight to be drawn over and wrap around Zhao Fu's body. After obtaining these two devil marks, Zhao Fu's cultivation progressed much faster both during the day and night. During the day, the Sun Devil helped Zhao Fu collect extreme Yang Qi, and during the night the Moon Devil helped Zhao Fu collect a large amount of extreme Yin Qi. However, there was a slight side effect to this, which was that Zhao Fu's power now contained a trace of Devil Qi. Zhao Fu did not feel that this affected him much, so he did not pay it much mind. Soon, he stopped his cultivation as the people collecting information in the fish scale world had returned and brought with them some surprising information. There were actually people who took the initiative to contact Great Kin and express their willingness to submit. Some people could not bear the pressure anymore. By doing so, they would not have to worry about Great Kin and would be preparing for the future. When Great Kin's intelligence officers were collecting information, they had secretly notified them of their intention, expressing that they were willing to submit to Great Kin. In order to take precautions, Zhao Fu first had people investigate this information. After confirming that they were truly willing to submit, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Since they had came to find Great Kin and were willing to submit, Zhao Fu did not have to go and find a target himself. Moreover, they were next to the Darkwater continent, which made it even easier for Zhao Fu. According to the information, their faction was not very powerful, and it was made up of 5 or 6 small factions. They controlled 10 or so regions and were waiting for Great Kin to incorporate them. After hearing that their surrender had been accepted, they were wild with joy. They had never thought that they would immediately come to the attention of Great Kin's emperor. If they performed well, they would have a high status in Great Kin in the future. When Great Kin conquered the fish scale world, they would have the highest status out of all of the fish scale people. This was something that a small faction like theirs did not even dare to think about. However, even though they were extremely happy, they could not overtly do anything in order to prevent the factions around them from realizing that they had submitted to Great Kin. Otherwise, they would not be able to accomplish anything. 1153 Little Scale Zhao Fu gathered his subordinates to discuss how to help that faction quickly develop. They could not draw too much attention, but they could not develop it too slowly either. This was a special matter, and everyone was incredibly tense. If they were not careful, they would be discovered, and with their prior experiences, Zhao Fu had to be incredibly careful. Zhao Fu needed a large amount of power, and he could not develop the faction too slowly, as Great Kin did not have much time. Great Kin could be discovered by higher beings at any moment, and once they were discovered, they would be dead beyond a doubt. As such, Zhao Fu wanted to quickly raise Great Kin into a royal kingdom and leave this boundary region and head to the inner regions. However, he found that it would be quite difficult to develop that faction due to the contract. Great Kin could not directly do anything, and it could not reveal all of the cards, or they would discover that Great Kin was behind this. A minister stepped out and cupped his hands as he lowered his head, saying, "Your Majesty, this minister has a suggestion. Since we are unable to use Great Kin's power, we can only help them raise their own strength. We can give them a large number of blood god pills and equipment and cause some chaos that will give them the opportunity to rise up." Following this, he explained this in detail, and Zhao Fu felt that this was quite viable. Great Kin had a shocking number of stage 1 blood god pills stored up, billions of them. The fish scale people roughly had tier 0 level 6 to tier 0 level 7 cultivation, so if he gave them a large number of blood god pills, they would instantly be able to nurture a large number of stage 1 soldiers. If he then provided them with a large amount of good quality equipment, they would not be weak at all and would be able to rise up and form a usable army. At the same time, these things were not restricted by the contract, so Zhao Fu could provide these things without receiving a penalty. Now, the most important thing was to create some chaos to give this faction a chance to rise up. This was left to the 11 assassin leaders. Zhao Fu first had them officially leave Great Kin's forces and join the fish scale world's forces before carrying out their assassinations. Their main task was to assassinate leaders of factions. Once the leader of a faction died, there would definitely be a lot of chaos. The assassination abilities of the 11 assassin leaders were incredibly powerful, and Zhao Fu had also given them the Darkness Soul Jades, which had perfectly fused with them. Not only had it raised their assassination abilities, but it also made them more powerful and gave them a trace of the Darkness bloodline, which further helped with assassinations. Now, their cultivations were all at stage 7, but assassinating stage 9 experts would not be too difficult. Giving them this mission was perfect. Following this, Zhao Fu set the plan into motion. The faction had around 40 million people and counted as a mid-sized faction on that continent. However, in Great Kin's eyes, it was still too weak and small. After all, Great Kin could easily conquer a continent now. Zhao Fu personally brought a large amount of blood god pills and equipment, which greatly moved the fish scale people. They had never thought that Great Kin's emperor would personally come, and they quickly kneeled to pay their respects. Seeing their attitude, Zhao Fu felt quite pleased and smiled as he said, "As long as you are truly willing to serve Great Kin, we will not treat you unfairly." Following this, Zhao Fu took out the blood god pills and equipment so as to help them quickly increase their strength. They were extremely grateful to Zhao Fu. Without doing anything, they had received such massive rewards. 1 week later, their faction had become much stronger and satisfied Zhao Fu's requirements, and only then did Zhao Fu set the next stage of the plan into motion. With the current situation in the fish scale world, it was impossible for solitary small factions to survive, as they would be undoubtedly destroyed by others. Now, there were only large factions or alliances made from many small factions. The faction loyal to Zhao Fu was called Little Scale, and there were 3 alliances and 1 nation legacy next to it. The 3 alliances were about as strong as Little Scale, and they were called White Lake, 6 Jades, and Chi Moon. The nation legacy was called the Go'ayu Nation and did not have a very long history, but it was quite powerful. Before, it had been suppressing the 4 factions around it by itself. Something that was good was that this nation legacy did not have a nation armament, making it much easier to deal with. Zhao Fu wanted to have Little Scale first ally with the 3 alliances to destroy the Go'ayu Nation. The alliances had been suffering from the Go'ayu Nation's pressure and threat this entire time, so it was impossible that they would not want to act. As such, allying together would most likely be quite easy. Zhao Fu had people from Little Scale write letters, and the 3 alliances were quite willing to ally together. In actuality, they all had thoughts of allying together because the Go'ayu Nation was too powerful and they could not stop it by themselves. Zhao Fu had wanted to ally with the 3 alliances and attack together, and he would have his assassin leaders assassinate the leaders of both sides, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses while he would reap the gains at the end. However, the 3 alliances were not willing, as they felt that it was not yet time. If they fought against the Go'ayu Nation with their current strength, they would suffer heavy losses, and it would be detrimental to their development. This forced Zhao Fu to give up on his original plan and carry out his backup plan. At night, a muscular fish-scale man sat on his throne within the Go'ayu Nation's palace and listened to people give reports. He coldly harumphed, "The 4 of them allied together and want to attack us? They're seeking death. Gather the army and follow this king to destroy them." A minister hurriedly said, "O king, we must not act rashly. The combined strength of the 4 of them is not weaker than the Go'ayu Nation. If we forcefully attack, we will suffer heavy losses. We should think of other methods." The muscular fish-scale man looked quite displeased as he said, "What other methods are there? This king wants to quickly destroy them and increase our own strength. Only then will we have a chance at stopping Great Kin in the future." The minister replied, "Their alliance is but a temporary measure, and it was started by Little Scale. How about we maintain good relations with the 3 factions and destroy Little Scale before turning on each of them?" The other ministers nodded in agreement. This was the safest option, as attacking the 4 of them would be quite risky. After concluding the meeting, the Go'ayu Nation decided to go with the plan proposed by that minister. They planned to deliver gifts and establish friendly relations with the 3 alliances before destroying Little Scale, which had instigated all of this. However, late at night, 11 figures snuck into the Go'ayu Nation's palace. The king only had stage 8 cultivation, but because he had his fate dragon and was within his legacy city, it was easy for him to sense that something was wrong and be awakened. However, a magic formation suddenly appeared on the ground as a formless domain silently spread out. This was the assassin domain. The fish-scale king was furious as he held his long saber. 11 figures appeared around him from the darkness, and the battle quickly concluded. Under the cooperation of the 11 people, it was virtually impossible for the fish-scale king to survive. 1154 defend the Go'ayu Nation. In actuality, just Zhao Sha was enough to easily kill the fish-scale king. However, in order to be safe and conclude things as quickly as possible, Zhao Fu sent all 11 assassin leaders. A single one of them was enough to kill a stage 9 expert. So how could the king survive against 11 of them? After killing the king, the 11 of them did not try to hide anything anymore and made a ruckus. Zhao Sha held his devilish saber as he rushed at a group of guards. Countless rays of blood-red light shot out, and in just an instant, 10 or so people's bodies were sliced into pieces. Blood and organs fell onto the ground, and a pungent smell spread out. News of the king's death spread like a gale, causing the entire nation to be shaken. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, and the assassination of the king caused the entire nation to fall into chaos. The three alliances had never thought that the king would be assassinated so suddenly. Little Scale had been suggesting attacking, but they said that it was not time yet. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. Now that the king had died, the Goryeo nation had lost its leader and everyone would be focused on seizing the throne. This caused the nation to fall into chaos, and it was undoubtedly the best time to destroy the Goryeo nation. The three alliances quickly contacted Little Scale, planning to attack together to destroy the Goryeo nation. Zhao Fu smiled and had the leaders of Little Scale accept their invitation. The four factions planned to attack from four directions. The three alliances gathered a large number of soldiers and impatiently wanted to charge into the Goryeo nation already and take the Goryeo nation's territory, resources, and people for themselves. They would no longer be threatened anymore. On the other hand, Little Scale did not hurry to attack and instead gathered its entire army, which numbered 30 million. They had all used blood god pills, and their cultivations were higher than most fish scale peoples. The equipment they wore gave them even more confidence. The Goryeo nation was in a state of panic as it sent out 3 waves of soldiers to defend against the 3 alliances, and the 2 sides quickly clashed. However, the Little Scale side only continued to prepare and did not attack. Zhao Fu was waiting for them to all suffer losses. The 3 alliances were busy fighting with the Goryeo nation's army, so they could not pay any attention to Little Scale. They devoted all of their attention to the battlefield in front of them. Kill. The 3 alliances' armies gave off ferocious roars as they charged towards the Goryeo nation. They had immense momentum and were using their full strength to try to destroy the Goryeo nation. The Goryeo nation's morale was quite low because their king had just been assassinated and they had hurriedly gathered to defend. They had not yet even chosen a new king yet, and they were at a disadvantage facing the 3 armies. They already seemed to be losing. Ear-splitting sounds of war could continuously be heard as blood splattered everywhere. The battle on all fronts was incredibly intense, and people continuously fell as the aura of death continuously grew. In the end, the Goryeo nation lost and the armies of the 3 alliances flooded into the Goryeo nation before quickly conquering cities and regions and taking everything of value. By now, they had heard that Little Scale did not attack, making them feel quite furious. Evidently, Little Scale wanted them to pay the price while they would reap the benefits. They had paid a heavy price in casualties, making them feel enraged as to what Little Scale had done. The leaders of the 3 alliances decided to destroy Little Scale after destroying the Goryeo nation and splitting its territory. That way, these regions would be split between the 3 of them. Thinking about that, the leaders of the 3 alliances felt high-spirited. If they could devour the Goryeo nation and Little Scale, they would become large factions and have high status within this continent. The Goryeo nation had quickly chosen a new king. Now that their defensive lines had been breached, the demise of the nation seemed imminent. The various branches of the royal family did not have any mind to fight amongst themselves and became unified, gathering their remaining forces to fight to the end. Soon, the 2 armies once again clashed. The armies of the 3 alliances had gathered together, forming a massive flood, while the Goryeo nation had created simple defenses to mount a final defense. Today will decide the life or death of the Goryeo nation. If we emerge victorious, you will all become heroes of the Goryeo nation. If we fail, you will all be sinners of the Goryeo nation. In this final moment, defend the Goryeo nation to the death. Valiant-looking general riding on a seahorse-like creature loudly shouted to the countless soldiers behind him. Defend the Goryeo nation to the death. Defend the Goryeo nation to the death. Defend the Goryeo nation to the death. Countless soldiers cried out. This was a moment of life and death, and it was their final chance. They had to go all out for the nation that they loved, and a wave of battle intent rolled out. The Allied army did not show any weakness. A leader stood in the sky and shouted, "Kill. If we can break through this final line of defense, all women and treasures will belong to whoever can take it for themselves. Those who perform excellently will be promoted by 3 ranks." This caused the Allied army's morale to soar to new heights. Women, treasures, and power were some of the most stimulating things. After this command was given out, the Allied army charged towards the Goryeo nation's army, seeming like an unstoppable flood that would devour everything. Boom. A massive sound rang out as both sides ferociously clashed together. Weapons continuously collided as blood flew everywhere and cries continuously sounded out. A fish-scale person from the Allied army had a savage expression as he pierced through the bodies of 2 Goryeo nation soldiers with his spear and continued on to another Goryeo nation soldier, who roared and rushed at him with his saber. Zhao Fu stood in the distance as he observed this battle. In this final stage, everyone seemed to have been baptized by killing and death, and their battle intent was not something that could be compared to during the earlier stages. This was not just the case for the fish-scale people, even the cowardly and weak humans had become much stronger. The environment could indeed change people, and if one did not adapt to a cruel environment, one would simply die. Zhao Fu did not care about these factions at all, because even if they were all added together, Zhao Fu could still destroy them easily. The battle was incredibly unfavorable to the Goryeo nation. They had already lost many people during the initial defense, and even though their morale was on the same level as the allied army, they simply did not have enough numbers. Seeing that it was about time, Zhao Fu did not have any interest in continuing to watch, and he ordered Zhao Sha and the others to kill the leaders of the allied army. After suddenly losing their leaders, the allied army immediately fell into chaos, and the Goryeo nation army started to counterattack. The allied army was forced to run in shame, but before the Goryeo nation could feel happy about this, the long-prepared little-scale army appeared. Seeing little-scale soldiers, who all gave off powerful auras and were well-equipped, the injured and tired Goryeo nation soldiers felt despair. What happened next did not need to be described. The little-scale forces successfully destroyed the Goryeo nation and the three alliances' forces. They took over 140 regions, which just about satisfied Zhao Fu. 1,155 Saint Realm power now. Zhao Fu was going to have little scale develop for a while and gather enough strength before expanding out. His goal this time was complete. Zhao Fu returned to Great Ken and found that the situation with the four other worlds was at a stalemate, and he guessed that things would be like that for a while. They were unable to break through Great Ken's defenses, while Great Ken could not do much to them either. As such, the only path they had was the fish-scale world. At the same time, Zhao Fu received news from the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, requesting for him to participate in an ancient STEM banquet. This was organized by the 5 great sects, 20 royal kingdoms, and a few major financial groups, and it was one of the largest events in the ancient STEM domain. Not only were there all sorts of rare treasures, but there were also all sorts of races and genius-level figures. After all, they would be re-ranking the ancient STEM rankings, so the various geniuses had to be present. Of course, the prizes were incredibly abundant as well. Thinking about how all of the major factions of the ancient STEM domain would be present, the prizes definitely would not leave anyone disappointed. As such, Zhao Fu was quite interested. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had requested for Zhao Fu to attend as an elder of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, and it had asked incredibly sincerely. As such, Zhao Fu quickly agreed. Great Ken was at a stalemate with the worlds around it, so Zhao Fu did not have much to do anyways. Perhaps going would result in him obtaining some gains, so it was worth going. There were still 5 days until the ancient STEM banquet, so Zhao Fu was not in a rush. He returned to his chambers to continue to cultivate. By now, his cultivation was at the peak of stage 8, and it was just a bit away from breaking through to stage 9. A day later, a muffled explosion sounded out as a powerful aura burst forth. A black aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu and gave off a faint black light as Zhao Fu's body once again went through changes. An hour later, the aura around Zhao Fu stabilized and he opened his eyes, causing a black light to flash. Zhao Fu now had stage 9 cultivation. This power was not something that someone at stage 8 could contend with, and his constitution had also become much stronger. His mind and senses had also gone through changes. Zhao Fu did not stop cultivating and instead planned to continue. He took out a blood-red medicinal pill. This blood-red medicinal pill was as big as a longan fruit and had a jade-like cluster. It contained a powerful might because this was a blood god pill refined from the corpse of someone in the Saint Realm, and it was not something that an ordinary blood god pill could compare to. After the 9 stages were the 9 realms, and there was a great level of difference between them, just like the heavens and the earth. Saint Realm experts were incredibly difficult to kill, and Zhao Fu had obtained this corpse from the outside. This corpse had been obtained when they had invaded the 3 worlds. Luckily, nation armaments were still usable, or Zhao Fu would have been doomed when facing so many powerful experts. Zhao Fu swallowed this blood god pill, and as it entered his stomach, it gave off a brilliant light. A blood-red domain spread out, covering Zhao Fu's body. This was Saint Realm power that the Saint Realm brought, and before, that higher being had asked Zhao Fu what a Saint Realm was. Zhao Fu did not have that level of cultivation, so he naturally could not answer. However, after using this blood god pill, Zhao Fu had a better understanding of the Saint Realm. The Saint Realm was essentially exceeding mortality and stepping into the realm of the divine. Whether it was one's constitution, lifespan, or power, they all went through fundamental changes. The constitution of those in the Saint Realm was completely different to those below the Saint Realm. Their fleshly body was not only incredibly powerful, but they could also even use their bodies to refine medicinal pills like using spirit medicines, and this was quite effective. They also received a great increase to their lifespan, which was many times their original lifespan. Finally, the power that the Saint Realm wielded completely exceeded anything that Stage 9 could use. It was on a completely different level. The Saint Realm also formed a domain, and within the domain, one would be the sovereign. The power that would wielded within the domain was similar to source energy. It was also different to a domain obtained through one's comprehension. For example, Zhao Fu's Emperor's domain was something he had comprehended, which was more about his mind and spirit. The Saint Realm used one's fleshly body as the foundation to create a domain. As such, refining the corpse of someone in the Saint Realm would result in the Blood God Pill still preserving some of the Saint Realm's power. At the same time, a Saint Realm corpse had all sorts of powerful effects and could be used in various ways, so they were quite rare and valuable. They were usually worth more than 10 times as much as the corpse of a Stage 9 expert. The Blood Red domain was 3 meters wide, and because Zhao Fu only had Stage 9 cultivation, he could not fully refine this Saint Realm power. However, after refining it, it would greatly increase his strength and constitution. After refining the power for a while, Zhao Fu had not even refined 10%, this was incredibly slow. Zhao Fu could only think of other methods, and he thought of his terrifying sovereign-level bloodline, which he could use to forcefully refine the Saint Realm domain's power. Currently, Zhao Fu's sovereign-level bloodline was incredibly terrifying, and using it to refine the power of this Saint Realm domain would be quite easy. Zhao Fu started to invigorate his bloodline's power, causing his bloodline to start to roil, and a black aura flame appeared around Zhao Fu's body. This aura flame quickly expanded, and it soon filled the entire Blood Red domain. The Blood Red domain became dimmer and dimmer at a speed observable by the naked eye as its power was quickly refined. Zhao Fu's body quickly absorbed this Saint Realm power, and the Blood Red domain continuously became dimmer until it finally disappeared. After refining the Saint Realm power, Zhao Fu's own strength greatly increased, while his constitution increased by a slight amount. This was because Zhao Fu's constitution was already quite powerful. After stabilizing his power, what surprised Zhao Fu was that a Blood Red domain had appeared within his body. This domain was quite special and remained within Zhao Fu's body like some sort of item. It had a powerful connection to him, and precisely speaking, it was like a part of his body. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a Blood Red domain appeared on his palm. At first, it was only as big as a marble. Soon, it had become as big as a rubber ball and looked like a transparent, blood red orb. This Blood Red domain contained immense power, as this power belonged to the Saint Realm. Using Saint Realm power while still at Stage 9? Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt quite excited and started to investigate this Blood Red domain. He soon found out that it could be used as an ordinary domain, as a Saint Realm domain, and even as a special weapon. Zhao Fu condensed the transparent blood red orb into a 30-centimeter long spike that was also transparent and blood red colored. Following this, Zhao Fu lightly flicked his wrist, sending the spike flying out. It pierced through the doors of his chambers in just an instant and slammed into the ground outside. 1156 Evil God Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a powerful shockwave blasted the doors and windows open. Countless rocks flew everywhere as Zhao Fu stared outside in shock. There was a massive crater that was hundreds of meters wide in the ground outside, with a spike that Zhao Fu had condensed at the center. This destructive power was quite shocking. After all, there were countless protective restrictions within the Great Ken Palace, and the bricks used were all incredibly tough. After hearing this disturbance, the nearby soldiers all quickly hurried over. They stared at the massive crater in shock and respectfully called out from outside, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Zhao Fu waved his hand, signaling that everything was fine, and had them withdraw. With a slight thought, the spike within the crater flew back and hovered in front of Zhao Fu, turning back into its orb form. This Saint Realm domain was quite powerful, and Zhao Fu felt that it would be very useful. He could use it as a powerful trump card in the future. Moreover, Zhao Fu found that his body could store many of these transparent blood red orbs. A single Saint Realm domain had such immense power, so if he could have a large number of them, the power that he would be able to unleash would be incredibly terrifying. During the Emperor Path College examination in 3 years, this Saint Realm domain would definitely become a powerful method for Zhao Fu. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu grinned, feeling quite excited. Zhao Fu took out another Saint Realm Blood God pill and swallowed it. A blood red domain once again expanded out, and Zhao Fu started to refine it. Because blood god pills could only be used once, consuming this second blood god pill did not cause Zhao Fu's cultivation to rise. However, Zhao Fu did not care because his goal was just to refine the Saint Realm domain and turn it into his weapon. 7 hours later, there were now 7 transparent blood red orbs floating around Zhao Fu. However, this was far from enough, and Zhao Fu's body could still contain many Saint Realm domains. But, Zhao Fu did not have any more Saint Realm blood god pills, and Zhao Fu felt that he had been quite extravagant to use such precious and rare Saint Realm blood god pills like this. However, Zhao Fu felt that this was quite worth it because the Emperor Path College examination in 3 years was incredibly important to him. As such, Zhao Fu did not hold back in increasing his strength. Now that he did not have any more Saint Realm Blood God pills and it was quite difficult to obtain Saint Realm corpses in the boundary region, Zhao Fu could only order people to go to the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. It would be much easier to obtain them there, and with the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's help, it would be quite simple. The prices at which the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group sold corpses and their attitude towards him made him feel quite embarrassed. They had simply helped him too much. In total, they were able to obtain 65 Saint Realm corpses, and they were all from various races, humans, elves, orcs, demons, etc. Including the 7 from before, Zhao Fu now had 72 Saint Realm corpses. This was the limit for how many Saint Realm domains his body could contain, and this was mainly because of his powerful bloodline. If it was an ordinary person, containing even a single Saint Realm domain would be impossible. In the following days, Zhao Fu focused on refining the Saint Realm domains and turning them all into his own possessions. 3 days later, under a blue sky and white clouds, Zhao Fu stood in the air, surrounded by 72 transparent blood-red orbs. He gave off a terrifying aura that could cause anyone to feel shocked. Zhao Fu looked at the ground below and stretched out a hand, pressing it down against the air. The 72 transparent blood-red orbs brought with them a massive force as they slammed towards the ground. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions sounded out as the transparent blood-red orbs blasted into the ground like meteors. Dust and sand were thrown into the air, covering the sky, and the nearby mountains were rocked as if a disaster had descended. After everything settled, Zhao Fu looked at the 72 craters in the ground and gave a pleased smile. He then did some more testing before returning to Great Qin. With these 72 Saint Realm domains, even though Zhao Fu was only at stage 9, his aura was at the level of a Saint Realm expert. Not too long after returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu received news that they had found a new godly spirit altar that they could use to summon a godly spirit. They had discovered it while clearing out the half-beast continent, and they were preparing to bring it back to Great Qin. This godly spirit was quite weak and was an evil god. It required sacrifices of flesh and blood. In actuality, most weaker godly spirits were evil gods. Evil gods did not use regular methods to condense their divinity, instead using shortcuts. Even though it made becoming a god easier, they were usually much weaker. In front of the current Great Qin, this godly spirit was just something that could be used to enhance things. After the altar was brought back to Great Qin, Zhao Fu prepared to summon the godly spirit and kill it to refine it and obtain its divinity. Because the human world did not have the heaven domain boundary protecting it and city lord seals had become unusable, Zhao Fu planned to personally take charge of this operation to avoid anything unexpected from happening. Divinities were incredibly useful, and because Zhao Fu had only killed the clones of 2 godly spirits before, he only had 2 divinities, which was not a lot. It was mainly because the altars of weaker godly spirits were quite hard to find, and Great Qin did not dare to offend more powerful godly spirits. Some godly spirits could descend with their true bodies, and some powerful godly spirits were stronger than even higher beings. The various higher beings were wary of the godly spirits of the godly spirit world, and they would not offend them lightly. If even higher beings had to be wary of them, of course Zhao Fu had to take them seriously and only bully some weaker godly spirits. The altar was quickly moved to Great Qin, and they prepared to make sacrifices. Because they had done this twice before, they still had many of the things around, such as pillars around the altar, which already had people and animals tied up on them. A priest raised his staff and stood on the black altar as he chanted a strange incantation, causing the black altar to give off a faint light. The priest then gushed out with all sorts of flattering words before shouting, "Respected evil Fang God, please descend." Swish, swish, swish. As the priest's words fell, the black altar gave off an intense black light as a powerful attractive force exploded out. Og! The people and animals tied on the pillars looked terrified as they cried out. Their blood and energy were sucked away, leaving behind withered corpses that looked quite terrifying. Countless traces of blood-red chi gathered above the altar, forming a massive blood-red vortex that brought with it a massive gale. Boom! A massive explosion rang out as space seemed to be torn. Within the center of the blood-red vortex, a long crack appeared, which was filled with darkness. Traces of black chi appeared, filled with an evil and twisted aura. 1157 Evil God Giant Wolf. A figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. It was humanoid and had a very big head with no hair and a mouth filled with fangs. It looked like an elderly person with gray-white skin and many wrinkles. The figure held a wooden staff and was naked, and it had a powerful aura. This was the evil god that had been summoned. There were only a few people here, and the main person who would be fighting was Zhao Fu. The corps and generals were engaged by the 4 worlds, so there was no way to bring them over. The isolation barriers had been activated, and the evil god had already sensed that something was off as its eyes coldly looked at Zhao Fu. The rest did not need to be said, and after a large battle, Zhao Fu held a black tongue of flame. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, and Zhao Fu had thought that the evil god would descend with its true body. However, it had not done so, and because the clone was not very strong, Zhao Fu had been able to kill it easily. He then refined the evil god's body and obtained its divinity. This divinity had an evil aura to it and was slightly weaker than a demon god's divinity. As for how he would use it, Zhao Fu had already decided that he would use it on the giant wolf den. Out of all of the beasts in the beast army, the giant wolves were the weakest. If he fused this divinity into the den, the giant wolves that spawned in the future would have a trace of the evil god's bloodline, and their power would be stronger. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a black pillar of light shot into the sky with terrifying force. Countless wolves howled, shaking the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Zhao Fu fused the divinity into the giant wolf den, and all of the giant wolves started to go through mutations. Their bodies became even bigger than before, and their eyes became completely black. Their mouths were filled with fangs, and the giant wolves looked quite ugly and terrifying. After sensing the changes in the giant wolves, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a pleased smile. The giant wolves now had a trace of the evil god's bloodline, and their names had become the evil god giant wolves. They were definitely much stronger than before. After dealing with some administrative matters, Zhao Fu suddenly remembered that the ancient stem banquet was today, so he hurried to the inner region of the ancient stem domain. By now, there were countless people gathered on a massive stage. As the largest banquet in the ancient stem domain, countless people were in attendance, and there were all sorts of races present. People's voices filled the space, and the scene was quite lively. Some major figures sat at viewing platforms on the sides, while the people below were gathered in small groups, most of which had one person as the head. The people at the head of the groups were naturally those with the most powerful auras. All of them were the strongest from where they came from, and they all looked quite proud, showing how extraordinary they were. Suddenly, the voices became even more raucous because a red-haired man giving off a powerful aura had appeared on the stage. His appearance was like a ball of searing flames, causing the temperature around him to continuously rise, and a heat wave spread out from him. After seeing him, the people around him made way because this was the person who was ranked 10th on the ancient STEM rankings. He was the young sect master of the volcano sect, Huoyan. He cultivated a fire-type art and was already at a high level. Sensing the gazes around him, Huoyan arrogantly laughed and walked towards where the volcano sect was. Sensing his aura, the people around him whispered to each other about how Huoyan's aura had become so powerful, more than twice as strong than the previous year. The heat that he gave off was almost unbearable for those around him, and it was possible for him to enter the top 6 this time. However, some people said, even though Huoyan has become more powerful, this is the same for others. Let's wait for the others to arrive. Following this, more and more powerful auras descended. Mangekyō brought his 2 bodyguards as he calmly appeared from the side. His extraordinary bearings and his handsome appearance caused many people to look over at him. There were even many young women crying out. Mangekyō was quite popular. The 8 Essence Dragon Sect's young sect master, Long Yang, had been kept under house arrest in the 8 Essence Dragon Sect to prevent him from making trouble. However, they gave him special permission to come out for this banquet. Long Yang gave a happy smile as he walked up from one side, followed by 7 peerlessly beautiful women who were also quite eye-catching. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded out as a massive figure heavily landed, sending out ripples that made it difficult for others to continue standing. The figure was a terrifying bear that had a pair of blue eyes filled with violence and ruthlessness. It was covered with jet black, iron-like fur, and the devil chi from its body swept out like a flood, causing people to feel a chill. The bear gradually disappeared, revealing a young man who looked quite wild and arrogant. He was the Bear Mountain Kingdom's 3rd prince, who had enmity with Zhao Fu. He was called Zhuangzhou, and he was ranked 6th on the ancient STEM rankings. Another powerful aura descended. It was a beautiful woman with a confident smile on her face. She had a mature figure and wore tight clothes, and she had tan skin. She was called Gukinayu and was the young mistress of the ancient god sect, one of the 5 great sects. Her personality was quite cheerful and bold, and she was also quite famous and popular within the ancient STEM domain. Her appearance caused many people to smile and greet her. She was ranked 8th on the ancient STEM rankings, 1 ranking higher than Mangekyō. Whoosh! An eerie and ghostly wind blew, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The surrounding people could not help but feel fear as they looked over and saw a man wearing grey robes giving off a cold aura. He was Yukayanayu, the prince of the Nether Yin dynasty, one of the 20 royal kingdoms. Sensing this eerie aura, the nearby people could not help but marvel at how powerful Yukayanayu was. Just looking at him made them feel afraid, and they wondered what ranking he would obtain this time. It definitely would not be low. He was ranked 7th on the ancient STEM rankings. Hee hee hee. A few giggles sounded out, causing people's hearts to tremble. They could not help but look over and saw an enchantingly beautiful woman with an enticing figure in a red dress, followed by a group of female attendants. She was Jiao Xiaoyun, the princess of the Huan Sun Kingdom. She was incredibly powerful and was ranked 6th on the ancient STEM rankings. Seeing her seductive figure and her charming airs, people could not help but gulp, and some people even shouted out her name. It could be seen that she had a high reputation within the ancient STEM domain. Humphrey, that vixen, a young woman coldly harumphed as she appeared before everyone. She wore a green dress and had delicate features, and she also gave off a powerful aura. She was the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom and had the Greenwood bloodline. The Greenwood bloodline could increase one's lifespan, resulting in their bodies growing quite slowly. As such, this young woman only looked 15 or 16 years old but was actually 20 or so years old. Oh, little girl, you came as well? Hearing this young woman's voice, Jiao Xiaoyun was not angry and instead coquettishly laughed, emphasizing the words little girl. This caused the young woman to become quite angry. She evidently hated being called that, and she started arguing with Jiao Xiaoyun. Everyone else was quite used to this because they knew that the two of them were arch-enemies. 1158 Mysterious Emperor. Her name was King Muru, and she was ranked 5th on the ancient STEM rankings. Boom. Another powerful aura descended, accompanied by a sharp killing intent, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Their bodies froze as they looked at the black-clothed young man walking up to the stage. Lang Shang was ranked 4th on the ancient STEM rankings, and he was the young sect master of the Black Spirit sect. His appearance caused the entire scene to cool down because the killing intent he gave off was simply too powerful. Even Jiao Xiaoyun and King Muru stopped arguing and looked at Lang Shang seriously. They could feel that his strength had become incredibly powerful, and this brought them great pressure. Facing these gazes, Lang Shang was expressionless as he walked towards an area with no one around, and everyone made way for him. No one dared to stand in his way. Even the people on the viewing platforms could not help but say, Lang Shang's strength has advanced so quickly, he'll most likely be able to enter the top 3 this time. His future is limitless. Everyone else nodded, while the Black Spirit sect master smiled as he looked at Lang Shang. Lang Shang had not disappointed him. Suddenly, celestial music sounded out as rainbow glows descended from the sky, causing countless people to be drawn into that beautiful melody, unable to extricate themselves. Everyone saw a group of white-clothed, fairy-like women descending from the sky. The woman in the lead was wearing a white palace dress and was tall and slim. She wore a white veil and gave off a celestial-like aura. The female attendants behind her were dressed in white dresses and also had exceptional auras. They held all sorts of instruments and were all extremely beautiful. Everyone could not help but gasp in admiration. The woman in the lead was the #1 beauty in the ancient STEM domain, and she was ranked 3rd on the ancient STEM rankings. She was the young sect mistress of the heavenly music sect, Yin Ruashi. Time gradually passed, and soon, it would be time to begin the ancient STEM banquet. Everyone continued to look towards the horizon in expectation because the people who had been ranked 1st and 2nd on the ancient STEM rankings had not yet arrived. They were undisputedly the most outstanding geniuses in the ancient STEM domain, and no one could compare to them in terms of talent and comprehension.